Chapter 6. The Great City of Iridia. The distant peaks of the Dragon's Tooth Range had been a constant, silent companion on Will's journey, their jagged silhouettes a promise of challenges and discoveries yet to come. But as he crested the final, gentle rise, the familiar grandeur of the mountains was abruptly dwarfed by a sight that stole his breath and made the very air thrum with an unfamiliar energy. Before him, sprawling across a vast, fertile plain like an opulent tapestry woven from stone, light and pure, unadulterated ambition, lay Iridia. It was not merely a city, it was a testament. Towers of polished obsidian, veined with shimmering quartz, scraped at the heavens, while grand domes of iridescent glass caught the sunlight and fractured it into 1,000 dancing rainbows. Streets paved with smooth, interlocking flagstones, inlaid with intricate arcane sigils that pulsed with a faint, ethereal glow, wound through districts that seemed to have sprung from the collective dreams of millennia of wizards. The air itself felt different here, thicker, somehow more alive, carrying the subtle, pervasive scent of ozone and something akin to freshly brewed enchantment. It was a palpable wave of raw magical power, a stark and exhilarating contrast to the quiet, earthy magic he had learned to coax from the wilderness. Will stood for a long moment, the dust of his journey clinging to his worn cloak, a lone figure at the edge of this colossal marvel. He had heard the tales, of course. Iridia, the city of spires, the nexus of arcane knowledge, the place where even the cobblestones were rumored to hum with forgotten spells. But the reality was an overwhelming sensory experience. The sheer scale was dizzying. It wasn't just tall buildings. It was a vertical city, a testament to a civilization that had not only mastered the earth, but had clearly decided to have a rather spirited argument with the sky. As he finally descended into the city proper, the cacophony of urban life washed over him. It was a symphony of sounds utterly alien to the rustling leaves and babbling brooks he had grown accustomed to. The deep, resonant chime of clock towers that seemed to keep time with the celestial bodies, the melodious calls of street vendors hawking wares that shimmered with minor enchantments, the sharp, precise crackle of arcane energies being demonstrated with casual abandon. And beneath it all, a constant, low hum, the very heartbeat of the city, a thrumming resonance of countless spells, wards, and enchantments woven into the very fabric of Iridia. He found himself drawn into the main thoroughfare, a wide avenue teeming with life. Here, magic was not a whispered secret or a hidden art. It was as commonplace as breathing. Mages of all descriptions moved with an air of practiced ease, their robes ranging from the somber, functional gray of apprentices to the richly embroidered velvet of seasoned archmages. Will watched, a quiet observer in the surging tide of humanity and arcane talent. A fruit vendor, his stall laden with plump, impossibly vibrant berries that seemed to glow with an inner light, levitated his entire cart with a flick of his wrist, effortlessly maneuvering it through the throng. Further down, a street performer, clad in glittering motley, conjured a flock of iridescent butterflies from thin air, their ephemeral wings scattering shimmering dust as they danced around his outstretched hands, eliciting gasps of delight from a gathered crowd. A group of students, their faces alight with youthful exuberance and the thrill of newfound power, were practicing basic telekinetic exercises, playfully nudging a stray dog further down the street, and then giggling as it trotted away, blissfully unaware of its involuntary magical relocation. Even the architecture itself seemed to participate in this grand display. Bridges arched across canals, not with stone or steel, but with solidified light, shimmering and ephemeral yet undeniably solid underfoot. Lampposts flickered with captured starlight, casting an otherworldly glow that defied the midday sun. Will saw a building undergoing repairs, not with hammers and scaffolding, but with shimmering tendrils of pure energy, guided by a stern-faced sorceress who directed the ethereal tools with precise, economical gestures. It was a world of overt, undeniable power. A world where the ability to manipulate the fundamental forces of reality was not just a skill, but a way of life, a public spectacle. And as Will walked amongst them, he felt it, that familiar, almost unwelcome prickle of inadequacy. His own magic, the subtle art of coaxing, nudging, and influencing, felt incredibly understated, almost primitive, in the face of such overt displays. His ability to make mud stickier or encourage pungent onions to release their full potential seemed utterly insignificant compared to conjuring light bridges or animating market stalls. He was a craftsman of the almost imperceptible, a whisper in a city that roared with incantations. He paused near a grand academy, its facade adorned with statues of legendary mages whose eyes seemed to follow him with an unnerving intelligence. He could feel the concentration of power emanating from within its hallowed halls, a focused, potent energy that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. He saw students practicing complex spell formations in courtyard gardens, their movements precise and their focus absolute. They were the future of magic, the inheritors of this grand tradition, and he was just Will, a shadow of doubt. A familiar companion from his youth began to creep into his mind. Was his path truly viable in a place like this? Could his subtle arts, his reliance on the natural inclinations of things, ever truly compete with the raw, unbridled force wielded so openly here? He had always found comfort in the quiet effectiveness of his methods, in the elegant simplicity of influencing outcomes rather than forcing them. But here, in Viridia, subtlety seemed to be a forgotten language, a lost art in a city that spoke in booming pronouncements of power. He watched a young mage, barely out of his apprenticeship by the look of his slightly singed robes, struggle to levitate a small stone. The stone wobbled precariously, threatening to tumble, and the mage's brow furrowed with intense concentration. Will, without conscious thought, found himself extending a sliver of his own energy, a gentle, almost imperceptible pressure that steadied the stone, allowing it to rise smoothly to the student's outstretched hand. The student blinked, surprised by the sudden success, then beamed, attributing it to his own sudden mastery. Will offered a faint, almost imperceptible smile and moved on. It was in these moments, these small, unnoticed interventions, that Will found a flicker of reassurance. His magic wasn't about making a spectacle. It was about understanding the inherent tendencies of the world and gently guiding them. While others commanded, he persuaded. While others erected, he encouraged. He saw the grand displays of arcane power around him, the levitating stalls, the conjured butterflies, the light bridges, and he felt a pang, yes, but it was quickly followed by a growing, quiet confidence. These overt displays, he realized, were often brittle. They relied on constant exertion, on the brute force of will. His own magic, rooted in the natural flow of things, was sustainable, like a river that carved its path through stone not with aggression, but with persistent, patient flow. He could see the apprentices struggling with their stones, the street performers exhausting themselves to maintain their illusions, the vendors expending energy to keep their carts aloft. He, on the other hand, could achieve similar, or even more profound, results with a fraction of the effort, often without anyone even realizing his hand was involved. He observed a particularly boisterous merchant, his voice booming as he haggled with a customer over a set of enchanted spectacles. The merchant's stall was adorned with an array of glittering trinkets, each imbued with minor charms to attract attention. Will noticed a subtle tremor in the merchant's hand, a sign of the constant magical exertion required to maintain the stall's allure and the efficacy of the charms. Will, with a barely discernible gesture, influenced the ambient magical currents around the stall, subtly amplifying the natural appeal of the trinkets themselves, making them seem more inherently desirable, less reliant on the merchant's draining enchantments. The merchant, oblivious, let out a sigh of relief as the customer's interest seemed to deepen, attributing it to a well-timed increase in his own persuasive energies. This was his strength, Will realized. In a city obsessed with the grand and the overt, his power lay in the subtle, the unseen, the indispensable. He could walk through Viridia, a city of booming spells and dazzling illusions, and weave his own quiet magic, influencing the currents, steadying the wobbling stones, making the inherently appealing just a little bit more so. He was a trickster adept, yes, and perhaps in the city of mages his trick was simply to be invisible, to be the unseen hand that ensured the spell held just a little longer, the levitated object stayed just a little steadier, and the world, in its own quiet way, continued to turn. He was a contrast, a counterpoint, and in that contrast he found not inadequacy, but a profound and growing sense of purpose. The grandees of Iridia might command the heavens, but Will, with his gentle touch, was learning to understand the very earth they stood upon, and in that understanding he found his own potent form of mastery. The journey to the peaks was still ahead, but Viridia, in its overwhelming brilliance, had already begun to teach him lessons he would carry with him, lessons whispered not in thunderous pronouncements, but in the quiet rustle of an understanding heart. The obsidian towers of Viridia hummed with an energy that was both exhilarating and profoundly alien to Will. His earlier awe had settled into a state of constant, wide-eyed observation. Every corner of the city, from the meticulously carved gargoyles that winked with latent enchantments to the spectral couriers who flitted through the air, carrying parcels of shimmering light, was a testament to a mastery of magic he could only begin to comprehend. Yet, beneath the dazzling displays and the overt displays of power, he felt a subtle undercurrent, a whisper of something more, something that resonated with his own, less ostentatious abilities. He was a craftsman of the almost imperceptible, and in a city that roared with incantations, he was learning to find his voice in the quiet hum. It was this quiet hum, this thrumming undercurrent of organized magical energy, that eventually drew him to the heart of Viridia's administrative and arcane governance. He had followed the avenues of power, not by intention, but by the sheer gravitational pull of concentrated magic. The grand boulevards eventually converged upon a colossal structure of alabaster and sapphire, a building that seemed to exhale an aura of ancient authority. Intricate carvings, depicting pivotal moments in magical history and the lineage of renowned archmages, adorned its facade, each detail executed with an impossible precision that spoke of enchanted chisels and self-sculpting stone. This was the citadel of Arcanum, the seat of Viridia's ruling council. He lingered in the periphery, an unassuming observer amidst the robed figures who flowed in and out of the grand entrance. The air around the citadel was thick with an almost palpable sense of gravitas. It wasn't just the security wards, which Will could feel prickling at the edges of his senses like static electricity, but the sheer weight of decisions made within those walls, decisions that shaped the very fabric of magical law and societal order in Viridia. Curiosity, a trait that had served him well and often gotten him into trouble, tugged at him. He found a discreet alcove, a shadowed recess adorned with a sculpted griffin whose gemstone eyes seemed to watch the comings and goings with an unsettling intelligence, and settled in to observe. The chamber where the council convened was a marvel in itself. Bathed in the soft, diffused light filtering through a dome of enchanted stained glass, depicting celestial constellations in constant, slow motion, it was a space designed for both gravitas and intellectual pursuit. Archmages, some with beards that cascaded like frozen waterfalls, others with sharp, hawkish features etched by decades of intense study, occupied seats arranged in a semicircle around a polished ebony table. The table itself was inlaid with runes that pulsed with a gentle, intelligent light, each one signifying a different facet of magical governance. Will could sense the latent power coiled within each individual, a deep, controlled reservoir of arcane energy that made his own magic feel like a flickering candle in the presence of sun. The current debate, as he could faintly perceive through the subtle shifts in ambient magical signatures and the hushed tones of arguments, revolved around the regulation of elemental manipulation. Specifically, the council was grappling with the increasingly common practice of amateur elementalists using minor cantrips for mundane tasks, accelerating the growth of a single houseplant, or, more controversially, subtly influencing the wind to dry laundry faster. The proliferation of such casual, untrained elementalism threatens the very purity of the craft, boomed a voice that seemed to vibrate with an almost unbearable self-importance. Will subtly shifted his focus, tracing the source of the resonant pronouncement. Standing at the head of the semicircle, his posture radiating an almost comical degree of self-satisfaction, was archmage Valerius. Valerius was, to put it mildly, a spectacle. His robes, a deep, regal purple embroidered with threads of pure gold, seemed to shimmer with an inner light, as if woven from captured starlight. But it was his hair that truly demanded attention. It was a monument, an architect's dream, sculpted into an elaborate, gravity-defying pompadour that seemed to defy all known laws of physics, let alone follicular behavior. It was a testament to hours of painstaking work, no doubt aided by a veritable army of enchantment spells, each strand positioned with an unnatural perfection. It was less hair and more statement. To allow such trifling applications of elemental forces, Valerius continued, gesturing with a hand adorned with rings that seemed to hum with contained power, is to dilute the essence of what it means to wield the primal energies. These are not parlor tricks, esteemed colleagues. These are the building blocks of creation. To use them to, dare I say, encourage a puddle to evaporate slightly faster is an affront to the very elements themselves. A few members of the council nodded solemnly, their faces etched with what was suspected was a mixture of genuine concern and a desperate desire to agree with the formidable archmage. Others, however, exchanged subtle glances that suggested a less fervent agreement. One elderly archmage, whose beard seemed to have a life of its own, a tangled, snowy cascade that occasionally twitched with an independent thought, simply raised an eyebrow, a movement that spoke volumes. Will found himself inwardly amused. Valerius was precisely the kind of individual who was ripe for a lesson, a gentle nudge from the universe that suggested his own self-importance was, in fact, a rather amusing delusion. His disdain for impure magic, his obsession with appearances, and his pronouncements on the sacredness of arcane arts, while clearly reveling in the pomp and circumstance of his position. It was all a perfect recipe for a subtle, yet profoundly embarrassing, reversal of fortune. Will's own brand of magic, the art of petty magic, of influencing outcomes through seemingly insignificant interventions, felt perfectly suited to this particular brand of pomposity. Valerius, oblivious to the subtle amusement he was generating in his unseen observer, continued his tirade. We must maintain the sanctity of the elemental arts. No longer shall the common folk be permitted to dabble in forces they do not understand. Such practices are not only disrespectful to the elements, but also pose a clear and present danger to the delicate magical equilibrium of Viridia. He puffed out his chest, and his sculpted hair seemed to waver, as if bracing for an invisible gust of applause. Another council member, a woman with eyes like chips of polished obsidian and a stern, no-nonsense demeanor, spoke up. With all due respect, Archmage Valerius, your concerns, while perhaps well-intentioned, seem to overlook the practical realities. Viridia thrives on innovation, on the integration of magic into daily life. To stifle such minor applications may well stifle the very spirit of progress that has made this city great. Valerius scoffed, a sound like a miniature avalanche. Progress? Progress at the cost of purity? Madame Alara, you speak of practicality, I speak of principle. There is a vast chasm between the raw, untamed power of the elements and the feeble attempts of the untrained to coax them into serving their trivial whims. We are guardians of magic, not its common facilitators. Will leaned forward slightly, his mind already at work. Valerius's hair, that magnificent, improbable edifice. It was clearly the focal point of his self-image, the crown jewel of his meticulously crafted persona. And what, Will mused, would be a more direct, more humiliating, more utterly petty way to make a point than to subtly, undeniably, affect that very monument to his vanity. He focused his intent not on the archmage himself, but on the ambient magical energies that undoubtedly permeated the chamber, energies that would be particularly concentrated around Valerius, who seemed to be drawing power even from his own pronouncements. Will's magic wasn't about force. It was about influence, about finding the path of least resistance and subtly amplifying it. He didn't need to cast a spell. He just needed to suggest a possibility to the existing magical framework. He imagined the air currents within the council chamber. They were likely subtle, controlled, perhaps even magically regulated to maintain a comfortable atmosphere. But even the most controlled air has a tendency to move. While focused on a specific, almost imperceptible eddy, a phantom breeze that might form near the apex of Valerius's hair. He didn't create the breeze. He simply encouraged an existing, minuscule disturbance to grow, to gain a little more momentum, to find a tiny bit more purchase. He pictured it in his mind. A single errant strand of Valerius's perfectly coiffed hair, perhaps the very one that crowned the highest point of the pompadour, catching this nascent eddy. He imagined it lifting just a millimeter, then two. Then, he subtly nudged the magical energies that were holding the rest of the hair in its rigid, sculpted perfection. He wasn't trying to unravel it all, not yet. That would be too overt, too easily attributable to a direct magical attack. No, he just wanted to introduce a tiny, almost imperceptible disruption. A hint of entropy. Valerius was mid-sentence, waxing poetic about the sacred fire of creation. And to think, he declared, his voice resonating with self-congratulation, that some would use such a divine gift to light a common candle. At that precise moment, as if answering his indignant question, the very tip of his magnificent pompadour seemed to twitch. It wasn't a dramatic movement, not by any means. It was so subtle that anyone not paying absolute, obsessive attention to Valerius's hair might have missed it entirely. But Will saw it, and he suspected that, somewhere in that chamber, there were others who, perhaps due to their own innate sensitivity to magical currents, or simply an observant nature, might have noticed it too. Valerius, however, was too lost in his own self-importance to register the minor, follicular rebellion. He continued, his voice growing even louder. This is not about convenience, esteemed colleagues. This is about respect. Will smiled faintly. Respect. The irony was delicious. He intensified his subtle influence, focusing on that single, rebellious strand. He coaxed the eddy, allowing it to grow just a little stronger, just a little more persistent. He imagined it as a tiny, invisible finger, gently but firmly tugging at the offending hair. Then it happened. With a barely audible flick, the very apex of Valerius's impossibly sculpted hair detached itself from its meticulously arranged brethren and, with a graceful, almost defiant arc, floated down, 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 landing with an almost comical lightness directly in the center of the ebony table, right in front of Valerius. Silence descended upon the chamber, thick and absolute. The celestial dome continued its slow, silent dance, utterly indifferent to the unfolding drama below. Valerius, his eyes still fixed on some imagined horizon of arcane purity, paused, his brow furrowed, not in confusion, but in a sort of mild irritation, as if a fly had just dared to interrupt his profound thoughts. "What?" he began, his voice losing its resonant power, replaced by a note of bewilderment. He looked down, and then he saw it. A single, perfectly sculpted strand of his own hair, resting like a tiny, dark omen on the pristine surface of the council table. His meticulously composed face contorted. His mouth opened, then closed. He reached out a trembling hand, his ornate rings glinting in the soft light, and gingerly touched the errant hair. It was undeniably real, and it was undeniably his. The other council members were, to a one, staring. Some had their hands clasped over their mouths, their eyes wide with suppressed mirth. The elderly archmage with the wild beard let out a low, rumbling chuckle that sounded suspiciously like an avalanche. Madame Alara, the woman who had dared to challenge Valerius earlier, simply raised a single, perfectly arched eyebrow, a faint, knowing smirk playing on her lips. Valerius, the embodiment of arcane dignity and impeccable presentation, was now faced with the irrefutable evidence of his own imperfection, delivered by an unseen force. His carefully constructed facade was beginning to crack. He stammered, This is some form of elemental disruption, a localized gust." Will, from his hidden vantage point, felt a surge of satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of outcome he relished. No grand explosion, no earth-shattering spell, just a single, embarrassing detail that undermined an entire persona. "August, Archmage," Madame Alara said, her voice deceptively soft. It seemed remarkably specific, almost as if it had a personal vendetta against the zenith of your coiffure. A collective murmur went through the council members. Valerius, his face flushing a deep shade of purple that almost matched his robes, snatched the offending hair from the table and, with a jerky motion, attempted to tuck it back into his impossibly sculpted hairstyle. But it was no use. The damage was done. The perfect symmetry was broken, and the air, which had been thick with Valerius's pronouncements, was now charged with an entirely different kind of energy. Amusement. Will knew his work here was done. He had made his point, not through direct confrontation, but through a subtle manipulation of circumstance. He had reminded the Archmage, and perhaps the entire council, that even the most powerful individuals are susceptible to the absurdities of life, and that sometimes the most profound statements are made not with thunderous declarations, but with a single, fallen strand of hair. He slipped away from his alcove, leaving the council to deal with the fallout of their archmage's suddenly less-than-perfect presentation. The city of Iridia, he realized, was full of such opportunities, small cracks in the grand facade where his own unique brand of magic could find purchase and perhaps bring a little much-needed levity to the loftiest of institutions. The great city was indeed a place of wonders, and Will was beginning to understand that some of its greatest wonders were the quiet, unassuming interventions that kept even the most self-important grounded. The aftermath of the fallen hair incident, as Will had anticipated, was a ripple of suppressed amusement that spread through the council chamber like a benevolent contagion. Valerius, still sputtering and attempting to smooth down his now undeniably imperfect coiffure, was the focal point. His indignant pronouncements about elemental purity were momentarily overshadowed by the stark visual of his disheveled grandeur. He attempted to regain control, his voice regaining some of its former booming quality, but the conviction was diminished, undermined by the rogue Strand and the knowing glances exchanged by his colleagues. "As I was saying," Valerius declared, his voice a little tighter than before, "the sanctity of the elemental arts cannot be compromised by trivial applications." He gestured emphatically, and Will noticed with a flicker of amusement that the previously fallen hair was now being held in place by a desperate, almost invisible application of some kind of grooming enchantment, a faint shimmering aura clinging to the defiant Strand. It was a valiant, if futile, effort. Will, from his discreet alcove, felt a familiar tingle of inspiration. The fallen hair was a good start, a subtle disruption. But Valerius's sheer, unadulterated self-importance, his absolute conviction in his own magnificence, and the purity of his arcane pursuits, deserved something more definitive, something that struck at the very heart of his vanity. And Valerius's hair, that gravity-defying monument, was clearly the undisputed pinnacle of that vanity. "The common folk," Valerius continued, his voice rising again, "lack the discipline, the vision, to wield such power responsibly. They see it as a tool for minor conveniences, for speeding the drying of their garments, for encouraging a reluctant sprout to unfurl its petals." He paced back and forth, his purple and gold robes swirling around him, the shimmering enchantment on his errant hair straining against the invisible forces of entropy Will had so subtly encouraged. Will felt a smile spread across his face, a genuine, unadulterated grin. Valerius was so consumed by his own rhetoric, so utterly convinced of his intellectual and aesthetic superiority, that he was blind to the truly significant shifts happening around him. He was projecting an aura of unassailable authority, but Will knew that true power, the kind that mattered, wasn't about booming pronouncements or immaculate hairstyles. It was about understanding the underlying currents, the subtle forces that could shape reality in unexpected ways. And Will, the craftsman of the almost imperceptible, was an absolute master of those currents. He wasn't interested in grand displays of elemental fury or earth-shattering incantations. His magic was about finesse, about nudging the scales of probability, about introducing just enough chaos into an ordered system to expose its inherent fragility. Valerius's hair, a triumph of magical engineering and sheer willpower, was a perfect target. It was an affront to the natural order, a testament to an ego that had clearly outgrown its physical container. As Valerius launched into another lengthy preamble about the sacred lineage of archmagehood, Will began to weave his intention. He didn't need a wand, nor did he need to chant arcane syllables. His magic was born of focus and understanding. He pictured the intricate web of enchantments that held Valerius's hair in its impossibly perfect configuration. He saw them not as solid barriers, but as delicate threads of magical energy, each one precisely tuned, each one contributing to the overall monumental structure. His spell, the baldening aura, wasn't a brute force assault. It was more insidious, more akin to a subtle poison introduced into a pristine water source. He focused his intent not on destroying the enchantments, but on subtly altering their resonant frequencies. He imagined them vibrating at a slightly different pitch, a pitch that was just incompatible with the sustained growth and structural integrity of human hair. It was a delicate dance, a matter of nudging, not shattering. He pictured the hair follicles themselves, the tiny biological engines responsible for producing each strand. The baldening aura, Will envisioned, would gently, imperceptibly whisper to these follicles. It would tell them that their purpose was diminished, that their time of prodigious output was drawing to a close. It wasn't an aggressive command. It was a suggestion, a gentle suggestion that would, over time, become an undeniable reality. Valerius, completely oblivious, was reaching the crescendo of his speech. And therefore, it is my considered, and indeed, my irrefutable opinion, that any and all unauthorized dabbling in elemental manipulation, however minor it may seem, must be met with the sternest disapproval. We must uphold the standards. We must maintain the integrity of the arcane arts. As he delivered this final, thunderous pronouncement, Will gave his magic a final, focused nudge. He didn't want an instant, dramatic transformation. That would be too obvious, too easily traced. No, this was about a slow, creeping realization, a dawning horror that would be far more satisfying. He imagined the magical resonance of the baldening aura spreading outwards from Valerius, a subtle field of influence designed to encourage a gentle, yet relentless, recession of hair. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Valerius basked in the silence that followed his pronouncement, clearly expecting a wave of acclamation. A few council members offered polite, albeit somewhat strained, applause. The elderly archmage with the cascading beard merely stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. Madame Alara maintained her inscrutable posture, her eyes fixed on Valerius with an unreadable intensity. Valerius, emboldened, took a deep, ostentatious breath. Indeed, he declared, puffing out his chest, his gravity-defying hair seeming to shimmer with an almost defiant grandeur. It is time for us to be bold. And then, something peculiar began to happen. It was so subtle, so easily dismissible, that Will himself had to concentrate to see it. The edges of Valerius's immaculate hairline, the carefully constructed ramparts of his follicular fortress, seemed to soften. The sharply defined boundary between scalp and hair began to blur, almost imperceptibly. Valerius, caught up in his own self-congratulation, didn't notice. He was too busy enjoying the adulation, or at least the polite deference he commanded. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of supreme confidence, and Will felt a slight tremor of amusement. That single errant strand, the one that had so dramatically detached itself earlier, was now attempting to reintegrate itself into the main structure, but seemed to be struggling, as if the very follicles that produced it were suddenly less enthusiastic about their work. The thinning, when it became apparent, was not a sudden shedding. It was more like a slow, inexorable retreat. The dense mass of Valerius's pompadour, which had previously seemed as solid as a granite monument, began to subtly diminish. Strands that had once stood at improbable angles now lay flatter, as if lacking the underlying vitality to maintain their impossible poses. The council members, however, were beginning to notice. Whispers began to ripple through the semicircle. Eyes, previously focused on Valerius's pronouncements, now darted to his head, then back to his face, a flicker of confusion and dawning disbelief in their depths. Valerius, still oblivious, was launching into a detailed explanation of the proposed new regulations regarding elemental cantrips. The proposed decree, he announced, his voice resonating with the authority of someone who believed he held the very keys to the universe, will establish a strict hierarchy of elemental application. No longer shall minor cantrips be used for frivolous purposes. Henceforth, all elemental manipulation must be directed towards objectives of significant arcane or societal import. As he spoke, the retreat became more pronounced. The once impenetrable fortress of his hair was visibly receding. The scalp, previously hidden beneath layers of meticulously styled locks, was beginning to make a shy, then bolder, appearance. It was as if the very foundations of his legendary coiffure were crumbling from within. One of the council members, a stern-faced woman whose name Will had not yet learned, audibly gasped. Her eyes, wide with astonishment, were fixed on Valerius's head. She nudged the archmage next to her, a man with a perpetually worried expression, and gestured frantically towards Valerius's scalp. Valerius, finally sensing a shift in the atmosphere, paused his speech. He felt a strange sensation, a lightness on his head that was entirely unfamiliar. He frowned, a shadow of unease crossing his otherwise imperious features. He reached up, his fingers still adorned with the rings that hummed with contained power, and touched his hair. His fingers brushed against scalp, not the thick, luxurious mat of hair he expected, but smooth, bare skin. His eyes widened. He ran his hand across his head again, this time with more urgency. Where there had been a solid mass of meticulously sculpted hair, there was now a distinctly noticeable thinning. The edges of his hairline were significantly further back than they had been mere moments ago, and the magnificent pompadour, the very symbol of his arcane authority and personal magnificence, seemed to be deflating like a pricked balloon. A collective murmur swept through the council chamber. The suppressed amusement of moments before exploded into open, if still somewhat cautious, disbelief. Faces contorted with a mixture of shock and profound, irrepressible mirth. The elderly archmage with a wild beard let out a snort that sounded suspiciously like a galloping horse. Madame Alara allowed herself a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Valerius's face, which had moments before been a mask of self-congratulatory authority, now contorted in a spectacular display of horrified realization. His jaw dropped. His eyes, wide and disbelieving, darted from face to face, searching for an explanation, for a shared sense of outrage or confusion. But all he saw were eyes filled with a dawning, unstoppable amusement. What is this?" he stammered, his voice a pathetic croak, so utterly unlike his usual booming pronouncements. He frantically patted his head, his movements becoming increasingly frantic and uncoordinated. The carefully constructed illusion of his magnificent hair was shattering before his very eyes. The deflation accelerated, a visible wave of thinning spreading outwards from the crown of his head. The baldening aura, while mused, was proving remarkably effective. It wasn't just thinning the hair, it was actively discouraging any attempt to regrow it, at least temporarily. It was like a magical embargo on follicular ambition. "My hair!" Valerius cried, his voice cracking with genuine panic. He tore at his scalp, his perfectly manicured fingernails scrabbling against his rapidly baring skin. The few remaining strands, once so proud and erect, now clung to his head like mournful, defeated flags. The golden threads woven into his robes seemed to mock the rapidly approaching baldness. The council members, unable to contain themselves any longer, erupted into a cacophony of gasps, chuckles, and outright laughter. Some buried their faces in their hands, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Others openly guffawed, their solemn expressions replaced by ones of unadulterated, childlike amusement. Valerius, the archmage of Viridia, the arbiter of arcane purity, the man whose hair was the stuff of legend, was rapidly becoming magnificently bald. The monument to his vanity had not just been shaken, it had been utterly demolished. He stood there, a picture of sputtering indignation and utter bewilderment, his once proud head gleaming in the soft, enchanted light of the council chamber. The celestial dome continued its silent, majestic dance, utterly unfazed by the unfolding comedic tragedy. "This is an outrage," Valerius sputtered, his voice barely audible above the din of laughter. He pointed a trembling finger at his own head. This is a violation, a direct assault on my person." Madame Alara, her composure regained, spoke with a voice that cut through the laughter like a finely honed blade, though a hint of amusement still laced her tone. "An assault, archmage? Or perhaps a forceful redirection of arcane energies? It appears, sir, that your own pronouncements on the purity of elemental forces have, shall we say, come full circle." Valerius glared at her, his eyes burning with a mixture of fury and humiliation. You dare to mock me?" "Mock you, archmage?" Another council member chimed in, a portly wizard with a booming laugh. "Nay, Valerius, we are merely observing the natural consequences of unchecked ambition." He punctuated this with another hearty laugh. Valerius clutched his head, the bare scalp gleaming under the light. The remnants of his legendary hair clung pathetically to the sides and back of his head, like a forgotten fringe on a billiard ball. He was a living testament to the absurdity of ego, a grand, imposing figure brought low by a simple, yet devastatingly effective, application of petty magic. Will, observing this magnificent spectacle from his hidden alcove, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was it. This was the pinnacle of his craft. Not destruction, not conquest, but the quiet, undeniable undermining of pretension. Valerius, so consumed by his own importance, had been humbled in the most visible and, dare he say, the most amusing way possible. The great city of Viridia, with its obsidian towers and arcane marvels, had just provided him with a moment of pure, unadulterated triumph. The lesson, he suspected, would not be easily forgotten. And as Valerius continued to stammer, lost in a vortex of mortification and outrage, Will knew that his journey through Viridia had only just begun, and there were undoubtedly many more opportunities for subtle, yet profoundly impactful, interventions awaiting him. The whispers of the council chamber, once hushed and full of suppressed mirth, had, by the time Will emerged from his discreet alcove, coalesced into a peculiar hum of interest that followed him like a well-intentioned, if slightly unnerving, shadow. The archmage Valerius, still attempting to salvage some semblance of dignity from his rapidly receding hairline, had predictably attempted to frame the entire incident as a minor, albeit irritating, anomaly, a blip on the radar of arcane purity. yet Will knew better. He had seen the sidelong glances, the barely concealed smirks, and the way certain council members, particularly those known for their more pragmatic and less ostentatious approaches to magic, had observed him with a newfound, discerning curiosity. His departure from the chamber was less a retreat and more a dignified egress, punctuated by the subtle, almost imperceptible shimmer of a minor ward he'd cast to ensure no one attempted to pat him on the back too vigorously. He found himself on the grand, polished obsidian steps leading away from the council building. The Viridian sun filtered through the city's omnipresent magical haze, casting long, dramatic shadows. It was then that the first approached. He recognized her instantly. Master Lyra Meadowlight, a name whispered with reverence in academic circles, was the Dean of Admissions for the esteemed Celestial Academy of Arcane Arts. Her robes were the color of a twilight sky, embroidered with constellations that seemed to shift and twinkle with their own internal light. She possessed an aura of serene intelligence, her silver hair meticulously braided and adorned with delicate, luminous pearls. She glided rather than walked, a testament to the subtle enchantments that likely permeated her very being. "Young man," she began, her voice as smooth and cool as a mountain stream, "your demonstration within the council chambers was most unusual." She paused, her keen, intelligent eyes, the color of deep amethyst, surveying him with an unnerving intensity. A most unconventional approach to destabilizing an opponent's composure. Will offered a polite, if slightly amused, inclination of his head. "Master Meadowlight, an honor. Though I believe destabilizing composure is a rather clinical description of a man's sudden and unexpected loss of his crowning glory." A faint smile touched her lips, the kind that suggested she understood more than she let on. "Indeed. But the method, young man, was what captured my attention. The subtle manipulation of foundational enchantments, the introduction of unintended resonance. It speaks to a mind that grasps the underlying architecture of magic, not merely its surface applications." She gestured with an elegantly long finger, pointing towards the impossibly tall, spired academy building that pierced the Viridian skyline like a needle of pure crystalline magic. The Celestial Academy prides itself on fostering innovation, on pushing the boundaries of what is understood. We believe in nurturing unique talents, even those that might appear unconventional. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a more conspiratorial tone. "We are prepared to offer you a full scholarship, Master Will, a place in our advanced theoretical thaumaturgy program. Imagine access to the grand archives, mentorship under archmage Solara herself, the opportunity to explore the very fabric of magical causality." She extended a hand, shimmering with latent power. "We see in you not merely a disruptor, but a potential architect of entirely new magical paradigms." Will's smile widened, a genuine, uninhibited grin this time. He found the entire situation wonderfully absurd. His magic, despite tradition as he privately termed it, a discipline focused on the subtle art of petty inconvenience and the exploitation of minor, yet deeply irritating magical flaws, was clearly being misinterpreted as some form of avant-garde theoretical breakthrough. "Master Meadowlight," he replied, his voice laced with genuine appreciation for the offer and the sheer comedy of it all. "Your generosity is overwhelming. The Celestial Academy is, without question, a beacon of arcane knowledge. However," and here he paused, letting the weight of his carefully chosen words hang in the air, "my path lies elsewhere. I am deeply committed to the principles of the Spite tradition. Its focus on practical, everyday disruptions holds a unique appeal for me. I find greater satisfaction in the subtle art of causing a perfectly styled pompadour to recalibrate than in delving into the abstract theories of magical causality. While your offer is indeed prestigious, I must respectfully decline." Master Meadowlight's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her composed features. "But the theoretical implications are boundless. The understanding you could gain." "The understanding I gain," Will interrupted gently, is in observing the precise moment a nobleman realizes his enchanted socks are now permanently stuck to the floor. Or when a mage, boasting of his impenetrable shielding, suddenly finds his carefully woven spell unraveling due to a minor, yet persistent, infestation of magically inclined dust bunnies. He chuckled. My magic is about the application of inconvenience, Master Meadowlight. The tangible, often exasperating results. Theoretical power is all well and good, but a perfectly timed magical stub toe? That, my dear Dean, is art. He bowed again. Thank you, nonetheless, for recognizing my unconventional talents. As Master Meadowlight retreated, her twilight robes swirling with a hint of bewilderment, another figure approached. This one was considerably more robust. Archmage Stonefist, head of the Ironclad College of Battle Magic, was a man built like a mountain, his beard braided with strands of actual iron, and his eyes twinkling with a boisterous energy. His presence radiated raw power, the kind that could shatter mountains and melt steel. Ho there, lad, Boren boomed, his voice resonating with the power of a thunderclap. He clapped Will on the shoulder, a gesture that nearly sent him stumbling. Heard tell of what you did to old Valerius. Magnificent, utterly magnificent. He let out a hearty laugh, slapping his thigh, showed that pompous peacock a thing or two about humility. We at the Ironclad College appreciate a good, solid disruption. We teach our students to break things, to dismantle defenses, to bring down opposition with overwhelming force. He leaned in, his voice dropping slightly, though it still carried the weight of a battering ram. We could use a mind like yours, lad. We've got a new initiative, applied subterfuge in siege warfare. Imagine it, using your knack to sow chaos behind enemy lines, sabotage their siege engines, jam their communication spells, make their rations taste like spoiled goblin feet. He grinned, revealing a set of teeth that looked more like polished pebbles than human dentition. We'll give you a full suite of magical armaments, access to our enchanted forge, and a position of significant advisory capacity. We'll make you the bane of every fortress wall from here to the Obsidian Peaks. Will found himself smiling again. Boren Stonefist's vision of magic was as direct and unsubtle as the man himself. It was a world of raw power, of brute force, of shattering wards and obliterating obstacles. His particular brand of art involved less artistic nuance and more outright destruction. Archmage Stonefist, Will began, his tone respectful but firm. Your offer is as bold and formidable as your name suggests. The Ironclad College's reputation for turning raw power into tangible results is legendary. And the idea of making enemy rations taste like spoiled goblin feet, it has a certain undeniable charm. Boren beamed. See? You get it, lad. Practical magic. That's what we're about. However, Will continued, the familiar caveat preparing to take flight. My particular inclination is not towards dismantling fortresses, but rather towards ensuring the drawbridge perpetually gets stuck in the down position. Or perhaps causing all the sentries' helmets to spontaneously develop an insatiable craving for particularly pungent cheese. My magic lies in the realm of persistent annoyance, not outright demolition. He held up his hands in a placating gesture. The Ironclad College is for those who wish to break the chains. I, on the other hand, am more interested in ensuring those chains are perpetually tangled and incredibly difficult to untangle. For that, I must respectfully decline. Boren grumbled, stroking his iron-braided beard. Tangled chains, Well, if you ever change your mind, lad, you know where to find us. We appreciate a good, solid annoyance, too, just usually with more explosions involved. He gave Will a final, hearty clap on the back, this time managing to keep Will more or less upright. Good luck with your peculiar pursuits. The day continued in a similar vein. Representatives from the Verdant Conservatory of Nature Magic, who offered him a position studying the disruption of fungal growth patterns and the selective wilting of prize-winning flora. The Luminary Guild of Illusionists, who saw his talent for creating visual anomalies as a potential gateway to unparalleled performance art and deeply unsettling propaganda. Even the secretive Obsidian Order of Abjuration, known for their mastery of defensive magic, expressed an interest in how he might subtly undermine the integrity of an enemy's protective wards from the inside out. Each offer was framed in terms of his unique ability to circumvent established magical protocols, to introduce elements of chaos into meticulously ordered systems. Each was a testament to the fact that his lack of conventional magical prowess, his adherence to the seemingly trivial spite tradition, was precisely what made him so intriguing to the established magical institutions. They saw his subtle interventions not as petty pranks, but as sophisticated applications of disruptive theory. Will politely, and with genuine amusement, declined them all. He explained, with unwavering sincerity, that his commitment to the spite tradition was absolute. He found a profound satisfaction in the small, everyday inconveniences, the magical equivalence of finding a pebble in your shoe or discovering your favorite quill has mysteriously shed all its ink. He wasn't interested in grand pronouncements or earth-shattering displays of power. He was interested in the quiet, insidious erosion of comfort, the subtle unraveling of predictability. You see, he explained to a particularly earnest representative from the whispering archives of divination, who had offered him a role in predicting minor misfortunes, the true power lies not in foreseeing a cataclysm, but in ensuring that when one attempts to make tea, the kettle always boils dry, or that any newly polished surface, no matter how meticulously cleaned, will spontaneously acquire a single, perfectly placed smudge. The grand prophecies are for others. My domain is the realm of the perpetually irritating. He understood the irony, of course. He, who shunned the traditional pathways of arcane power, was being courted by the very institutions that defined them. He was a disruptive force, and in their eyes, disruptive force was the ultimate expression of innovation. They saw potential for paradigm shifts. He saw an opportunity to perfect the art of making someone's shoelaces mysteriously tie themselves into impossible knots just as they were about to depart. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the Viridian sky in hues of fiery orange and bruised purple, Wolf finally found a moment of quiet reflection. He had navigated the prestigious offers and weathered the petty rejections with a smile. He was an anomaly in a city of marvels, a craftsman of the mundane turned magical, and he wouldn't trade his perfectly placed magical annoyances for all the theoretical thaumaturgy in Viridia. His path, though unconventional, was uniquely his own, and for now, that was more than enough. Despite tradition, it seemed, had a surprisingly broad appeal, even if its practitioners were few and its practitioners' ambitions were small, and wonderfully, gloriously irritating. The city of Viridia, a sprawling metropolis where magic was as commonplace as cobblestones and gossip, had a peculiar way of bestowing its adoration. It wasn't the archmages with their world-altering incantations, nor the valiant knights who defended its shimmering spires, who truly captured the city's whimsical heart. No, in Viridia, fame often bloomed from the most unexpected and occasionally embarrassing of circumstances. And for Will, a practitioner of the subtly irksome, the spite tradition, this was proving to be an infinitely more entertaining form of renown than any grand pronouncement of power. His recent, shall we say, disruptive appearance at the council chambers had, like a particularly stubborn magical stain, refused to be scrubbed away. While the archmage Valerius still visibly winced at the mere mention of his suddenly and inexplicably reconfigured coiffure, Will found himself the subject of hushed, delighted conversations in taverns, the marketplace, and even, he suspected with a thrill of amusement, the gossipy corridors of the very institutions that had tried to recruit him. He hadn't saved Viridia from a dragon, nor had he unearthed an ancient artifact of immense power. Instead, he had orchestrated a magnificent, albeit minor, public humiliation for a pompous archmage. And in the grand, often overly serious tapestry of Viridian society, this was the very thread that sparked true, widespread delight. The whispers weren't of his arcane prowess, for his magic was too subtle, too inconvenient to be easily understood by those accustomed to pyrotechnics and world-shattering spells. Instead, they spoke of the man who could make the impeccably tailored robes of a haughty guild master suddenly feel 2 sizes too small, or whose mere presence could cause a meticulously balanced stack of expensive rare spell books to spontaneously cascade to the floor. He was the phantom behind the sudden, inexplicable appearance of mismatched socks on the feet of visiting dignitaries during important diplomatic functions. He was the unseen hand that made the normally unwavering grip of a duelist feel as slick as an oiled eel, rendering their perfectly honed blade utterly useless against a lesser opponent. His fame wasn't etched in stone monuments or sung by bards in heroic ballads. It was a vibrant, living thing, woven from shared laughter and knowing glances. It was the secret handshake of those who appreciated a bit of levity, a splash of absurdity, at the expense of the city's ever-present elite. The common folk, weary of the grand pronouncements and the weighty pronouncements of power, found a kindred spirit in Will. He was their champion, not of their physical safety, but of their collective sanity, offering a much-needed dose of reality. Or rather, a dose of delightful unreality that poked holes in the puffed-up egos of the powerful. He had become, in essence, the trickster adept, the master of the inconvenient. One afternoon, while enjoying a rather bland, yet blessedly uncomplicated pastry at a small stall in the artisan's quarter, a small boy, no older than 7, approached him. The boy's eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and trepidation. He clutched a small, crudely carved wooden bird in his grubby hands. Are you the one?" the boy whispered, his voice barely audible above the clamor of the market. Will Midchew swallowed his pastry with practiced ease. He offered the boy a gentle smile. "The one for what, young sir?" The boy's eyes darted around nervously before he leaned in, his breath smelling faintly of sugared figs. "The one who made Councilman Thorne's prize peacock suddenly decide it preferred to strut with a rather unfortunate limp, and that its magnificent tail feathers all turned a rather shocking shade of puce." Will's smile widened, a genuine, unadulterated beam. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a small, gleaming copper coin, its surface etched with a minuscule, almost imperceptible, dancing sprite. "I believe," Will said, his voice a low, conspiratorial murmur, "that I am the one. And this," he pressed the coin into the boy's hand, "is for your excellent taste in magical observations. Keep it safe. It might just cause your next drawing to spontaneously acquire a rather charming, if slightly out of place, dragon." The boy's face lit up like a freshly enchanted lantern. He clutched the coin and the wooden bird, gave a gap-toothed grin, and scurried away, presumably to share his newfound treasure and his even more newfound understanding of the world's subtle, magical absurdities with his friends. This, Will mused, was a far more satisfying form of recognition than any honorary degree or public commendation. It was a testament to his craft, a quiet acknowledgement of his unique brand of magical artistry. He wasn't just a mage. He was a curator of minor calamities, a maestro of the mundane mishap. Later that week, while navigating the bustling docks, he overheard 2 burly dockworkers discussing a recent incident involving a notoriously arrogant merchant captain. Captain Silas Sea Serpent Sterling, a man whose ego was as inflated as a ship's sails, had apparently suffered a most ignominious fate. His latest shipment of exquisite unblemished pearls, destined for the royal jewelers, had arrived in Viridia, distinctly less exquisite. "Can you believe it?" one dockworker boomed, his voice a gravelly rumble. "Every single pearl turned into a common clam." His companion, a wiry man with a suspicious squint, nodded emphatically. "Aye, Sterling was purple in the face, I tell ya, screaming about how his reputation was ruined, how no one would ever trust his word again. And all because, so the story goes, his own lucky enchanted compass started pointing directly at the bottom of the deepest ocean trench, as if beckoning him to drown his sorrows." Will, leaning against a stack of crates, a picture of innocent bystander contemplation, allowed himself a small, internal chuckle. He remembered the incident vividly. a simple yet effective application of elemental reversal magic, targeting the very essence of value that Sterling so desperately clung to. The compass, a supposedly foolproof navigational aid, had merely been given a more philosophical direction. It was a perfect example of how the most potent magic often lay not in overwhelming force, but in subtle redirection. The dockworkers continued their animated conversation, their voices carrying Will's name, not as a hero, but as a legend of a different sort. "They say it's that old fella," the first worker said, his voice lowered in a conspiratorial tone. "The one who makes the nobles' hats feel like they're trying to escape their heads. Or the one who makes sure the finest silks always snag on the nearest sharp object." "Aye, the trickster adept," the second agreed, a grin spreading across his weathered face. "He's a good sort, if you ask me. Always picks on the ones who deserve it. My old mom, bless her soul, she says he's just making sure the universe keeps a sense of humor." This sentiment, that he was simply ensuring the universe maintained its sense of humor, resonated deeply with Will. It was a far cry from the lofty pronouncements of arcane guardians and the solemn vows of magical order. He wasn't a savior. He was a jester, a purveyor of delightful chaos, and the city, in its own unique way, embraced him for it. His reputation grew in subtle, yet pervasive ways. The baker who found his sourdough starter inexplicably developing a penchant for singing sea shanties. The notoriously stingy moneylender whose coin purse began to emit a faint, yet persistent, boss sound every time he tried to count his ill-gotten gains. The fashionably flamboyant poet whose inkwell developed an unfortunate habit of producing only the color of dried mud. Each incident, while minor in the grand scheme of things, added another brushstroke to the portrait of the trickster adept that Viridia was collectively painting. He found himself a subject of speculative whispers in the very places he had politely, yet firmly, declined offers from. The Celestial Academy, where Master Meadowlight likely pondered the theoretical implications of making a perfectly balanced spell cascade into a flurry of butterfly confetti. The Ironclad College, where Archmage Stonefist might be secretly amused by the notion of an entire battalion of siege engines suddenly developing an intense, unshakable phobia of squirrels. Even the secretive Obsidian Order, known for their stoic adherence to defensive protocols, might find a grudging respect for the sheer ingenuity of causing a magically reinforced door to spontaneously develop a squeak that sounded suspiciously like a dying mouse. Will, however, remained steadfast in his personal philosophy. His magic was not about destruction, nor was it about grand displays of power. It was about the meticulous, artful application of inconvenience. It was about understanding the subtle cracks in the facade of order and gently, irrevocably, widening them. He was the antithesis of the dramatic magical hero. He was the quiet, persistent force that reminded everyone, from the loftiest archmage to the humblest street vendor, that even in a city brimming with magic, life could still be wonderfully, hilariously, unpredictable. One evening, as he strolled through the moonlit gardens, a place usually reserved for hushed romantic encounters and contemplative strolls, he encountered a small gathering of citizens. They weren't the city's elite, nor its wealthy merchants. They were artisans, shopkeepers, laborers, the everyday people of Iridia. They had gathered around a street performer, a juggler whose act was usually rather mundane. But tonight, something was different. As the juggler tossed his flaming torches, they didn't just arc through the air, they danced. They wove intricate patterns, creating ephemeral sculptures of light that shimmered and shifted, forming fantastical beasts and celestial bodies before dissolving into the night. The crowd gasped, then cheered, their faces illuminated by the magical inferno. Will paused, a bemused expression on his face. He knew that particular brand of fire conjuring. It was usually rather pedestrian. But this was something else entirely. He watched as the juggler, a young man with a smudge of soot on his cheek and a look of bewildered delight on his face, took a bow. As the crowd dispersed, still buzzing with excitement, Will approached the juggler. An impressive performance, Will commented, his voice soft. Your control over the flames tonight was exceptional. The juggler flushed, his eyes wide. I don't know what happened, sir. One moment I was just doing my usual act, and the next, well, the flames just seemed to know what to do on their own. They seemed inspired. Will simply smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. He reached into his pouch and withdrew a small, intricately folded piece of parchment. He handed it to the juggler. Perhaps this will inspire your future performances. It's a simple enchantment designed to enhance creative expression. Just be warned, he added with a wink. It has a tendency to make the audience erupt into spontaneous poetry recitations. It can be quite dramatic. As he walked away, leaving the juggler staring at the parchment with a mixture of confusion and eager anticipation, Will reflected on the nature of his own fame. It wasn't about grand gestures, but about the subtle nudges, the whispers of magic that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, the mundane into the memorable. He was the trickster adept, and in the heart of Viridia, that was a title more valuable and infinitely more amusing than any other. His legend was growing, not through deeds of heroism, but through the glorious, widespread, and deeply satisfying inconveniences he brought to those who most deserved them. And for Will, that was a kind of fame worth cherishing. Chapter 7. Duels of Disruption. The polished greaves of Sir Reginald the Stern gleamed under the Viridian sun, reflecting the stern, unyielding expression on the knight's face. He stood before the esteemed Hall of Records, a structure so monumentally bland it seemed designed to absorb all joy from its immediate vicinity. It was here, amidst the hushed reverence for bureaucratic order, that Sir Reginald had chosen to issue his challenge. His armor, meticulously polished to the point of blinding absurdity, seemed to hum with righteous indignation. His sword, Justice, a blade rumored to have once sliced through a magically animated anvil with a single disgusted swipe, was drawn and held with the grim certainty of a man about to perform a necessary, albeit unpleasant, chore. Reginald, you see, was a knight of the old school, a school that believed firmly in honor, duty, and the absolute crushing of anything that dared to deviate from a sensible, knightly path. He was a man of stern pronouncements and even sterner haircuts, a veritable monument to martial virtue and a complete and utter stranger to mirth. The recent happenings in Viridia had not merely ruffled his perfectly starched tunic, they had caused it to experience a full-blown existential crisis. Councilman Thorne's puce-faced peacock, a travesty against avian dignity. Captain Sterling's pearls-turned clams, an affront to honest commerce. The singing sourdough starter, an abomination against the very principles of baking. These are not the acts of a proper mage. They were the pranks of a jester, a fool, a disruptor. And Sir Reginald, as the self-appointed guardian of Viridia's solemnity, could not stand idly by. He had, of course, sought out the perpetrator. Will, the trickster adept, as he was increasingly known in the taverns and marketplaces, was apparently easy enough to find. Not because Will made any effort to be visible, but because Reginald's own formidable reputation preceded him, acting as a rather effective beacon for anyone who might have incurred his wrath. Will, it turned out, was in the process of admiring a rather intricately carved gargoyle on a less than prestigious building, presumably contemplating its potential for spontaneous existential dread, when the formidable knight finally located him. Will, Sir Reginald's voice boomed, cutting through the ambient city noise like a particularly sharp shard of ice. It was the kind of voice that made pigeons scatter and small children instinctively check if their trousers were securely fastened. You, sir, are the source of these shenanigans. Will turned, a slow, almost lazy unfolding of his limbs. He offered a polite, if slightly bewildered, nod. Sir Reginald, is it not? To what do I owe the honor of this rather emphatic greeting? He gestured vaguely at the drawn sword. I trust Justice hasn't decided to have a particularly bad day. Reginald's jaw tightened. He clearly didn't appreciate the levity. Do not mock me, trickster. Your pathetic displays of petty magic have caused undue distress and a general erosion of decorum amongst the city's finest citizens. The esteemed Councilman Thorne is still attempting to explain the puce plumage to visiting dignitaries. Captain Sterling has had to rebrand his entire pearl importing business as artisanal bivalve acquisitions. And as for the singing bread, he shuddered. It is an outrage. Will blinked, genuinely amused. I confess, Sir Reginald, I hadn't realized my creative embellishments had had such a far-reaching impact. One tries to bring a little sparkle, a little unexpectedness to the everyday. Apparently, I've succeeded beyond my wildest expectations. Sparkle, Reginald scoffed, the sound like stones grinding together. It is chaos. It is an insult to the structured beauty of proper magical discipline. You employ your trivial talents to undermine the very foundations of order. Well, I, Sir Reginald the Stern, will not permit it to continue. He took a step forward, his armored boots clanking ominously. I challenge you, Will, to a duel. A duel to the death. Will raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. To the death, you say? That does seem rather extreme for a matter of singing bread and discolored peacocks. Are you quite sure you wouldn't prefer a friendly magical bake-off, perhaps judged by a panel of entirely neutral squirrels? Reginald's face flushed a furious crimson, a hue that, while noted with detached interest, was rather more becoming than puce. There will be no jesting. I shall demonstrate the futility of your spiteful sorcery against true martial might. I will run you through, and the city will be cleansed of your disruptive presence. He puffed out his chest, the polished metal of his cuirass catching the light. I am Sir Reginald, wielder of justice, champion of order. You, sir, are a menace. Will finally let out a soft chuckle, the sound remarkably devoid of malice. A duel, then? Very well. But I must warn you, Sir Reginald, my brand of disruption is not easily amenable to the traditional rules of combat. I have no desire to kill you, nor do I particularly enjoy the prospect of being run through. However, I am always open to exploring new applications of my craft. Where and when do you propose this final, dramatic confrontation shall take place? Reginald, clearly enused to such calm acceptance of his challenge, seemed momentarily thrown. He recovered quickly, however. Tomorrow, at dawn, in the Grand Arena, the city will bear witness to the humbling of the trickster adept. He turned on his heel, his cape billowing with a theatrical flourish that will found rather charmingly overwrought. Prepare yourself, Will, for I shall show you what true power looks like. As the knight marched away, radiating an aura of self-importance that could have powered a small city, Will watched him go, a thoughtful expression on his face. A duel against Sir Reginald the Stern. This was shaping up to be far more interesting than he had anticipated. Reginald was a formidable opponent, a master of conventional combat, a man whose very being was forged in the crucible of straightforward, no-nonsense fighting. He was utterly unprepared for magic that didn't involve hurled fireballs or summoned demons. He was unprepared for magic that turned his sword into a rubber chicken or made his boots develop an uncontrollable urge to tap dance. Will, for his part, had no intention of humbling anyone, least of all Sir Reginald. He admired the knight's dedication, even if it was tragically misplaced. He also, truth be told, rather enjoyed the prospect of confounding such an unyielding personality. Reginald's polished armor, his sharp sword, his unshakable conviction, these were all magnificent targets for a well-placed, utterly ridiculous, magical intervention. He imagined Reginald, at dawn, marching into the arena, justice gleaming, his gaze fixed and unwavering. He would expect Will to be cowering, or perhaps attempting some half-hearted, ineffective spell. He would expect a clear, decisive victory. And Will, in his own inimitable way, was determined to deliver a victory, just not one that Sir Reginald would ever expect or ever truly comprehend. The challenge had been issued, and the stage was set for a duel that Viridia would not soon forget, though perhaps not for the reason Sir Reginald so sternly envisioned. The Grand Arena, usually a place of blood and thunder, was about to become a stage for something far more inconveniently amusing. The following morning dawned, as dawn is wont to do, with a certain reluctance. The sky, a canvas of bruised purples and pale oranges, seemed to hold its breath, as if sensing the absurdity about to unfold. Will, having enjoyed a rather satisfyingly mundane breakfast of fried eggs and slightly burnt toast, made his way to the grand arena. He wore his usual attire, simple, practical clothes that blended into the background, offering no hint of the magical chaos he was about to unleash. He carried no visible arcane implements, no staff, no grimoire. His only adornment was a faint, almost imperceptible twinkle in his eye. The grand arena was already buzzing with activity. A crowd, a mixture of the city's elite and its more adventurous common folk, had gathered, eager to witness the downfall of the trickster adept. They whispered amongst themselves, a low hum of anticipation, their faces etched with a mixture of morbid curiosity and genuine concern for the knight who dared to face Will on his own, albeit unconventional, terms. Sir Reginald stood at the center of the arena, a magnificent, if slightly over-armored, figure. His polished steel armor reflected the early light, making him appear almost incandescent. Justice, the legendary sword, was held aloft, its keen edge glinting. He looked every inch the valiant knight, the embodiment of martial prowess. He exuded an aura of unshakable confidence, a man utterly certain of his impending victory. He was ready for a fight, ready for a kill. He was, however, entirely, spectacularly unprepared for a dance. The herald, a portly man with a voice that strained to reach the back rows, cleared his throat. Esteemed citizens of Iridia, today we witness a confrontation of unusual circumstances. On this side, the stalwart defender of order, the unyielding blade of justice, Sir Reginald the Stern. A smattering of polite applause. Reginald bowed stiffly, his gaze fixed and unwavering. And on this side, the herald continued, his voice dropping slightly, as if unsure how to properly introduce the next contestant. The perpetrator of peculiar phenomena, the architect of amusing inconveniences, Will. A wave of murmuring swept through the crowd. This was it, the moment of reckoning. Will, with a disarming ease that belied the gravity of the situation, stepped into the arena. He didn't strut or pose. He simply walked, his gaze sweeping over the assembled spectators, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He stopped a respectful distance from Sir Reginald, his hands clasped loosely behind his back. Reginald's expression remained as stern as his name implied. He eyed Will with disdain, his grip tightening on justice. So, trickster, you have chosen to face me. A wise decision, though ultimately futile. Prepare to meet your end. Will offered a small, almost apologetic smile. Sir Reginald, I truly do not wish to meet my end. Or yours, for that matter. Perhaps we could, as I suggested, find a more harmonious resolution. For instance, I could enchant your armor to hum a soothing lullaby whenever you feel the urge to charge into battle without due consideration. Reginald roared, a sound of pure, unadulterated indignation. Lullabies? Armor that hums. You mock me. This is your final defiance? Very well. He raised Justice higher. Let the duel commence. And then, something truly peculiar happened. As Sir Reginald launched himself forward, his massive form a blur of polished steel, Will didn't dodge, didn't counter, didn't even raise his hands defensively. Instead, he smiled, a broad, genuine, utterly unhinged smile. And he danced. It wasn't a complex dance, not a choreographed spectacle. It was a series of small, seemingly spontaneous movements. A slight hop, a gentle sway, a flourish of the hands. To the uninitiated, it looked like it was simply skipping. But to those who understood the subtler arts of Viridian magic, it was something far more profound. As Will's foot tapped, Sir Reginald's perfectly polished sabatons suddenly felt sticky. As he swayed, his normally impeccable balance wavered, as if the very ground beneath him had become subtly uneven. And as Will's hands moved, the air around Reginald began to shimmer, not with arcane energy, but with an irresistible urge to move. Sir Reginald, mid-charge, found himself inexplicably doing a little jig. His mighty stride faltered, his momentum disrupted not by a physical blow, but by an overwhelming desire to tap his feet. His stern expression twisted into one of utter confusion. What is this?" he sputtered, his powerful lunge dissolving into an awkward shuffle. The crowd gasped. Then a ripple of laughter began to spread, tentative at first, then growing into a wave of mirth. Sir Reginald, the paragon of stern knighthood, was dancing. Will continued his gentle, almost playful, movements. He wasn't attacking. He was simply adding a rhythm to the proceedings. As Reginald attempted to regain his composure, Will would spin, and Reginald's cape would unexpectedly unfurl, wrapping itself around him like an amorous scarf. Will would twirl, and Justice, the fearsome blade, would inexplicably begin to hum a jaunty, upbeat tune, its keen edge vibrating with an infectious rhythm. "Stop this infernal jigging," Reginald bellowed, his voice now laced with desperation. He tried to swing Justice, but his arm felt strangely heavy, as if burdened by an unseen weight. Each attempt to strike was met with Will's evasive, yet strangely compelling, movements. It wasn't avoidance in the traditional sense, it was more like dancing around the inevitable. Will, seeing the knight's increasing distress, decided to escalate the absurdity. He took a small, almost imperceptible step forward, and as he did, Sir Reginald's armor began to emit a series of loud, resonant boing sounds, like a giant, disgruntled spring. The more Reginald struggled, the more his armor protested, each movement punctuated by a new, ridiculous noise. His stern resolve was being chipped away by a symphony of silliness. "This is witchcraft," Reginald roared, his face now a deep shade of purple, rivaling Councilman Thorne's peacock. He lunged again, his movements jerky and uncoordinated, a far cry from his earlier, fearsome charge. Will sidestepped with the grace of a dancer, and as he did, a faint, ethereal mist began to rise from the arena floor. It wasn't a dangerous fog. It was a mist that smelled faintly of lavender and cotton candy. And within it, tiny, sparkling sprites, no bigger than gnats, began to appear, flitting around Sir Reginald and giggling with high-pitched, tinkling laughter. The crowd was in stitches. The elite, who had come expecting to see Will's magic utterly dismantled, were now doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down their faces. The common folk, who had always appreciated Will's unique brand of chaos, were roaring with delight. Sir Reginald, the man of stern pronouncements and unyielding seriousness, was being utterly, irrevocably, and hilariously defeated. He tried to focus, to block out the ridiculous sounds and the maddening dance. He gritted his teeth and swung Justice with all his might, aiming for the spot where Will had been a moment before. But Will wasn't there. Instead, Reginald's sword met nothing. Or rather, it met an illusion. A perfect, shimmering replica of Will that dissolved into 1,000 floating rose petals upon impact. The real Will, meanwhile, had subtly altered his position. He was now standing just behind Sir Reginald, and with a gentle tap of his foot, the knight's finely crafted boots suddenly developed a pronounced, uncontrollable wobble. Reginald stumbled, arms flailing, attempting to regain his balance. His polished greaves clanked against each other, creating a rhythm that was somehow both comical and pathetic. "Enough!" Reginald finally cried out, collapsing on one knee, his armor groaning and squeaking in protest. He looked up at Will, his stern expression replaced by one of utter bewilderment and a grudging, almost imperceptible hint of grudging respect. What manner of magic is this?" Will offered a gentle smile, the twinkle in his eye brighter than ever. He walked slowly towards the kneeling knight, his movements calm and unhurried. "It is the magic of inconvenience, Sir Reginald, the magic of redirection. The magic that reminds us that even the most polished steel can be made to dance, and the sternest heart can be swayed by a touch of the absurd. He extended a hand. "You are a formidable warrior, Sir Reginald. Your dedication to order is admirable. But perhaps, just perhaps, the universe sometimes requires a little unraveling, a little less sternness, and a little more spontaneous song and dance." Sir Reginald stared at the offered hand, then at Will's impossibly cheerful face. He was defeated, utterly, undeniably, and in the most ridiculous fashion imaginable, defeated. He let out a long, weary sigh that was punctuated by a mournful squeak from his elbow joint. He took Will's hand, and with a grunt, allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. The crowd erupted into a thunderous applause, a roar of approval that echoed through the arena. They hadn't come to see a knight vanquish a trickster. They had come to see the power of absurdity triumph over unyielding rigidity, and Will had delivered in spectacular fashion. Sir Reginald, the stern, stood there, his armor still emitting the occasional boing, and his boots wobbling precariously, a living testament to the fact that even the most straightforward of duels could be transformed into an unforgettable and utterly hilarious spectacle. Will, the trickster adept, had once again proven that sometimes the most powerful magic of all was the magic that simply made you laugh. And for Sir Reginald, it seemed his stern facade had just sprung a very significant, very musical leak. The crisp morning air, usually alive with the clamor of dawn's awakening, seemed to hold its breath, an unspoken anticipation for the spectacle about to unfold. The grand arena, a colossal amphitheater carved from obsidian and scarred with the echoes of countless contests, was abuzz. Sunlight, still shy and tinged with the pale gold of early morning, slanted across the sands, highlighting the dust motes dancing in the expectant stillness. A throng of Viridia's citizens, from the silk-clad nobles perched precariously on the upper tiers to the common folk packed shoulder to shoulder on the lower benches, had gathered, their hushed murmurs alow, expectant hum. They were here to witness a clash of ideals, a battle between unwavering order and whimsical chaos, embodied by Sir Reginald the Stern and Will, the trickster adept. At the arena's center stood Sir Reginald, a formidable silhouette against the rising sun. His armor, polished to a blinding sheen, seemed to absorb and reflect the light, making him appear almost ethereal, a knight forged from pure, unyielding conviction. His sword, Justice, gleamed ominously, its formidable length held aloft, a silent promise of swift, decisive action. He radiated an aura of absolute confidence, the unshakable certainty of a man who had never known anything but straightforward victory. Every fiber of his being was attuned to the primal dance of combat, every muscle primed for the charge. He was a weapon, honed and ready. He was, however, utterly, gloriously unprepared for anything that involved a sudden urge to hum. The designated herald, a man whose impressive girth seemed to dwarf his booming voice, cleared his throat with the sound of gravel tumbling down a chute. "Esteemed citizens of Viridia," he announced, his voice cracking slightly on the exertion. "Today we gather for a confrontation most unique. On this side, the bastion of rectitude, the unwavering bulwark of law, the indomitable Sir Reginald the Stern." A ripple of polite, respectful applause followed, a perfunctory acknowledgement of Reginald's formidable reputation. The knight responded with a stiff, almost imperceptible nod, his gaze fixed, his expression etched with the gravity of his self-appointed mission. "And on this side," the herald continued, his tone shifting to one of hesitant bewilderment, as if introducing a particularly perplexing breed of insect, "we have the architect of amusement, the purveyor of peculiar outcomes, the notorious Will." A wave of intrigue murmuring swept through the crowd, a shared curiosity about the mage who dared to challenge the knight on his own terms, yet with entirely different rules. Will, with a disarming nonchalance that belied the electric tension crackling in the air, stepped into the arena. He wore no armor, no ostentatious robes, just simple, practical attire that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His hands were clasped loosely behind his back, and a faint, almost mischievous smile played on his lips. He moved with an easy grace, a stark contrast to Reginald's rigid preparedness. He stopped a few paces away from the knight, his gaze sweeping over the assembled faces, a subtle amusement dancing in his eyes. Reginald's jaw tightened, his stern visage a mask of grim determination. He eyed Will with an almost palpable disdain. "So, trickster," he intoned, his voice a low rumble that promised retribution. "You have chosen to face me. A fool's errand, but one I shall gladly see to its bitter end. Prepare yourself for the unraveling of your petty illusions." Will offered a small, apologetic shrug. "Sir Reginald, I assure you, my aim is not to unravel anything, least of all your impressive composure. Perhaps we could reconsider this rather violent disagreement? I could, for instance, enchant your helmet to whisper flattering compliments directly into your ear. Imagine the boost to morale." Reginald's face, already a shade of stern gray, darkened further. "Flattery? Compliments? You dare to mock my solemn purpose with such inanity." His voice rose, echoing across the arena. "This is your last chance to repent, sorcerer. Cease this foolishness and face your fate." He raised justice, its polished surface catching the nascent sunlight, a beacon of impending doom. "Let the duel commence." And then it happened. Sir Reginald, with a roar that shook the very foundations of the arena, launched himself forward. His charge was a magnificent spectacle of martial prowess, a blur of polished steel and unwavering intent. His sword, Justice, arced through the air, a gleaming sliver of death aimed directly at Will's heart. But Will didn't flinch. He didn't block. He didn't even move out of the way. Instead, he smiled, a wide, open, utterly disarming smile, and he danced. It wasn't a grand ballet, no intricate choreography designed to awe. It was a series of small, fluid, almost involuntary movements. A gentle sway of his hips, a subtle shift of his weight, a flourish of his hand, as if conducting an unseen orchestra. To the casual observer, it looked like Will was simply enjoying the morning. But to those who possessed even a rudimentary understanding of Viridian magic, it was a masterpiece of subtle disruption. As Will swayed, Sir Reginald's mighty charge seemed to hit an invisible, yet remarkably effective, snag. The ground beneath the knight's perfectly articulated greaves, moments before solid and dependable, suddenly felt as slick as a greased-up river troll. His feet, accustomed to the reassuring bite of the arena's sand, slid and skittered. His powerful, earth-shattering stride faltered, replaced by a series of awkward, ungraceful lurches. His stern expression contorted into one of sheer, unadulterated bafflement. "What in the—" he sputtered, his momentum dissipating like mist in a strong wind. His charge had devolved into a clumsy, uncoordinated stumble. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, quickly followed by a hesitant titter. The titter grew, gaining momentum like a runaway boulder, until it erupted into a wave of unrestrained laughter. Sir Reginald, the paragon of ponderous prowess, the very embodiment of stoic solemnity, was sliding. His armor, designed for the brutal realities of combat, was ill-equipped for this particular brand of magical slapstick. Will, continuing his gentle, almost meditative dance, seemed to amplify the effect with each subtle movement. He'd take a small, almost imperceptible step to the left, and Reginald's armored boots would suddenly feel as though they'd been dipped in treacle, each movement requiring an Herculean effort. Will would spin, a delicate pirouette, and Reginald's impeccably polished cuirass would emit a series of loud, resonant squeaks and groans, as if his armor was protesting the indignity of its current predicament. It sounded less like a knight preparing for battle and more like a distressed collection of kitchen implements being put through a particularly arduous process. "Cease this infernal buffoonery," Reginald bellowed, his voice strained, laced with a desperation that was alarmingly out of character. He attempted to swing Justice, to bring it down upon the infuriatingly nimble mage, but his arm felt strangely sluggish, as if it were moving through thick, invisible syrup. Each swing was met not with Will's physical form, but with the phantom sensation of resistance, as if he were trying to hack through a particularly stubborn patch of enchanted cobwebs. Will wasn't so much dodging as he was dancing around the inevitable, making the inevitable an increasingly frustrating and ridiculous affair. Seeing the knight's growing distress, Will decided to introduce another layer to the symphony of silliness. He took a playful hop, and instantly, the joints of Sir Reginald's armor began to seize. Not completely, of course. That would be too direct, too conventional. Instead, they became just stiff enough to make every movement a theatrical struggle. His elbow joints emitted a series of loud, protesting boings, like a multitude of overinflated balloons being abruptly deflated. His knee joints protested with a mournful, drawn-out creak, reminiscent of a haunted house door. The majestic clang of armored footsteps was replaced by a cacophony of comical, yet infuriating, noises. Reginald's stern resolve was being systematically dismantled by a symphony of sonic absurdity. "This is sorcery of the basest kind," Reginald roared, his face now a deep, pulsating crimson, a color that would have made Councilman Thorne's puce peacock look positively demure. He lunged again, his movements jerky and uncoordinated, a stark contrast to his earlier, terrifyingly efficient charge. Will sidestepped with the fluidity of a willow branch in a gentle breeze. As he did, a faint, shimmering mist began to rise from the arena floor. It wasn't a dark, foreboding fog. It was a delicate, almost ethereal vapor that carried the faint, nostalgic scent of freshly baked cookies and warm summer rain. And within this fragrant cloud, tiny, effervescent sprites, no larger than a hummingbird's sneeze, began to materialize. They flitted around Sir Reginald, their high-pitched, tinkling laughter echoing like tiny silver bells, seemingly delighted by the knight's predicament. The crowd, initially stunned into silence by the sheer bizarre nature of the proceedings, had now fully succumbed to mirth. The nobles, who had arrived expecting to witness Will's magic crumble under the weight of martial might, were now gasping for air, clutching their sides, tears streaming down their faces. The common folk, who had always held a special affection for Will's brand of unpredictable magic, were roaring with a primal, unadulterated joy. Sir Reginald, the man whose very existence seemed dedicated to the suppression of levity, was being utterly, irrevocably, and hilariously undermined. He gritted his teeth, attempting to focus, to block out the ridiculous sounds and the maddening dance. He swung justice with the desperate might of a drowning man, aiming for the spot where Will had been a moment before. But Will, with a final, elegant flourish, had shifted position again. Reginald's sword met emptiness, or rather, it met an illusion. A perfect, shimmering facsimile of Will that dissolved into a cascade of iridescent rose petals upon impact, each petal catching the light before gently drifting to the arena floor. The real Will, meanwhile, had subtly repositioned himself. He was now standing just behind the bewildered knight. With a gentle, almost imperceptible tap of his foot, Sir Reginald's finely crafted, gleaming boots suddenly developed a pronounced, uncontrollable wobble. The knight stumbled, his arms flailing wildly as he attempted to regain his precarious balance. His polished greaves clanked against each other with a hollow, echoing sound, creating a rhythm that was both comical and profoundly pathetic. The stern knight, the unshakable warrior, was now doing a precarious, wobbling jig. "Enough!" Sir Reginald finally cried out, his voice a raw rasp, as he collapsed onto one knee. His armor groaned and squeaked in a chorus of protest. He looked up at Will, his stern expression replaced by one of utter, profound bewilderment, tinged with a grudging, almost imperceptible hint of awe. What manner of infernal magic is this?" Will offered a soft, gentle smile, the twinkle in his eye now brighter than a supernova. He walked slowly towards the kneeling knight, his movements calm, unhurried, radiating an almost serene aura. "Is the magic of inconvenience, Sir Reginald," he explained, his voice a gentle balm. "The magic of redirection. The magic that reminds us that even the most polished steel can be persuaded to dance, and the sternest heart can be nudged towards mirth, even if it's against its will." He extended a hand, his palm open and inviting. "You are a formidable warrior, Sir Reginald. Your dedication to order is, without question, admirable. But perhaps, just perhaps, the universe sometimes requires a little loosening, a little less sternness, and a little more spontaneous melody and a surprisingly energetic jig." Sir Reginald stared at the offered hand, then at Will's impossibly cheerful face. He was defeated, utterly, undeniably, and in the most spectacularly ridiculous fashion imaginable, defeated. He let out a long, weary sigh, which was punctuated by a mournful, drawn-out squeak from his left elbow joint. He looked down at his wobbling boots, then back at Will. He took Will's hand, and with a grunt that was surprisingly devoid of its usual anger, allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar, a thunderous ovation that shook the very rafters of the arena. They hadn't come to witness the brutal efficiency of a knight vanquishing a trickster. They had come to see the inherent power of absurdity triumph over unyielding rigidity, and Will had delivered a performance that would be etched in Viridian history. Sir Reginald the Stern, still emitting the occasional tentative boing, and his boots swaying precariously, stood as a living, breathing testament to the fact that even the most straightforward of duels could be transformed into an unforgettable and utterly hilarious spectacle. Will, the trickster adept, had once again proven that sometimes the most potent magic of all was the magic that simply made you laugh. And for Sir Reginald, it seemed his famously stern facade had just sprung a very significant and very musical leak. The weight of justice, Sir Reginald's trusted blade, began to shift. One moment, it felt as if he were swinging a child's wooden toy, impossibly light and unresponsive. The next, it was an anvil dragging his arm down with an unnatural, bone-jarring inertia. This erratic fluctuation in mass was profoundly disorienting. His trained muscle memory, honed over decades of rigorous combat, screamed in protest. He was a master swordsman, accustomed to the predictable heft and balance of his weapon. This mercurial temperament of justice was akin to a betrayal, a sudden and inexplicable rebellion from the very tool that was an extension of his will. He grunted, tried to compensate, his swings becoming wilder, less controlled. The crowd, sensing the knight's growing disarray, let out another wave of delighted chuckles. They were witnessing not just a duel, but a masterclass in magical mischief, each new inconvenience a brushstroke on a canvas of chaos. Then came the whisper. Faint at first, like the rustling of dry leaves, it coiled around Reginald's awareness, just at the edge of audibility. It was a voice, a distinctly familiar one, tinged with a particular brand of nagging disapproval that only one person in the world could ever truly muster: his mother. "Oh, Reginald dear," the phantom voice seemed to murmur, as if he were a clumsy child still learning to tie his boots. "Your stance is all wrong. Are you sure you're holding that sword correctly? It looks rather wobbly. And that grunt, darling, it's most undignified. Try to maintain some grace, won't you? Remember what I always told you about posture." The spectral critique continued, a relentless stream of domestic admonishments delivered directly into the very core of his battle-hardened mind. Reginald's brow furrowed, his focus shattering like cheap pottery. His mother, a woman of formidable social graces and a legendary ability to find fault in even the most impeccable arrangements, was now an unseen, insidious saboteur. He tried to block it out, to shove the spectral scolding into the darkest corners of his psyche, but it was like trying to ignore a persistent itch in a sensitive spot. It burrowed, it niggled, it undermined his concentration with the insidious effectiveness of a termite infestation. The weight of justice was one thing, the phantom nagging another, but the auditory assault from his own helmet was rapidly becoming the final straw. It began as a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a sound that might have been attributed to a particularly enthusiastic bumblebee trapped in his helm. But it grew, escalating into a distinct, high-pitched squeal, a sound so piercingly irritating that it felt as though tiny, invisible mice were gnawing at the inside of his skull. It was the sound of 1,000 frustrated fingernails scraping across 1,000 slate blackboards, all concentrated into a single, maddening frequency. Reginald's shoulders, which had been held rigidly with military precision, began to slump. His carefully cultivated aura of stern authority was dissolving, replaced by a look of profound exasperation that bordered on despair. He was a knight forged in the fires of discipline, a man who thrived on order and predictable outcomes. This relentless barrage of nonsensical, infuriating, and utterly petty disruptions was dismantling him piece by agonizing piece. He swung justice, not with the clean, decisive arc of a trained warrior, but with the frantic, flailing desperation of a drowning man swatting at phantom fish. Each swing was met with renewed spectral criticism from his mother, and each attempt to regain control was accompanied by the infuriating squeal of his helmet. Will, meanwhile, observed the unfolding chaos with an artist's critical eye, a conductor orchestrating a symphony of subtle subversion. He wasn't engaging in overt displays of destructive magic. No fireballs, no lightning bolts, no earth-shattering tremors. Instead, he was weaving a tapestry of minor, yet deeply unsettling annoyances. He knew Reginald's mind. He knew the knight's rigid adherence to protocol, his unwavering belief in the efficacy of strength and direct action. And he knew that the most effective way to dismantle such a psyche wasn't through brute force, but through the persistent, gnawing erosion of comfort and focus. You know, Reginald, Will's voice, calm and unhurried, drifted across the arena. I've always found that a good scratch behind the ears can do wonders for one's concentration. Perhaps we could try that? I could conjure a tiny, magically imbued badger to assist you. Reginald flinched, not from Will's words, but from the sudden, inexplicable sensation of a phantom insect crawling up his nose. He swatted at his face, his movements clumsy and uncoordinated, adding another layer of visual comedy to his plight. The badger's suggestion, however absurd, resonated with a primal fear that had been buried deep within him since a childhood encounter with a particularly ill-tempered woodland creature. He could feel his meticulously constructed composure beginning to fray at the edges. His breathing became shallow, his heart hammered against his ribs, not with the thrill of battle, but with the mounting panic of utter helplessness. He attempted a parry, a defensive maneuver he had executed thousands of times without conscious thought. But his sword, justice, felt like it was wading through invisible molasses. The momentum of the block was sluggish, ponderous, and as he brought the blade down, it met not the faint shimmer of Will's warding magic, but the surprisingly solid illusion of a perfectly ripe, red apple, which then proceeded to shatter against the arena sand in a messy, pulpy explosion. The unexpected visual, coupled with the sticky, fruity scent that briefly perfumed the air, was enough to make Reginald stagger. "An apple," he sputtered, his voice cracking. "You're mocking me with fruit?" Will merely smiled, a picture of innocent confusion. "Is it not the season for apples, Sir Reginald? A most refreshing snack, I find. Perhaps you'd care for a bite? I can ensure it's perfectly blemish-free. Unlike, dare I say, some people's fighting technique at this precise moment." The crowd roared with laughter, a tidal wave of mirth that threatened to drown out the trumpets announcing the next phase of the duel. They understood. They saw the sheer, unadulterated absurdity of it all. Will wasn't just fighting Reginald. He was fighting Reginald's very nature, his ingrained sense of dignity, his absolute belief in the seriousness of the occasion. He was weaponizing inconvenience, turning the solemnity of a duel into a slapstick comedy routine. Sir Reginald took a deep, shuddering breath. He could feel the sweat trickling down his temples, not from exertion, but from sheer, unadulterated frustration. His helmet emitted another particularly piercing squeal, and he heard his mother's voice, now sounding suspiciously like it was coming from inside his own helmet. "Oh, Reginald, for goodness sake, stop making those dreadful noises. You sound like a trapped griffin." He had to regain control. He had to focus. He closed his eyes for a brief, desperate moment, trying to conjure the image of his training hall, the scent of polished wood and leather, the comforting weight of justice in his hand, the unwavering clarity of his purpose. He opened them, determination blazing in his eyes. He would ignore the whispers, the phantom sensations, the capricious weight of his sword. He would focus on will. He lunged, a surge of renewed purpose propelling him forward. His sword was aimed true, a lethal arc slicing through the air. But Will, with a barely perceptible shift of his weight, was no longer there. Instead, Reginald's blade met the spectral form of a small, rather fluffy, white rabbit, which promptly dissolved into a puff of shimmering dust and the faint scent of ozone. "Oh dear," Will's voice echoed, seemingly from his left. "Did you intend to attack Mr. Fluffernutter? He's a very sensitive creature, you know, prone to existential dread when threatened." Reginald stumbled, his momentum carrying him forward, his sword slicing through empty air. He spun around, his armor groaning in protest, his boots giving another little, involuntary wobble. He saw Will, standing serenely a few yards away, a faint smile playing on his lips. And then Reginald felt it, a peculiar, ticklish sensation on the sole of his left foot. It wasn't painful, not even particularly alarming, but it was undeniably there. It felt like a tiny, unseen feather was being tickled against his skin. He tried to ignore it, to focus on Will, but the sensation grew, becoming more insistent, more pervasive. It was driving him mad. He shifted his weight, tried to dislodge the phantom tickle. He stomped his foot, a movement that resulted in another cacophony of squeaks and groans from his armor and an amplified squeal from his helmet. "Is something amusing you, sorcerer?" Reginald growled, his voice strained. He could feel the tremor in his own hands, a betraying sign of his unraveling composure. Will tilted his head, feigning innocence. "Amusing me? Sir Reginald, I am merely observing. And I must say your energetic footwork is quite remarkable. A novel approach to swordplay, to be sure. It reminds me of a rather enthusiastic pigeon trying to escape a particularly persistent puddle." The crowd dissolved into fresh peals of laughter. Sir Reginald's carefully constructed facade of stoic resilience was crumbling, replaced by the bewildered, increasingly frantic, and utterly comical antics of a man being driven to the brink of madness by the most mundane, yet magically amplified, of annoyances. He felt a strange impulse to scratch his nose, then his left ear, then to shuffle his feet in a peculiar, almost dance-like manner. The whispers from his mother grew louder, now interspersed with what sounded suspiciously like the spectral snickers of his elder siblings. His sword felt impossibly heavy again, then unervingly light, then impossibly heavy once more, each fluctuation making his already unsteady movements even more unpredictable. He was a knight of unwavering resolve, but Will was a magician of unparalleled pettiness, and the duel was rapidly devolving into a testament to the fact that sometimes the most devastating weapon was simply a perfectly timed and utterly infuriating inconvenience. The arena, moments before a stage for a supposed clash of titans, now buzzed with an entirely different kind of energy. Sir Reginald, his meticulously crafted composure reduced to a tattered cloak of exasperation, felt a primal urge to simply stop, to sit down, to perhaps even weep. But that, he knew, would be a concession what would savor like a vintage wine. So, Reginald did the only thing he felt capable of. He lunged. It was a desperate, unrefined surge of movement, a primal scream of a warrior pushed beyond his limits. He heaved justice forward, not with the precise, biting arc of a trained swordsman, but with the wild, untamed force of a cornered beast. His intention was clear: to end this farce, to reclaim some semblance of his dignity, even if it meant a reckless charge. Will, however, was not one to be caught off guard by such a predictable outburst of frustration. As Reginald's sword, Justice, flashed towards him, Will executed a movement so subtle it was almost imperceptible, a mere sidestep, a whisper of motion. But in that minuscule shift, Will's intent was focused, his magic humming. It wasn't a spell of destruction, nor one of outright defense. It was a spell of pure, unadulterated inconvenience, tailored precisely to Reginald's current state of disarray. He willed the very substance of the sword's hilt to transform, not into something solid and immovable, but into something utterly, undeniably slippery. A wave of invisible magic, no more tangible than a heat shimmer on a summer road, washed over the grip of Justice. Reginald felt it instantly. The familiar, reassuring texture of the leather wrapping on his sword hilt vanished. In its place was a sensation akin to grasping a greased piglet during a rainstorm. His knuckles, slick and unyielding, lost their purchase. The sword, suddenly imbued with an unholy slipperiness, seemed to melt from his grasp. It was a disarming of the most ignominious kind. Justice, his loyal companion, his extension of will, simply departed. It arced through the air, a gleaming arc of polished steel, before landing with a surprisingly delicate thump several feet away, its tip burying itself harmlessly in the soft sand. The sudden lightness in his hand was almost as shocking as the erratic weight shifts had been. Reginald's lunge continued, his momentum carrying him forward, his arm now awkwardly empty. He felt a surge of pure, incandescent rage. This was not a duel. It was a mockery, a grand, public humiliation orchestrated by a maestro of mischief. He wanted to shout, to roar, to unleash a torrent of curses that would make even a seasoned tavernman blush. But the words caught in his throat, choked by a potent cocktail of fury and bewilderment. And then, fate, or rather, Will's meticulously laid plans, intervened once more. Reginald's forward momentum, unchecked by the stabilizing presence of his sword, carried him into an awkward, unbalanced stance. His feet, which had been relatively stable despite the magical tremors and the phantom tickles, now found themselves on treacherous ground. The very arena floor, which Will had subtly enchanted earlier with a spell designed to mimic the effect of stepping on a particularly dewy patch of moss, betrayed him. His left boot, catching on an unseen slickness, skittered forward. His right foot, attempting to compensate, found no purchase. The world tilted. Sir Reginald, Knight of the Crimson Order, renowned for his unwavering resolve and his thunderous battlefield prowess, tumbled. It wasn't a graceful fall, nor a dramatic one. It was a flailing, ungainly collapse. His armored knees buckled, his arms windmilled uselessly, and with a series of clanks and groans that echoed the dying protests of his dignity, he landed face first in the sand. His helmet, already askew from the earlier phantom insect incident, was now knocked completely sideways, revealing a visage contorted in a comical expression of utter mortification. His eyes, wide and panicked, stared blankly at the arena floor, while his mouth hung open, a silent testament to his shock. The fine grains of sand clung to his sweat-slicked face, a gritty crown of humiliation. For a single, suspended moment, an eerie silence fell over the arena. The crowd, accustomed to the swift, decisive finales of duels, the clang of steel, the roar of victory, the somber pronouncements of judgment, seemed to hold its collective breath. They had come expecting a duel of skill and strength, a testament to knightly valor. What they had witnessed was something else entirely, a carefully orchestrated symphony of embarrassments, culminating in this ignominious heap of shining armor. Then, the silence shattered. It began as a low rumble, a wave of murmurs that rippled through the stands. This quickly escalated into a chuckle, then another, and another, until the entire arena was engulfed in a tidal wave of unrestrained laughter. It wasn't the polite titter of amusement. It was the deep, belly-shaking guffaw of genuine, unadulterated mirth. Children pointed their giggles like tiny bells. Merchants wiped tears from their eyes, their faces red with mirth. Even the stoic guards flanking the royal box cracked, their shoulders shaking with suppressed amusement. They weren't laughing at Reginald, not entirely. They were laughing at the sheer, exquisite absurdity of the situation. They were laughing at the divine intervention of slapstick, the unexpected triumph of the petty over the powerful. Will, standing serenely a few yards away, his posture impeccable, his expression one of polite concern, watched the spectacle unfold. He hadn't drawn a weapon, hadn't uttered a single threatening word. His magic, a subtle art of disruption and inconvenience, had done all the work. He offered a small, almost apologetic bow towards the fallen knight, his lips curving into a gentle smile. "My deepest apologies, Sir Reginald," he called out, his voice carrying clearly over the din of laughter. "It seems my errant footwear may have created a rather hazardous condition. I do hope you haven't sustained any serious injuries to your pride." The mention of his pride, already battered and bruised, was the final straw. Reginald, still lying prone in the sand, let out a sound that was a strangled gasp, a choked sob, and a frustrated growl all rolled into one. He tried to push himself up, his gauntlet hands sinking into the sand. The armor, designed for battle, was proving a considerable hindrance in his current predicament. It was like being trapped in a tin can that had decided to go for a roll. Each attempt to right himself only seemed to accentuate his helplessness. The crowd's laughter intensified. They saw not a fallen knight, but a man utterly defeated by a series of magical inconveniences so mundane, so profoundly silly, that they had bypassed his defenses entirely. They saw the grand Sir Reginald, a paragon of martial virtue, reduced to a bumbling buffoon by a slippery sword hilt and a patch of magically enhanced sand. It was a victory not of strength, but of cleverness, of understanding the subtle art of disruption. Will, ever the showman, decided to press his advantage, not with aggression, but with a final, theatrical flourish. He walked slowly towards where justice lay embedded in the sand. He reached out a hand, not to retrieve the sword, but to gesture towards it. As his fingers neared the hilt, the sand around it began to stir. It swirled and parted, as if animated by an unseen force, revealing the gleaming blade. Then, with a silent command, Will caused the sword to rise from the sand, hovering an inch above the ground, quivering slightly as if eager to return to its master. "A rather undignified landing, I must admit," Will observed, his tone laced with mock sympathy. "Perhaps you'd like your trusty steed back? Though I must warn you, Sir Reginald, it appears to have developed a sudden aversion to being held. I suspect it may have found your recent aerial maneuvers rather unsettling. It might be best to let it cool down for a moment. Perhaps a brief period of contemplation away from the heat of, well, gravity." He let the sword hover for another moment, a silent, gleaming taunt, before allowing it to descend gently, landing once more with a soft thud just a foot or so from Reginald's outstretched hand. The crowd, sensing the dramatic irony, roared with renewed delight. They understood that Will wasn't just winning a duel. He was dismantling an entire persona, piece by absurd piece. He had taken a knight renowned for his gravitas and turned him into a clown, not through malice, but through a profound, almost artistic, understanding of the power of utter silliness. Reginald, still struggling to regain his footing, his helmet askew, his armor clanking with every minuscule shift, could only stare. He felt the phantom tickle return to the sole of his foot, stronger now, more insistent. He heard his mother's spectral voice, clearer than ever. "Reginald, darling, are you quite all right? You're making such a fuss. It looks as if you've lost your favorite toy. Do try to be a bit more careful, won't you? And for goodness sake, straighten that hat." He even thought he heard his Aunt Mildred's voice, a sharp, nasal tone that always accompanied disapproval. Honestly, the lack of basic coordination, one would think he'd never walked on two legs before. The laughter of the crowd swelled, a deafening wave that seemed to wash over him, carrying away the last vestiges of his knightly dignity. He finally managed to push himself up, his movements stiff and jerky, his armor groaning in protest. He stood, swaying slightly, a disheveled, sand-dusted figure beneath a ridiculous, crooked helmet. He looked at Will, who offered a small, enigmatic smile. He looked at Justice, lying innocently in the sand. He looked at the sea of faces, all turned towards him, all alight with amusement. He felt a strange, almost hysterical urge to laugh, to join in the absurdity. But then the ingrained discipline of years kicked in. He straightened his shoulders as much as his armor would allow. He took a deep, shuddering breath, the sand in his mouth and lungs doing little to soothe him. He could feel the phantom tickle on his foot, the phantom whispers in his ears, the phantom itch on his nose. He could feel the capricious weight of his sword. But for the first time since this magical ordeal began, he felt a flicker of something other than pure frustration. It was a grudging acknowledgement. Will had not just outfought him. He had outsmarted him, out-annoyed him, and most importantly, he had utterly, irrevocably, and hilariously unmasked him. The stoic knight was gone, replaced by a bewildered, slightly ridiculous, but perhaps, just perhaps, a little more human, Sir Reginald. The duel of disruption had achieved its ultimate, unintended consequence. The air in the arena, thick with the scent of sweat, sand, and the lingering magic of Will's whimsical assault, began to shift. The roars of laughter, which had threatened to shake the very foundations of the Colosseum, subsided into a more measured, yet still undeniably delighted, murmur. The pronouncement of victory, when it came, was not delivered with the booming resonance of a herald, but with a slightly more theatrical, almost conversational, tone from the appointed judge, a portly man named Master Eris, whose robes were perpetually dusted with the glitter of 1,000 failed enchantments. "By the power vested in me," Master Eris declared, clearing his throat with a sound that suggested he'd swallowed a small, indignant puffin, and after careful consideration of, well, everything that just happened, the victor is, unequivocally, Will. He paused, a twinkle in his eye, as if enjoying the sheer novelty of the declaration. Not, it must be stated, by any particular display of swordsmanship or even a decent punch, but by profound, existential inconvenience. Sir Reginald, your opponent has managed to dismantle your resolve with the finesse of a seasoned jester and the subtlety of a particularly annoying fly. You are therefore defeated. The words hung in the air, a testament to a victory so unconventional it defied the very concept of a duel. Sir Reginald, still attempting to extricate himself from the sandy embrace of the arena floor, looked utterly bewildered. He had faced dragons, goblins, and even a particularly belligerent flock of enchanted sheep. But this was a new kind of hell. His armor, a symbol of his prowess and his unyielding spirit, now felt like a gilded cage, trapping him in his own abject humiliation. Each clank and scrape as he tried to rise was met with a fresh wave of muffled giggles from the crowd, a sound that grated on his nerves more effectively than any battle cry. He finally managed to stand, a process that involved more wobbling and undignified shuffling than a drunkard navigating a tightrope. His helmet was still crooked, casting his face in perpetual shadow, and a fine layer of sand coated everything from his polished breastplate to the very tips of his gauntlets. He looked less like a valiant knight and more like a particularly unfortunate scarecrow that had lost a wrestling match with a desert. His gaze fell upon Will, who stood with an almost infuriating grace, a faint smile playing on his lips. There was no trace of arrogance, no boastful swagger, just a quiet acknowledgement of a peculiar triumph. "A duel of disruption, then," Reginald muttered, the words tasting like grit and defeat. He brushed a stray grain of sand from his cheek with a gauntlet finger, the gesture as futile as trying to hold back a tsunami with a teacup. He met Will's gaze, and for a fleeting moment, a flicker of understanding passed between them. It wasn't about who was stronger or faster or more skilled with a blade. It was about who understood the fundamental absurdity of existence and who could wield it as a weapon. "Indeed, Sir Reginald," Will replied, his voice calm and steady. "Though I confess, I did not anticipate quite so comprehensive an unraveling. My apologies if my methods proved excessively disorienting. I merely wished to demonstrate that a sharp mind and a well-placed inconvenience can often prove more potent than brute force. Perhaps in future encounters, you might consider the tactical advantages of, well, not being so easily flustered by minor magical annoyances. Or perhaps a good pair of non-slip boots." Reginald's jaw tightened. The suggestion of non-slip boots was, he felt, the final indignity. It was a tacit admission that his entire martial training, his years of discipline, his very knightly ethos, had been rendered obsolete by a few well-aimed bits of magical mischief. He wanted to retort, to unleash a torrent of knightly indignation, but the words felt hollow, even to himself. What was there to say? He had been defeated by a greased sword hilt and a magically slick patch of sand. He had been undone by the very fabric of reality itself, twisted into a mockery of his own seriousness. He turned, his armor groaning in protest with every movement, and began to march, or rather, shuffle, towards the arena exit. The crowd watched him go, their laughter having softened to a series of appreciative chuckles and knowing smiles. They saw not a defeated warrior, but a man who had stumbled into the grand, cosmic joke of it all. He had been forced to confront the fact that sometimes life didn't play by the rules, and that the most formidable opponents were often the ones who understood how to bend those rules into the most ridiculous shapes. "I shall not duel a prankster again," Reginald declared, his voice carrying back into the arena, a vow steeped in humiliation. "Never again. Let the fools have their games." He disappeared through the arched gateway, leaving behind a silence that was quickly filled by the appreciative murmurs of a crowd that had witnessed something truly unique. Will, however, remained. He accepted the applause with a humble nod, his eyes sweeping over the sea of faces. He hadn't sought to humiliate Reginald, not truly. He had merely sought to win, and in doing so, had exposed a truth that the greatest disruptions weren't always the loudest or the most destructive. Sometimes they were the quiet, persistent annoyances that chipped away at a person's composure, that made them question their own footing, their own grip, their very sanity. He understood that this victory wasn't just about defeating Sir Reginald. It was about cementing his own reputation, not as a warrior, but as something far more interesting, far more feared in its own subtle way. The trickster adept, the master of minor annoyances, the man who could make a knight question his life choices with a simple, magically enhanced slip. As the crowd continued to cheer, Will allowed himself a small, genuine smile. He hadn't needed to draw his sword. He hadn't needed to unleash a devastating spell. He had simply needed to understand the human psyche and the undeniable power of absurdity. He had proven that in a world often obsessed with strength and power, true mastery lay in the ability to orchestrate chaos with a whisper, to win not by breaking your opponent, but by making them question why they were even bothering to stand. He had, in essence, made Sir Reginald doubt the very floor beneath his feet, and in doing so, had gained victory through the most unexpected and perhaps the most profound of means, pure, unadulterated, magical tomfoolery. The cheers of the crowd, he realized, were not just for his victory, but for the validation of a different kind of power, a power that resided not in force, but in the delightful, disarming, and ultimately victorious embrace of the utterly ridiculous. He was, after all, a trickster, and what greater trick was there than to win the most serious of contests by making a mockery of its very foundations? He had not just won a duel, he had rewritten the rules of engagement, proving that sometimes the most effective way to achieve victory was to simply make your opponent laugh themselves into submission, or at least into utter, sandy despair. The arena was his, and the laughter, a sweet symphony to his ears, was the sound of his legend being forged, not in steel, but in the ephemeral, yet potent, magic of sheer, unadulterated absurdity. Chapter 8. Grumwald's Legacy of Grumblings. The reverberations of the crowd's appreciative mirth had finally settled, leaving Will in a state of quiet contemplation. The cheers, once a roaring tide, had ebbed into a gentle lapping against the shores of his consciousness. Sir Reginald, a man of formidable presence and even more formidable bewilderment, had retreated, his vow of never dueling a prankster echoing in the wake of his sandy departure. Will, the unlikely victor, felt not the surge of triumphant pride he might have expected, but a curious mixture of satisfaction and a faint, almost imperceptible hollowness. He had, after all, achieved what he set out to do, to win, and to do so in a manner that underscored his unique brand of magical artistry. But in the aftermath, surrounded by the fading echoes of laughter and the lingering scent of arena dust, a different kind of stillness began to descend. It was the stillness that precedes a new whisper, a new summons, a new ripple in the predictable waters of his magically inclined life. He was still basking in the afterglow of his peculiar victory, the subtle hum of residual magic still tingling in his fingertips, when a small, leather-bound scroll, tied with a ribbon the color of faded parchment, materialized on a nearby pedestal. It hadn't been there a moment ago. Will was quite certain of that. His attention, usually attuned to the subtlest shifts in arcane energies, had been entirely focused on the post-duel atmosphere. This was no casual apparition. This had the distinct, albeit faint, scent of officialdom about it. He approached the pedestal with a cautious curiosity. The scroll bore no seal, no crest, no identifying mark beyond a single, elegantly scrawled word in a script that was both ancient and strangely whimsical. Grumwald. Will's breath hitched. Grumwald. The name itself conjured a symphony of grumbles, the scent of overbrewed potions, and the perpetual aura of a man who considered sleep a personal affront. His former master, the mage who had taken him in when no one else would, a gruff, irascible hermit who seemed to subsist entirely on bad temper and even worse tea. Will had always assumed Grumwald was, well, beyond the petty inconveniences of mortality. He was a mage of peculiar talents, a master of spells that defied logic and often common sense. Will had pictured him existing in some dusty, forgotten corner of existence, perpetually brewing something volatile or complaining about the declining standards of magical etiquette for all eternity. The idea of Grumwald succumbing to the mundane finality of death was as preposterous as a dragon filing its taxes. With a hesitant hand, Will untied the ribbon. The scroll unrolled with a soft, papery sigh, revealing a meticulously written message. The ink itself seemed to shimmer with an unusual, almost iridescent quality, like moonlight trapped on paper. The script, though official, retained a curious flourish, a hint of the whimsicality that seemed to permeate all things connected to the arcane. To Will, adept of aberrations, the message began, and Will couldn't suppress a small, involuntary snort. That was Grumwald's preferred, if somewhat derogatory, title for him. Greetings from the Guild of Eccentric Estates. It is with a profound sense of administrative duty and a regrettable lack of personal enthusiasm that we inform you of the cessation of existence, effective as of the third chime of the midnight bell on the second day of the waning moon, of one Grumwald the Irrelevant. As per the bylaws established in the Codex of Convoluted Claims, Section 7, Subsection B, Paragraph 4, concerning the disposition of arcane assets belonging to practitioners of demonstrably unconventional magical disciplines who have departed this mortal coil without designated lineal successors or a conveniently located next of kin willing to inherit their esoteric clutter, you will have been identified as the most logical and indeed only surviving associate with any conceivable connection to the deceased. Will read the passage again, his brow furrowed. Cessation of existence. Grumwald the Irrelevant. Gone? It felt wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. He imagined Grumwald, in his final moments, perhaps wrestling a particularly stubborn magical theory into submission, or maybe just grumbling about the quality of the spectral tea being served in the afterlife. He couldn't picture him simply fading. The message continued, detailing the guild's role. The Guild of Eccentric Estates, a body established by the Grand Conclave to ensure the orderly, and more importantly, unobtrusive, management of the myriad legacies left behind by mages whose lives and practices defied the commonplace, must now undertake the arduous task of inventorying and securing the property, arcane artifacts, personal effects, and any lingering magical anomalies belonging to the aforementioned Grumwald. This process, as you can undoubtedly appreciate, requires the presence of an individual familiar with the deceased's unique proclivities. Therefore, you are hereby summoned, not with the urgency of a royal decree, nor the dire pronouncements of a war council, but with the measured, bureaucratic insistence of a department tasked with managing the celestial equivalent of a particularly chaotic attic. Your presence is required at Grumwald's primary residence, known colloquially as the lopsided Tower of Lingeringments, a name provided by the deceased himself for reasons that remain, predictably, obscure within 7 days of the receipt of this missive. Failure to comply will result in the Guild taking appropriate measures, which may include, but are not limited to, the temporary confiscation of all magical implements you possess and the mandatory enrollment in a remedial course on appreciating bureaucratic procedures in magical estate management. A remedial course? Will shuddered. That sounded infinitely worse than any dragon's fiery breath. The Guild of Eccentric Estates. He'd heard whispers of them, of course. A shadowy, often frustratingly efficient organization that dealt with the arcane fallout of deceased mages. They were the ultimate in magical red tape, the gatekeepers of forgotten spells and cursed trinkets, ensuring that no unruly magical legacy fell into the wrong hands, or, more accurately, that they were meticulously cataloged and, if deemed too dangerous or too valuable, appropriated for the Guild's own inscrutable purposes. He looked at the scroll again, tracing the elegantly looping letters. Grumwald the Irrelevant. He had never truly appreciated how much that moniker, usually delivered with a sneer by other mages, had become synonymous with Grumwald himself. He was irrelevant to the grand political machinations of the mage world, irrelevant to the pursuit of traditional magical power, irrelevant to anyone who valued normalcy. But to Will, he had been anything but irrelevant. He had been the gruff, unyielding bedrock upon which Will's own magical journey had been built. A surprising pang of sadness, sharp and unexpected, pierced through Will. He hadn't realized how deeply he had come to, well, not care for Grumwald. That was perhaps too strong a word. But he had come to depend on him. The old mage's constant criticism, his infuriatingly cryptic advice, his seemingly endless supply of obscure magical texts. It had all formed a familiar, if prickly, landscape. Grumwald had been a constant, a grumpy old lighthouse in Will's often turbulent sea of magical experimentation. To think of that lighthouse being extinguished, leaving only the empty, dark expanse of the sea, it was a disquieting thought. He remembered the day Grumwald had found him, a scrawny, bewildered orphan with an uncontrolled flicker of magic in his fingertips. He hadn't offered comfort or kindness, but a curt assessment and a dusty, moth-eaten spellbook. "You have a spark," Grumwald had grunted, his voice like gravel being poured into a rusty bucket. "A messy, unfocused spark. Might as well try to do something with it before it burns the whole world down. Or worse, before you become one of those insipid goody-two-shoes wizards who only know how to make flowers bloom. Now get inside, and try not to trip over the sentient dust bunnies. They're rather sensitive about their existential purpose." Will had followed, and his life had changed irrevocably. Grumwald had taught him not just spells, but about the inherent chaos of magic, the beauty of imperfection, and the importance of embracing the peculiar. He had instilled in Will a healthy skepticism for convention and a deep understanding that true power often lay not in following the rules, but in understanding their inherent limitations. He had been a harsh teacher, demanding and often unforgiving, but he had also been present, a constant, if cantankerous, presence. The guild's summons, while bureaucratic and slightly menacing, also serve as a stark reminder of Grumwald's mortality. It was a mortality that Will had, until this very moment, subconsciously dismissed. He had always operated under the assumption that Grumwald, with his eccentricities and his mastery of the wonderfully illogical, was somehow exempt from the universal decree of finality. He was as eternal as a well-aged cheese or a particularly persistent headache. Now, he was faced with the tangible reality of Grumwald's passing. The guild's mention of arcane assets and lingering magical anomalies sent a familiar shiver of anticipation mixed with trepidation down his spine. Grumwald's home, the lopsided tower of lingering mints, was legendary, even among those who dared not venture near it. Tales spoke of rooms that defied gravity, of self-sorting libraries, and of a pantry that occasionally produced sentient biscuits. It was a testament to Grumwald's unique brand of magical engineering, a chaotic masterpiece of arcane construction. We'll reread the summons, focusing on the practicalities. 7 days. He could manage that. He still had some residual glitter from his duel with Sir Reginald clinging to his robes, a faint reminder of the absurdity he had so masterfully wielded. But now, a different kind of task lay before him. Not a duel for glory or for coin, but an obligation, a duty of sorts, to the grumpy old mage who had shaped his early life. He had to admit, a small, almost impish part of him was excited. Grumwald's legacy was not one to be taken lightly, and the guild's involvement only amplified the intrigue. They were known for their meticulousness, their ability to uncover even the most deeply buried magical secrets. If anyone could decipher the true extent of Grumwald's final, perhaps most peculiar, legacy, it would be them. And Will, as Grumwald's chosen associate, would be at the forefront of it all. He imagined the lopsided tower. It stood, according to rumor, on a perpetually shifting patch of land, its foundation supposedly anchored by a slumbering earth elemental that Grumwald had apparently convinced to invest in real estate. The tower itself was a bizarre architectural anomaly, a series of mismatched sections stacked precariously upon one another, each wing sporting a different style, a different material, and often a different gravitational pull. It was said that navigating the interior was akin to exploring a dream, where staircases could lead to unexpected landings, and doors might open onto vistas of starry skies, even in the dead of day. Will found himself smiling, a genuine, unforced smile. Grumwald would have appreciated the irony of his own death being announced by a bureaucratic entity. He would have reveled in the ensuing chaos, the inevitable frustration of the guild's agents as they grappled with his uniquely disorganized magic. He would have, no doubt, found the whole affair hilariously inconvenient. The guild's summons was not just a notification, it was an invitation. An invitation to step back into the peculiar world of his former master, a world that Will had only partially explored. He had learned much from Grumwald, but the old mage had always held back a certain core of his knowledge, a reserve of his most unconventional magic. Perhaps, in the inventorying of his estate, Will would finally uncover some of those hidden depths. He tucked the scroll carefully into his robe, the parchment feeling surprisingly warm against his hand. The crowd outside the arena had long since dispersed, their laughter and cheers replaced by the mundane sounds of the city. But in Will's mind, a new symphony was beginning to play, a discordant yet compelling melody of memory, obligation, and the enduring, inexplicable legacy of Grumwald the Irrelevant. He was no longer just Will, the trickster adept who had defeated a knight with a slippery floor. He was also the designated associate of a deceased, eccentric mage summoned to a lopsided tower to face the ultimate testament to a life lived inconveniently. And despite the sadness, despite the administrative absurdity, he wouldn't have it any other way. The legacy of Grumwald was about to be unraveled, and Will was ready to be there for every grumble, every anomaly, and every single sentient biscuit it entailed. He turned and walked away from the arena, the faint scent of magic and mischief still clinging to him, a new adventure, and a profound sense of closure, beckoning him forward. The Guild of Eccentric Estates might be all about orderly administration, but they were about to learn that Grumwald's affairs were anything but. The journey back to the Misty Valley was a study in contrasts. The city, with its bustling crowds and the lingering scent of arena dust, had been a world of defined edges and predictable reactions. Here, the air grew thick with the pervasive dampness of perpetual mist, blurring the lines between earth and sky, between the tangible and the ephemeral. It was a landscape that Grumwald, in his own peculiar way, had thrived in. Will found himself breathing it in, a strange sense of homecoming settling upon him, laced with the melancholy of purpose. The parchment, tucked safely within his robes, felt like a key, unlocking not just Grumwald's physical possessions, but a more profound understanding of the mage himself. As he crested the final rise, the lopsided tower of lingering lingeringments came into view, or rather, a significant portion of it did. It was less a coherent structure and more a whimsical accumulation of mismatched architectural styles, each section seemingly protesting its neighbor's existence. One spire, crafted from what looked like polished obsidian, jutted at an impossible angle, seemingly defying gravity. Adjacent to it, a squat, stone wing leaned precariously, its windows glinting like wary eyes. Smoke, or perhaps a particularly colorful form of arcane exhalation, curled lazily from a chimney that resembled a giant, petrified mushroom. It was precisely as he remembered, and yet infinitely more poignant. This wasn't just a bizarre building. It was Grumwald's monument to glorious, unadulterated impracticality. Parked haphazardly near what could generously be called the main entrance, a doorway adorned with a shimmering, multicolored curtain of what was suspected was solidified moonlight, were two rather ostentatious carriages. They were far too clean, far too polished, and altogether far too normal for this particular neck of the woods. This, Will surmised with a wry smile, must be the advance contingent from the Guild of Eccentric Estates. They had arrived before him, no doubt with their clipboards and their stern, bureaucratic visages, ready to impose order on Grumwald's magnificent chaos. He steeled himself. This was going to be interesting. The entrance curtain rippled as he approached, parting to admit him into a vestibule that immediately assaulted his senses. It was a symphony of minor irritations, a microcosm of Grumwald's eccentric genius. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a low, incessant hum, like 1,000 tiny tuning forks vibrating at slightly different frequencies. A grandfather clock, its face a swirling nebula of colors, ticked not with the steady rhythm of time, but with a series of frantic, almost panicked clicks, punctuated by what sounded suspiciously like a disgruntled sigh. To his left, a chair of intricately carved wood sat unoccupied, yet it rocked with a vigorous, almost aggressive momentum, as if an invisible occupant was engaged in a particularly heated debate. And then there were the dust bunnies. Not the meek, unassuming clumps of fluff that typically inhabited forgotten corners, but sentient, robust entities, ranging in size from a mouse to a small dog. One particularly stout specimen, with a surprisingly bushy tail, was diligently attempting to herd a collection of loose quills into a neat pile near the clock. Another, smaller and more agile, zoomed across the floor, batting at the rocking chair's legs with playful, yet firm, nudges. It was clear Grumwald hadn't just neglected cleaning. He'd actively cultivated his own peculiar brand of animated detritus. Standing amidst this delightful pandemonium were two figures, their postures stiff with a palpable discomfort. One, a woman with severe spectacles perched on her nose and hair pulled back so tightly it threatened to peel her eyebrows off, clutched a ledger to her chest as if it were a shield. Her companion, a portly man with a florid complexion and a waistcoat strained to its limits, kept glancing nervously at the rocking chair, his hand hovering over the hilt of a gleaming, utterly unnecessary sword. They were the embodiment of bureaucratic order, adrift in a sea of magical anarchy. "You must be the associate," the woman stated, her voice tight, as if she were speaking through a mouthful of static. She didn't offer a greeting nor a welcoming smile. Her gaze swept over Will, assessing him with the same meticulous, if slightly hostile, scrutiny she might apply to a particularly stubborn knot in a magical tapestry. "I am Esmeralda Quillsworth, Senior Inventory Clerk for the Guild of Eccentric Estates. This is Barnaby Fumbleworth, Assistant Acquisitions Appraiser. We have been attempting to commence the preliminary survey of Master Grumwald's domicile." Will offered a polite nod. "Will, and it's good to see you both. Though I must admit, the welcoming committee seems rather energetic." He gestured subtly towards the sentient dust bunnies, one of which had now decided the rocking chair was an inadequate challenge and had begun to explore the intricate workings of the time-distorting clock. Barnaby Fumbleworth visibly flinched. "Energetic? My dear fellow, this entire edifice is a veritable symphony of minor magical disturbances. The rocking chair, for instance. It seems to possess an inherent objection to remaining stationary. And that infernal whistling." He gestured wildly towards a small, ornate teapot sitting on a nearby table. It was indeed whistling, not with a gentle, musical note, but with a piercing, discordant shriek that made Will's teeth ache. "We have attempted numerous de-whistling charms, all to no avail. It simply persists." Esmeralda Quillsworth adjusted her spectacles, a tic that seemed to indicate a heightened level of professional distress. "The teapots are the least of our concerns, Barnaby. Have you attempted to catalog the ambient atmosphere fluctuations? The spectral luminescence in the West Wing is proving particularly resistant to standard spectral analysis, and the floorboards in the pantry seem to possess a mind of their own. They rearrange themselves when one isn't looking. We've lost 3 sample vials to spontaneous floorboarding." Will couldn't suppress a chuckle, quickly stifled as he saw the guild representatives' reactions. They looked as though he had just declared his intention to juggle live griffins in their pristine foyer. Ah yes, the floorboards. Grumwald had a rather unique approach to structural integrity. And the teapots, well, I recall that one. It was trained to whistle only when the tea reached a temperature precisely 1.7 degrees Celsius above optimal brewing point, to signify that it was definitely ready, probably. He said it added an element of suspense to the morning brew. Barnaby's eyes widened, his florid complexion deepening a shade. Suspense? It's an auditory assault, and the dust bunnies, they seem to be organized. One of them just presented the clock with a feather. This is beyond mere eccentricity, Miss Quillsworth. This is organized chaos. Precisely, Esmeralda said, her voice a low, tense murmur. And Master Grumwald, as per the guild's mandate regarding practitioners of unconventional disciplines, left us with the unenviable task of cataloging his legacy. However, this legacy appears to be actively resisting inventory. She gestured with a trembling hand towards a shimmering vortex that had begun to form in the corner of the room, swirling with colors that defied earthly description. We believe that is a nascent pocket dimension, likely formed from an improperly sealed jar of pickled starlight. Will walk towards a vortex, his steps sure and unhesitating. The guild representatives watched him with a mixture of apprehension and grudging curiosity. As he neared it, he could feel the faint, familiar thrum of raw, untamed magic, the very essence of Grumwald's approach. He reached out a hand, not to dispel it, but to understand it. Pickled starlight, Will mused, his fingers brushing against the swirling energies. He was always trying to find a way to preserve its luminescence without corrupting its essence. Said the ordinary methods made it taste flat, like a cloudy sky. This is more of a temporal displacement. It's not a pocket dimension, not entirely. It's more like a temporal echo chamber, reflecting moments of past illumination. It'll dissipate on its own, given time. It just enjoys being noticed. Esmeralda blinked, her severe expression momentarily cracking into one of utter bafflement. Temporal echo chamber? But the spectral readings are anomalous. Grumwald's magic always was, Will replied, a small smile playing on his lips. He knew this environment intimately. He had grown up navigating these minor magical mishaps, these whimsical inconveniences. While the guild representatives were clearly out of their element, battling against forces they couldn't categorize or control, to Will, it felt like coming home. He was accustomed to the chair's argumentative rocking, the teapot's shrill pronouncements, and the dust bunny's surprisingly diligent efforts at domestic management. The key, Will continued, turning to face them, his voice carrying a new confidence, is not to fight these peculiarities. Grumwald didn't create them to be obstacles. He created them as companions, as manifestations of his own creative process. The dust bunnies are his little helpers, keeping the place from becoming too sterile. The whistling teapot, a reminder to never settle for good enough. And the rocking chair, perhaps it just has a lot of pin-up energy from all those arcane theories he wrestled with. Barnaby Fumbleworth looked from Will to the rocking chair, then back again. Companions? They are sentient dust colonies and an auditory hazard, and the proper cataloging of this legacy requires an understanding of its creator, does it not? Will countered gently. The guild's bylaws, if I recall, mention practitioners of demonstrably unconventional magical disciplines. Master Grumwald certainly fits that description. His home is not merely a collection of artifacts. It is a living testament to his unconventionality. To catalog it properly, you need to understand the why behind the what. Esmeralda Quillsworth remained silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the still swirling vortex. It was clear that Will's perspective, so utterly alien to the guild's rigid methodology, was at least planting a seed of doubt. "We are trained to assess and catalog," she stated finally, her voice regaining some of its steely edge, though a hint of uncertainty now laced it. "We are not trained to commune with furniture or negotiate with housekeeping mites." "Then perhaps," Will said, stepping away from the vortex, which was indeed beginning to diminish in intensity as if bored by their lack of interaction, "you require my assistance. I spent many years under Master Grumwald's tutelage. I understand his eccentricities. I can help you navigate his home, and more importantly, his magic. Without my input, I suspect your inventory will be incomplete, perhaps even inaccurate. And knowing Grumwald, he would find that hilariously inefficient." He gestured towards the main hall, a vast, echoing space that seemed to stretch further than the tower's exterior suggested. "The real work, I suspect, lies beyond this vestibule. The library, for one, is said to contain more spontaneously generated spells than actual books. And his alchemy lab, well, let's just say it's where gravity goes to take a holiday." He paused, a playful glint in his eye. "And I believe there might be a certain batch of biscuits in the pantry that are rather keen on making their acquaintance. They have a tendency to offer unsolicited advice." Barnaby swallowed hard, his hand still hovering near his sword. "Biscuits? Offering advice?" "Sentient biscuits," Will clarified, quite opinionated, mostly about the optimal flavor profile of existential dread, but surprisingly insightful on matters of arcane theory, if you can get past their tendency to crumble when they're agitated. Esmeralda's lips thinned. "This is highly irregular. Guild protocols do not account for opinionated baked goods." "Then perhaps," Will said, his voice soft but firm, "the guild needs to expand its protocols. Grumwald's legacy is not one to be measured in simple weights and volumes. It's a legacy of the wonderfully absurd, of magic untamed and imagination unbound. And if you want to truly understand it, you'll need someone who speaks its language." He met Esmeralda's gaze directly. "And I, despite my aversion to remedial courses, am fluent." He knew, with a certainty that settled deep within him, that this was his responsibility, to ensure that Grumwald's life's work, in all its glorious, chaotic, and undeniably magical form, was not merely cataloged, but understood. And if that meant dealing with a few sentient dust bunnies and some overly enthusiastic crockery along the way, so be it. The lopsided tower was calling, and he was ready to answer. The will was less a testament and more a public airing of grievances, delivered by a perpetually exasperated Esmeralda Quillsworth, whose voice seemed to crackle with suppressed static. Barnaby Fumbleworth stood beside her, looking as though he'd rather be anywhere else, preferably in a soundproofed vault with no magical resonance whatsoever. The parchment, when finally unfurled, was a testament to Grumwald's distinctive brand of legalese, which seemed to involve more exclamation points and thinly veiled insults than actual legal pronouncements. Herein lies the last, and likely most coherent, utterance of one Grumwald of the lopsided tower. Esmeralda began, her tone devoid of any reverence. To whom it may concern, and frankly, to most of you lot, it won't. Firstly, taxes. An absolute outrage. How is a mage of my considerable, though tragically underappreciated, talents supposed to fund his arcane pursuits when the crown insists on taxing even the etheric residue from successful transmutations? It's highway robbery, plain and simple. And the Ministry of Arcane Standards? A gaggle of bureaucratic nitwits who wouldn't know a truly groundbreaking enchantment if it bit them on their perfectly polished wands. Will listened, a faint smile playing on his lips. This was exactly the Grumwald he remembered, cantankerous, opinionated, and utterly unapologetic. The guild representatives, however, seemed to be wilting under the sheer force of his posthumous curmudgeonliness. Secondly, Esmeralda continued, her voice rising slightly as she navigated a particularly convoluted sentence involving the declining quality of goblin-woven parchment, modern magic. Bah! All flash and no substance. Where are the days of true innovation, of spells that tickled the very fabric of reality? Now it's all pre-packaged incantations and ethically sourced pixie dust. Pathetic. You'll all be worshipping the grand arcanist of perpetual blandness before long. Mark my words. Barnaby Fumbleworth let out a small, involuntary groan, which he quickly disguised as a cough. The rocking chair nearby gave an extra vigorous shudder, as if in agreement. Even the dust bunnies seemed to pause their domestic duties, their fuzzy forms twitching as if listening intently. And as for my belongings, Esmeralda read, her voice now laced with a weariness that suggested she'd been forced to read this document numerous times already, likely to reluctant goblins and perhaps even a particularly stubborn gnome. I leave the bulk of my estate to the one individual who demonstrated a modicum of common sense, or at least a tolerance for my particular brand of genius. To Will, my most promising and occasionally exasperating protege. Will felt a surge of something akin to pride, quickly followed by a healthy dose of apprehension. Grumwald's genius was notorious for its unpredictable side effects. To Will, Esmeralda droned on, I bequeath my entire collection of particularly vexing enchanted items. May he find them as frustrating and ultimately illuminating as I did. Cataloging them should prove challenging, especially that self-folding laundry basket. Honestly, that thing's got more attitude than a grumpy badger. The guild members exchanged a nervous glance. Particularly vexing was a euphemism in Grumwald's lexicon that could encompass anything from a self-aware teacup with a penchant for existential philosophy to a pair of socks that insisted on redecorating the room at inconvenient hours. Will braced himself. His inheritance was likely to be less treasure chest and more Pandora's box, albeit a rather dusty and slightly sarcastic one. Furthermore, Esmeralda continued, flipping a page with a slightly grubby finger, I leave my entire library of obscure petty magic tomes. Titles such as The Subtle Art of Nuisance, Advanced Charm Work for the Derelict, Whispers from the Understairs, a compendium of drafts and draft dodging, and The Zen of Squeaky Hinges, Mastering Minor Resonances. I trust these will provide ample opportunity for creative application, and perhaps a few headaches. Good. Headaches mean you're learning. Will couldn't help but chuckle. He'd always suspected Grumwald had a soft spot for the seemingly insignificant, the magics that operated on the fringes of true power, the kind that annoyed rather than awed. Petty magic indeed, the sort of magic that made your keys perpetually vanish, your shoelaces untie themselves at the most inopportune moments, and your tea go cold just as you reach for it. Grumwald had always argued that true mastery lay not in grand gestures, but in the perfect execution of minor irritations. Finally, Esmeralda declared, her voice taking on a dramatic tone as she reached the last, sealed section of the parchment, I leave one final, sealed spell scroll. It is marked for emergencies only, or Tuesdays, whichever comes first. Use it wisely or don't. Frankly, I'm not fussed. If it causes undue chaos, all the better. She carefully placed the scroll on a nearby table. It was a thick, imposing thing, wrapped in what looked like cured dragon hide and bound with a shimmering, almost pulsating cord. A faint hum emanated from it, a low thrum of contained power that even Will, accustomed to Grumwald's volatile energies, found intriguing. And that, Esmeralda announced, snapping the will shut with a definitive thud, is the extent of Master Grumwald's final testament concerning his personal effects and magical bequests. As per guild regulations, a comprehensive inventory of all items, magical and mundane, will be conducted. However, she paused, glancing around the still buzzing, occasionally levitating, chamber with visible distaste. Given the ambient magical instability, we will be commencing the preliminary cataloging of the vexing items and the library offsite. This location is proving rather inhospitable to efficient administrative processes. Barnaby Fumbleworth nodded vigorously, his florid face pale. Indeed, Miss Quillsworth, the spectral anomalies alone are considerable, and the persistent, rhythmic clanking from the west wing suggests a disgruntled automaton with a severe case of existential ennui. It's not conducive to accurate data entry. He shivered, despite the air being neither cold nor particularly damp. I believe this place actively resists being cataloged. It has a will of its own, a rather obnoxious one, if I may say so. Master Grumwald's magic was never one to be easily contained or quantified, Will said, stepping forward and picking up the sealed scroll. He could feel its potent energy resonating with something within him, a familiar echo of Grumwald's wild, untamed power. It was a magic of personality, of whim, of sometimes delightful, sometimes infuriating unpredictability. Esmeralda Quillsworth adjusted her spectacles, her gaze fixed on Will with a mixture of professional curiosity and, Will suspected, a healthy dose of relief that the task was almost complete. Your familiarity with the deceased's eccentricities is noted, Mr. Will. It is fortunate. The Guild prefers to avoid prolonged exposure to actively argumentative architecture or sentient baked goods. Although, she added, her voice dropping to a near whisper, Barnaby did mention one of the biscuits in the pantry did offer a rather astute critique of his filing system. Quite rudely, of course. Barnaby blanched, muttering something about unsolicited pastry-based opinions under his breath. The vexing items, Will clarified, looking at the two guild members, are not merely objects. They are artifacts imbued with Grumwald's very essence. His frustrations, his triumphs, his peculiar sense of humor. To catalog them, you need to understand the man, and I believe I have a rudimentary understanding. He paused, the scroll feeling warm in his hand. As for the library, those tomes are not just books of spells. They are keys to understanding a different kind of magic. The magic of the small, the overlooked, the delightfully inconvenient. He glanced around the lopsided tower, the whimsical structure that had been his mentor's home and laboratory. Even amidst the lingering arcane energies and the slightly alarming domestic arrangements, he felt a profound connection. Grumwald's legacy wasn't just in the tangible items he left behind, but in the very spirit of his work. The Guild is eager to leave, I understand, Will said, a hint of amusement in his voice. And I don't blame you. This place can be overwhelming. But before you go, perhaps you could direct me to the pantry. I have a feeling those opinionated biscuits might have some rather interesting insights into the particularly vexing collection. And I, for one, am always eager to hear what a biscuit has to say about advanced enchantment. Esmeralda Quillsworth's lips twitched, a rare departure from her usual severe expression. If you insist on fraternizing with the pantry's more vocal residents, Mr. Will, that is your prerogative. Our task here is nearly complete. The preliminary inventory of the less problematic artifacts is boxed and ready for transport. We will, of course, expect a full report on your findings regarding the vexing items and the petty magic library once you've consulted with the local baked goods. Consider it done, Will replied, offering a polite bow. As the guild representatives practically fled, their footsteps echoing a frantic rhythm on the magically warped floorboards, Will turned his attention to the sealed scroll. Grumwald's last gift, a mystery wrapped in an enigma, tied with a particularly potent bow of potential chaos. He could feel the weight of responsibility and the exhilarating thrill of the unknown. The legacy of Grumwald's grumblings had finally arrived, and it was proving to be far more entertaining and potentially explosive than he had ever imagined. The testament of petty tricks had truly begun. The scroll, a formidable thing of cured dragon hide and pulsating cord, felt almost alive in Will's hands. It hummed with a contained energy, a low thrum that resonated with the very core of his being. He'd expected, well, he wasn't entirely sure what he'd expected. Perhaps a blast of pure, unadulterated arcane force, a spell that would either level the lopsided tower or, at the very least, transmute Barnaby Fumbleworth into a particularly unflattering shade of puce. Grumwald, after all, had a flair for the dramatic, and his posthumous pronouncements had so far leaned heavily towards the chaotic and the inconvenient. This for emergencies only, or Tuesdays, whichever comes first, had the distinct ring of impending, spectacular disaster. He traced the faded, spidery script on the scroll's surface, his brow furrowed in concentration. The guild representatives had practically sprinted from the premises, their faces a mixture of relief and lingering, residual magical dread. Will, however, felt a different kind of anticipation. He remembered Grumwald's lessons, not just the intricate spell weaving or the often baffling alchemical formulas, but the moments of quiet observation, the subtle shifts in the old mage's gruff demeanor. Grumwald had a language all his own, a dialect of grumbles, snorts, and the occasional, surprisingly apt insult. And Will, his protege, had learned to decipher it. Taking a deep breath, he unrolled the scroll fully. The parchment was thick, ancient, and smelled faintly of dried ink and something akin to burnt sugar. The incantation itself was short, surprisingly so, and written in a script that was both elegant and slightly crooked, much like Grumwald's handwriting. There were no complex sigils, no intricate diagrams, just a series of words that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. So are levitas, risus profundus, anima lucens, Will read aloud, his voice echoing softly in the strangely quiescent, yet still thrumming, chamber. He enunciated each syllable carefully, feeling the arcane resonance of the words build within him. He waited for the explosion, for the ground to shake, for the very air to crackle with untamed power. Nothing happened, externally at least. The tower remained lopsided. The spectral anomalies seemed to have momentarily paused their ethereal haunting. The clanking from the west wing, which had been remarkably persistent, had inexplicably ceased. Even the air, which had been thick with residual magic and the faint scent of something that might have been disgruntled gingerbread, seemed to settle. Will blinked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He reread the incantation, mouthing the words silently. Cor levitas, risus profundus, anima lucens. Heart light, deep laughter, shining soul. It sounded remarkably benign, almost gentle, and then it happened. It wasn't a thunderclap or a flash of light or the sudden appearance of a swarm of aggressively cheerful imps. It was something far more subtle and infinitely more profound. A sensation, warm and soft, began to unfurl within him. It started in his chest, a gentle pressure that expanded outwards, like a wave of liquid sunshine spreading through his veins. It was a feeling of pure, unadulterated comfort, a deep-seated sense of well-being that he hadn't realized he was missing. His lips twitched, a small, involuntary movement, but it was there. He felt a lightness, a buoyancy that had nothing to do with levitation spells. It was as if a heavy cloak of worry and responsibility had been lifted from his shoulders, replaced by something light and airy, like a dove's feather. And then it bloomed, a smile. Not the polite, wry smirk he'd often deployed when dealing with guild members, or the fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of amusement that had flickered across his face during the reading of Grumwald's will. This was a broad, genuine, unrestrained smile. It stretched his cheeks, crinkled the corners of his eyes, and felt utterly, wonderfully alien and yet strangely familiar. It was a smile that reached the very depths of his being, a smile that spoke of joy, of peace, of a profound and unexpected happiness. He looked at the scroll again, his eyes shining with a newfound understanding. This wasn't a spell for emergencies or even for Tuesdays. This was a spell for him. Grumwald, the cantankerous old mage who delighted in chaos and misery, who viewed politeness as a sign of weakness and sentimentality as a plague, had conjured this. He had, in his own uniquely Grumwaldian way, woven a spell of pure, unadulterated joy. It was so. Grumwald. He wouldn't admit to caring, not directly. He wouldn't offer platitudes or heartfelt declarations. Instead, he'd create a magical construct, a carefully worded incantation designed to elicit the very emotion he'd likely considered a foolish indulgence in others. He'd found a way to express affection, not through words, but through a magical intervention that bypasses all defenses, all cynicism, all of Will's carefully constructed reservations. Will let out a soft, choked laugh, the sound bubbling up from the warmth that had settled in his chest. It wasn't a booming laugh or a raucous guffaw, but a gentle, heartfelt sound that perfectly complemented the smile that was still firmly in place. He could almost see Grumwald's ghost, a shadowy figure leaning against the wobbly architecture of the tower, a smug, almost imperceptible glint in his spectral eye. See? Told you it worked. Though I maintain it's far more effective on a Tuesday. The particularly vexing items suddenly seemed less daunting. The grimoires of petty magic, with their titles that promised endless minor annoyances, felt less like a burden and more like a treasure trove. Grumwald's legacy wasn't just a collection of oddities and esoteric knowledge. It was a testament to a deeply buried, fiercely guarded affection. It was proof that beneath the layers of grumbling and disdain, Grumwald had cared. He had seen something in Will, something worth nurturing, something worth a spell that made him smile. He held the scroll gently, feeling the faint warmth emanating from it. It was a simple spell, yet it held more power than many of the grand enchantments he'd studied. It had the power to change a mood, to lift a spirit, to remind him of the inherent goodness that could exist even in the most curmudgeonly of souls. He thought of the self-folding laundry basket, the socks that redecorated the room, the teacup with a penchant for philosophy. He dismissed them as mere annoyances, as Grumwald's elaborate pranks. But now, he saw them differently. They were all part of the same tapestry, the same intricate, often bewildering, expression of Grumwald's unique brand of love. The petty magic, the vexing items, the gruff pronouncements, they were all facets of a complex personality, and this final spell, this gift of a genuine smile, was the key that unlocked the understanding. Will closed his eyes for a moment, letting the warmth wash over him. The smile remained, a beacon of light in the lingering arcane haze of the lopsided tower. He felt a profound sense of gratitude, not just for the spell, but for the man who had conceived it. Grumwald had taught him so much about magic, about the world, and even, in his own peculiar way, about himself. And this last lesson, this gentle, heartfelt enchantment, was perhaps the most valuable of all. He opened his eyes, the smile still gracing his lips. The guild might have been eager to escape the tower's peculiar aura, but Will felt a sudden reluctance to leave. There were still so many unanswered questions, so many puzzles to unravel within these crooked walls. But for now, he simply basked in the glow of Grumwald's final, unexpected gift. He felt lighter, happier, and more at peace than he had in a long time. And for that, he owed his old mentor a debt of gratitude, a debt that he would repay by embracing the legacy of Grumbles, the magic of the mundane, and the enduring power of a truly genuine smile. He was Will, Grumwald's protege, and he was smiling. And in Grumwald's world, that was no small feat. It was, in fact, a minor miracle, and one he would cherish. The spell that made Will smile was not just a testament to Grumwald's hidden affections. It was a testament to the enduring power of magic, even in its most unassuming and personally directed forms. It was a reminder that even the gruffest exterior could hide a heart that, in its own way, knew how to express love, even if it was through the medium of a magically induced, deeply felt grin. And as Will stood there, the scroll still warm in his hand, the laughter still echoing softly within him, he knew that Grumwald's legacy was not just about the magic he left behind, but about the profound impact he had on those he chose to teach, to test, and, in his own unique fashion, to care for. The journey of discovery had truly begun, and it had started with a smile. The silence in the cottage was a stark contrast to the cacophony of emotions and arcane energies that had recently swirled around Will. Yet, amidst the quiet, a profound understanding settled within him, as warm and comforting as the residual magic still clinging to the air. He looked around at the seemingly ordinary objects, each imbued with a touch of Grumwald's peculiar essence. The self-folding laundry basket, which he had initially viewed with a mixture of exasperation and mild terror, now seemed less like a magical nuisance and more like a whimsical companion. The perpetually philosophical teacup, its pronouncements on the nature of existence often delivered with a surprising degree of gravitas, was no longer an eccentricity to be tolerated, but a testament to Grumwald's belief that wisdom could be found in the most unexpected places, even in a vessel designed for Earl Grey. He realized then that Grumwald's legacy wasn't solely comprised of grand spells or earth-shattering enchantments. It was woven into the fabric of everyday life, manifested in the small, the inconvenient, and the utterly absurd. Petty magic, as Grumwald had so disdainfully, yet affectionately, termed it, was not about malice. It wasn't about inflicting pain or causing genuine harm. Instead, it was a subtle art, a mischievous current that ran beneath the surface of the mundane, designed to inject a much-needed dose of levity into a world that often took itself far too seriously. It was a way to poke fun at the pompous, to disrupt the arrogant, and to remind everyone that even the most solemn of occasions could benefit from a strategically placed, magically animated, self-stirring spoon. Grumwald, in his own curmudgeonly way, had been a master of this art. His grumbles, his seemingly random acts of magical mischief, his gruff pronouncements, they were all part of a grand design. He had perfected the ability to use the smallest, most inconvenient, and often hilarious forms of magic to make a point, to challenge assumptions, and to, in his own unique fashion, bring joy. Will had spent so long trying to decipher the complex arcane theories and the arcane pronouncements of the established magical orders that he had almost missed the most important lessons Grumwald had to offer. He had been looking for lightning bolts when Grumwald had been teaching him the subtle art of making a perfectly brewed cup of tea spontaneously levitate an inch above the saucer, just long enough to make one question their sanity, before settling back down with a gentle clink. The guild, with their rigid adherence to protocol and their fear of anything that strayed from the approved curriculum, would never understand. They saw Grumwald's methods as reckless, his magic as frivolous. They would likely catalog his grimoires, deeming most of them as trivial and insignificant, mere curiosities to be filed away in dusty archives. But Will knew better. He knew that within those seemingly insignificant spells lay a profound truth. That magic at its heart was about connection, about expression, and about the sheer, unadulterated fun of bending reality to one's will, even if it was just to ensure that one's socks always matched. A slow, genuine smile, still lingering from the power of Grumwald's final gift, spread across Will's face. He looked at his hands, at the faint shimmer of residual magic that still clung to his fingertips. He didn't necessarily aspire to the title of archmage, to command legions of arcane energy, or to reshape the very foundations of the world. That path, he now understood, was not for him. His calling was different. It was to embrace the spirit of the trickster adept, to become a conduit for Grumwald's peculiar brand of magic. He vowed, then and there, in the quiet heart of the cottage, surrounded by the lingering echoes of his master's presence, to continue the tradition. He would not hoard this knowledge, this understanding, this joy. He would share it. He would find others, those who felt a little lost in the rigid structures of traditional magic, those who yearned for something more, something fun. He would teach them that the most powerful magic wasn't always the loudest or the most destructive. Sometimes it was the quiet, inconvenient nudge that disrupted a perfectly crafted argument, or the sudden, inexplicable appearance of a rubber chicken in the middle of a solemn ceremony, that had the most profound impact. He imagined himself, years from now, perhaps with a few more wrinkles around his eyes and a slightly more pronounced habit of muttering to himself, standing before a new generation of apprentices. He wouldn't lecture them on the theoretical underpinnings of elemental manipulation or the intricate geometry of transfiguration. Instead, he would show them how to imbue a quill with the uncanny ability to write eloquent insults on behalf of the user, how to make a stubborn door confess its secrets, or how to create a minor illusion that made everyone in a room inexplicably crave cheese. He would explain that petty magic was not about the what, but the why. It was about understanding the human condition, about recognizing the moments of tension and pomposity that needed to be deflated, about finding the humor in the everyday struggles of existence. It was about using magic as a tool for empathy, albeit a slightly chaotic and often hilarious one. He would teach them to observe, to listen, and to find the absurd in the mundane. He would encourage them to experiment, to push the boundaries, and to embrace the unexpected consequences of their magical endeavors. Grumwald's grumbling had been a form of communication, a way of expressing his disapproval of pretentiousness and his quiet affection for Will. His spells, even the most annoying ones, had been designed to provoke a reaction, to teach a lesson, or simply to elicit a groan of exasperated amusement. Will intended to carry that torch. He would become a custodian of the inconvenient, a champion of the absurd, and a purveyor of magical mirth. He envisioned a world where a misplaced sock wasn't just an annoyance, but a minor magical quest, where a flickering candle wasn't a sign of a draft, but a playful imp trying to get attention, and where a sudden, inexplicable urge to sing show tunes was simply a manifestation of good, old-fashioned petty magic at play. It wouldn't be a world free of problems, of course. Grumwald's legacy certainly hadn't eradicated all of life's difficulties, but would be a world that was a little bit lighter, a little bit funnier, and a lot more willing to embrace the beautiful, bewildering chaos that magic, in its most untamed and personal forms, could bring. He picked up a small, worn leather-bound book from Grumwald's cluttered desk. Its title, written in faded gold leaf, read, "On the proper use of conjured dust bunnies and other minor annoyances." He flipped it open, and his smile widened. The first page contained a neatly drawn diagram of a particularly fluffy dust bunny, accompanied by a single, cryptic note, guaranteed to trip up even the most self-important wizard. Use with discretion, and a broom. This was it. This was Grumwald's true legacy. Not the arcane power, not the esoteric knowledge, but the enduring spirit of playful disruption, the unwavering commitment to finding joy in the smallest of magical gestures. Will closed his eyes, breathing in the faint, familiar scent of aged parchment and something that reminded him vaguely of burnt sugar. He felt a sense of purpose, a clarity he hadn't possessed before. He was Grumwald's protege, and he would honor his master's memory not by replicating his power, but by embodying his spirit. He would ensure that the tradition of grumbling, of subtle chaos, and of profoundly silly magic would continue. He would teach the world to smile, one inconveniently conjured dust bunny at a time. The lopsided tower, the guild, the vast expanse of arcane theory, they all faded into the background. In this moment, in this quiet cottage, with the promise of a magically mischievous future stretching before him, Will was ready. He was ready to embrace the legacy of Grumwald, and in doing so, to perhaps make the world a slightly more interesting and a lot more humorous place. The path ahead was not paved with gold, but with strategically placed banana peels and spontaneously animated teacups, and Will wouldn't have it any other way. The art of petty magic was not just about casting spells. It was about understanding the delicate balance between order and chaos, and knowing precisely when and how to tip the scales, usually with a perfectly timed, magically induced giggle. He understood now that Grumwald, in his own gruff, cantankerous way, had been a visionary. He had seen the potential for magic to be more than just a tool of power. He had seen it as a means of connection, of laughter, and of profound, if unconventional, love. And Will, his chosen successor, was ready to carry that vision forward, one absurd, delightful, and utterly unforgettable spell at a time. The world, he decided, could always use a little more unexpected magic, a little more silliness, and a lot more genuine laughter. And if he had to conjure 1,000 self-folding laundry baskets and 1,000,000 philosophical teacups to achieve it, so be it. The legacy of Grumbles was now in his hands, and he intended to make it sing. Or perhaps, more accurately, to make it trip over its own magically animated shoelaces. The thought alone was enough to bring another wide, unadulterated smile to his face, a smile that echoed the very essence of Grumwald's enduring and endearingly inconvenient magic. Chapter 9. The Spiteful Scholar. The air in the small cottage still hummed with the residual warmth of Grumwald's final, unexpected gift. Will, still basking in the afterglow of a revelation that felt more profound than any arcane tome he'd ever studied, ran a hand over the worn leather on the proper use of conjured dust bunnies and other minor annoyances. The words, once merely amusing, now resonated with the weight of a profound philosophy. Petty magic, he understood, wasn't about the grandeur of power, but the nuanced art of influence, the subtle disruption that could reframe an entire perspective. It was about poking the world's self-importance with a magically sharpened stick, about reminding even the most stoic individuals that a strategically placed, spontaneously combusting teacup could be more illuminating than any lecture. He looked around the cluttered cottage, no longer seeing just the remnants of a cantankerous old wizard, but the tangible evidence of a life dedicated to a peculiar, yet deeply human, form of magical expression. The self-folding laundry basket wasn't just a domestic convenience. It was a testament to Grumwald's belief that even the most tedious chores could be approached with a dash of playful defiance. The philosophical teacup, with its existential musings, was a gentle nudge towards introspection, a reminder that wisdom could be brewed alongside Earl Grey. These weren't mere magical curiosities. They were lessons in living, imbued with a spirit of levity that the rigid, fear-ridden guild would never comprehend. They would likely categorize Grumwald's grimoires as trifles, his incantations as frivolous nonsense. But Will knew better. He knew that the true power lay not in earth-shattering spells, but in the subtle, the inconvenient, and the undeniably amusing. The guild. The very thought sent a familiar ripple of annoyance through him, but was now tinged with a newfound sense of pity. They were so focused on building taller towers, on amassing more power, on adhering to their dusty, archaic doctrines, that they had missed the very essence of magic. They sought to control, to dominate, to impose order with an iron fist. Grumwald, in his own delightfully chaotic way, had sought to liberate, to amuse, to subtly dismantle the edifice of self-importance that so often choked the joy out of life. Will envisioned himself not as another stern-faced enforcer of arcane law, but as a purveyor of magical mirth, a champion of the delightfully inconvenient. He wouldn't be a mage who conjured storms or commanded legions. No, his path lay elsewhere. He would be the architect of the perfectly timed, magically induced hiccup, the maestro of the spontaneously levitating slipper, the guru of the perpetually misplaced spectacles. He would teach others to see the world not as a place to be conquered, but as a grand, often absurd, play to be observed and subtly nudged towards greater hilarity. He would cultivate a new breed of magic user, one who understood that a well-placed, whoopee cushion enchantment could be more effective than a banishing spell, and that a good, hearty laugh was often the most potent magic of all. The concept solidified in his mind, a bright, mischievous spark igniting in the quiet aftermath of Grumwald's passing. It was more than just a personal pursuit. It was a legacy to be shared, a philosophy to be propagated. He would establish a place, a haven for those who felt stifled by the traditional magical institutions, for those who yearned for a touch of whimsy in their arcane studies. He would create an academy, a place where the art of subtle chaos and the science of minor inconvenience would be taught with the utmost seriousness and an equal measure of amusement. The wheels of his imagination began to turn, not with the grinding gears of grand, world-altering ambition, but with the gentle whirring of a conjured clockwork mouse. He saw it, not as a towering citadel of learning, but as something far more fitting to his newfound calling. It would be a collection of buildings, perhaps slightly askew, huddled together like a group of gossiping old women, each leaning against the other for support. It would be on the outskirts of Iridia, far enough from the judgmental eyes of the guild, but close enough to attract those who craved a different kind of education. The entrance would be, well, it would need to be memorable. A grand archway seemed too ostentatious. Perhaps a simple, weathered wooden sign, its lettering lovingly carved, but perpetually hanging just a little bit crooked, as if perpetually battling a stubborn gust of wind. Beneath it, instead of a Latin phrase extolling virtue or power, a more honest and, frankly, more entertaining motto, making the world suffer mildly. Yes, that felt right. It captured the essence of Grumwald's spirit, the playful defiance, the refusal to take oneself too seriously. It was an invitation, a warning, and a promise, all rolled into one gloriously askew package. The Academy wouldn't boast pristine marble halls or lecture theaters equipped with the latest in scrying technology. No, its charm would lie in its imperfections, its quirks, its delightful eccentricities. The courtyard, for instance, would feature fountains that didn't always flow with graceful streams of water. Some might spout erratically, sending bursts of water in unexpected directions. Others might just sputter, and a select few might, on occasion, produce a fine mist of what smelled suspiciously like lavender-scented bath salts. It would be a constant reminder that perfection was overrated and that a little bit of unexpected splash could be surprisingly invigorating. The very act of establishing this institution was, in itself, a minor act of rebellion. The Guild, with their obsession for uniformity and their deep-seated fear of anything that deviated from the norm, would undoubtedly find the entire endeavor utterly preposterous. They would likely scoff, mutter about wasted magical potential, and perhaps even send a politely worded, yet thinly veiled, threat in the form of a magically binding decree. But what was ready? He had Grumwald's legacy, a mischievous twinkle in his eye, and a growing collection of spellbooks filled with incantations for conjuring stubborn shoelaces and ensuring that all toast landed butter side down. He imagined the first day of classes. No soaring orations on the fundamental forces of the universe. Instead, a brisk demonstration of how to imbue a common housefly with the uncanny ability to deliver scathing, yet hilariously inaccurate, gossip. Or perhaps a workshop on the advanced techniques of making doors refuse to open for anyone wearing overly polished shoes. The curriculum would be unconventional, to say the least. There would be advanced nuisance enchantments, a course that would delve into the finer points of making perfectly brewed tea spontaneously turn tepid, or causing the sudden, inexplicable urge for everyone in a room to loudly hum a sea shanty. The art of subtle sabotage would explore methods for ensuring that all pens ran dry at the most critical moment of note-taking, and how to make sure that important documents, upon closer inspection, revealed tiny, magically animated squirrels performing elaborate mating dances. And then there was Applied Social Disruption, a flagship program designed to equip students with the skills to gracefully and hilariously derail any overly serious conversation. Think a sudden, magically induced craving for pickled onions during a high-stakes diplomatic negotiation, or the spontaneous appearance of a flock of brightly colored, singing rubber chickens in the middle of a particularly dry academic lecture. The goal wasn't to cause actual harm, but to puncture pomposity, to inject a much-needed dose of absurdity, and to remind everyone that even in the most dire of circumstances, there is always room for a well-timed, magically orchestrated giggle. We'll envision the faculty. Would it be a collection of equally eccentric individuals? Perhaps a retired illusionist who specialized in making statues wink, or a grumpy gnome who had perfected the art of making garden gnomes spontaneously migrate to inconvenient locations. You would need someone with a firm grasp of the more aggressive forms of petty magic. Someone who could teach the finer points of enchanting door handles to deliver mild electric shocks, or the subtle art of making a perfectly crafted sandcastle crumble into dust with a single, well-aimed sneeze. He pictured his students. They wouldn't be the bright-eyed prodigies vying for the top ranks of the arcane elite. No, they would be the rebels, the outcasts, the ones who found the traditional magical arts a bit too straight-laced. The quiet observer who always noticed the small, humorous details. The prankster who longed for more sophisticated tools for their craft. The weary bureaucrat who just wanted to inject a little bit of chaos into their mundane existence. They would come seeking not power, but perspective, not dominion, but delight. The Academy of Applied Inconvenience, as he was beginning to call in his mind, would be more than just a school. It would be a community, a sanctuary for the creatively mischievous. It would be a place where the grumbles of the world were not just tolerated, but celebrated. Where a perfectly brewed cup of tea that spontaneously levitated an inch before settling back down was not a sign of faulty enchantment, but a testament to the subtle, joyful magic that Grumwald had embodied. He chuckled, a genuine, unrestrained sound that echoed through the small cottage. He could already see the guild's reaction. The outrage, the indignant pronouncements, the inevitable attempts to shut down his establishment. But they wouldn't understand. They would never grasp the profound importance of a perfectly timed, magically induced itch, or the sheer comedic genius of a spontaneously generated, self-knitting scarf that stubbornly refused to stay on. This was his calling. This was Grumwald's true legacy. Not just the dusty grimoires, but the spirit of playful disruption, the unwavering commitment to finding joy in the smallest of magical gestures. He would ensure that the tradition of grumbling, of subtle chaos, and a profoundly silly magic would continue. He would teach the world to smile, one inconveniently conjured dust bunny at a time. The lopsided tower, the guild, the vast expanse of arcane theory, they all faded into the background. In this moment, in this quiet cottage, with the promise of a magically mischievous future stretching before him, Will was ready. He was ready to embrace the legacy of Grumwald, and in doing so, to perhaps make the world a slightly more interesting and a lot more humorous place. The path ahead was not paved with gold, but with strategically placed banana peels and spontaneously animated teacups, and Will wouldn't have it any other way. The art of petty magic was not just about casting spells. It was about understanding the delicate balance between order and chaos, and knowing precisely when and how to tip the scales, usually with a perfectly timed, magically induced giggle. He understood now that Grumwald, in his own gruff, cantankerous way, had been a visionary. He had seen the potential for magic to be more than just a tool of power. He had seen it as a means of connection, of laughter, and of profound, if unconventional, love. And Will, his chosen successor, was ready to carry that vision forward, one absurd, delightful, and utterly unforgettable spell at a time. The world, he decided, could always use a little more unexpected magic, a little more silliness, and a lot more genuine laughter. And if he had to conjure 1,000 self-folding laundry baskets and 1,000,000 philosophical teacups to achieve it, so be it. The legacy of Grumbles was now in his hands, and he intended to make it sing. Or perhaps, more accurately, to make it trip over its own magically animated shoelaces. The thought alone was enough to bring another wide, unadulterated smile to his face, a smile that echoed the very essence of Grumwald's enduring and endearingly inconvenient magic. The initial preparations were, predictably, anything but smooth. Will's first foray into securing a suitable location involved a rather unfortunate encounter with a real estate agent who specialized in magically imbued properties. The agent, a portly gentleman named Barnaby Buttercup, whose own magical aptitude seemed to manifest primarily in the uncanny ability to appear with a perfectly brewed and suspiciously strong cup of tea at precisely the moment one least expected it, had been enthusiastic. He had led Will through a series of properties that ranged from the merely questionable to the outright perilous. There was the abandoned clock tower that chimed with the discordant wail of a banshee at precisely 3 minutes past every hour. The perpetually damp manor house where the resident ghosts engaged in a never-ending game of ghostly charades, and a particularly charming, albeit slightly singed, former alchemist laboratory that still occasionally emitted plumes of what smelled alarmingly like sulfur and regret. Barnaby, undeterred by Will's increasingly glazed expression, had pointed to a cluster of interconnected buildings on the outskirts of Iridia. They weren't grand, nor particularly imposing. In fact, they looked as though they had been assembled by a committee of squirrels with a penchant for architectural improvisation. One building seemed to sag precariously to the left, while its neighbor leaned drunkenly to the right, giving the entire complex a distinctly unsettled, almost seasick appearance. The windows were mismatched, some paneled with what looked suspiciously like repurposed dragon scales, others filled with glass so warped that it distorted the view into a funhouse mirror of oddities. "This, my dear fellow," Barnaby had declared, beaming, "is the gem. A touch, quirky, certainly, but with enormous potential." Will had stared at the structure, a wry smile playing on his lips. It was perfect, absolutely, hilariously perfect. The main entrance, framed by a pair of stout, slightly splintered wooden doors, was topped with a sign that Barnaby had already conjured. It was made of dark, aged wood, the letters painstakingly carved and gilded. It read, "The Petty Magic Academy of Applied Inconvenience." As Will watched, the sign, with a soft, almost imperceptible creak, shifted, settling at a jaunty, decidedly unprofessional angle. A minor adjustment to the enchantment of gravitas, Barnaby had explained with a wink. It tends to get a bit overzealous otherwise. Will had merely nodded, a sense of profound satisfaction washing over him. This was precisely the kind of establishment he had envisioned. Not a place of sterile perfection, but a testament to the beauty of the flawed, the charm of the askew, the undeniable allure of the slightly inconvenient. The courtyard was, as he had imagined, a work in progress. A series of stone fountains, each a different height and design, dotted the uneven cobblestone. One, a cherubic figure spitting water with alarming force, was already proving to be a challenge for anyone attempting to cross the courtyard without a thorough drenching. Another, a rather grumpy-looking gargoyle, seemed to alternate between a gentle trickle and a sudden, forceful geyser that could strip paint from stone. Barnaby had assured him that this was merely a temperamental water enchantment that would eventually settle down. Will suspected it would remain temperamental. That was precisely the point. The interior of the buildings was no less chaotic, though it possessed a certain undeniable charm. The main hall, designed to be the reception and gathering area, was dominated by a grand staircase that spiraled upwards, each step a slightly different hue of polished oak. The walls were lined with bookshelves that, well suspected, had a tendency to rearrange themselves when no one was looking. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment, dried herbs, and something faintly reminiscent of burnt sugar, Grumwald's lingering essence, perhaps, or just a poorly contained spell. Barnaby, ever the entrepreneur, had already begun stocking the academy with various tools of the trade. Rolls of enchanted parchment that writhed with faintly glowing runes, jars filled with what Barnaby assured him were ethically sourced poltergeist giggles, and an alarming number of self-tying cravats that seemed to have a mind of their own. "We must start somewhere, my dear Will," Barnaby had said, gesturing expansively with a teacup that was currently levitating at a jaunty angle. And what better place to begin than with the foundational principles of mild discomfiture? Well, it spent the next few days overseeing the initial setup, which involved a great deal of magical tinkering and a surprising amount of physical exertion. He found himself enchanting the door handles to occasionally stick, conjuring dust bunnies that were just sentient enough to roll playfully underfoot, and subtly altering the Academy's lighting system so that it flickered with an almost imperceptible, yet undeniably unnerving rhythm. He even managed to imbue the main bell, designed to signal the start and end of classes, with a tendency to ring slightly off-key, a constant reminder that perfection was a fool's errand. The administrative side of things was, of course, a minefield of petty annoyances. Filling out the necessary paperwork for the Viridian Bureau of Arcane Establishments was a task that would have tested the patience of a saint, let alone a nascent practitioner of petty magic. The forms themselves seemed designed to be deliberately obtuse, filled with questions that required a deep understanding of obscure magical bylaws and an even deeper appreciation for bureaucratic absurdity. One particular form, requesting a detailed explanation of the primary pedagogical approach, had sent Will into a fit of giggles. He had eventually settled on a concise, yet honest, description. To cultivate a profound appreciation for the unexpected, the inconvenient, and the delightfully absurd, thereby fostering resilience, wit, and a healthy skepticism of all things overly serious. He fully expected it to be rejected outright, but it was worth the effort. He also had to draft the Academy's charter, a document that outlined the core principles and the disciplinary procedures. For disciplinary measures, Will decided against anything remotely harsh. Instead, he proposed a rotating schedule of duties, such as meticulously polishing the perpetually askew sign, ensuring the fountain sputtered with just the right amount of chaotic energy, or undertaking the arduous task of cataloging Grumwald's personal collection of particularly annoying enchanted socks. Any student found to be excessively pretentious or dangerously sincere would be required to wear a dunce cap for the duration of a full day and to deliver an impassioned and entirely improvised speech on the merits of cheese. As the final touches were being made, Will stood in the center of the main hall, looking up at the crooked staircase, the wobbly bookshelves, and the sign that seemed to wink with its off-kilter charm. A sense of profound fulfillment settled over him. This wasn't just a building, it was a statement. It was a declaration of independence from the stuffy, the predictable, the utterly boring. It was a sanctuary for the mischievous, a haven for the humorously inclined, a testament to the enduring power of a well-placed grumble. The Academy of Applied Inconvenience was ready, and Will, its proud founder and sole practitioner of the more advanced forms of magical mischief, was ready to make the world suffer mildly. He could already hear the faint, distant echo of Grumwald's approving grunt, a sound that was, in its own way, the highest form of magical praise. The era of the petty mage had officially begun. The ink on the hastily acquired charter was barely dry, yet Will found himself faced with the next, and arguably more crucial, challenge: students. The Academy of Applied Inconvenience wasn't built on bricks and mortar alone. It needed souls, individuals who understood the profound beauty of a perfectly timed, magically induced sneeze or the quiet satisfaction of a spoon that stubbornly refused to stir. He wouldn't, of course, be advertising in the conventional sense. The Guild, with its glossy brochures and its emphasis on unleashing your innate potential, read, turning young minds into obedient magical drones, had already cornered that market. Will's recruitment strategy would be far more organic and considerably more amusing. He envisioned himself wandering through the bustling marketplaces of Iridia, the grand squares where guildsmen congregated and aspiring mages showcased their latest earth-shattering, or at least mildly impressive, spells. He'd be looking for the quiet ones, the ones on the fringes, the ones whose eyes held a spark of something other. Not the burning ambition of power, but the playful glint of mischief. He'd be observing, listening, waiting for that perfect moment. A street performer whose juggling pins inexplicably started dancing a jig on their own. A merchant whose scales seemed to perpetually give customers slightly less than they were owed, but in a way that felt more like a cosmic joke than outright theft. A scholar whose meticulously arranged notes would spontaneously sprout tiny, whimsical illustrations. These were the potential candidates. His first true target presented himself, quite literally, at the academy gates. Will was standing outside, enjoying the crisp morning air and the satisfyingly crooked angle of the main sign, when a young woman approached. She was dressed in sensible, albeit slightly travel-worn, clothing, and carried a satchel that looked as though it had seen better days. Her expression was one of polite, yet determined, inquiry. "Excuse me," she began, her voice clear and melodious. "Is this the Petty Magic Academy of Applied Inconvenience?" Will's heart gave a little leap. "It is," he confirmed, a broad smile spreading across his face. "And you must be—" "Alara," she replied, offering a small, hesitant smile. I heard about it. Through a rather persistent rumor. Rumors are often the finest form of advertisement," Will declared, gesturing grandly towards the slightly sagging entrance. "Do come in. I'm Will, the founder. And I presume you're here because you—" Alara's smile widened, a touch of sheepishness entering her eyes. "Because I have a peculiar knack for mild societal disruption. You see," she lowered her voice conspiratorially, leaning in slightly, "I have a rather compelling effect on people's feet. If they stand still for too long, especially if they're trying to be important, their feet just start tapping. Uncontrollably. It's terribly embarrassing for them, and quite amusing for me." We'll let out a hearty laugh. "Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. You see, Alara, traditional magic schools would likely dismiss such a talent as trivial, a mere parlor trick. But here, we understand its true potential. Imagine the possibilities. A pompous dignitary about to deliver a lengthy, self-important speech suddenly finds his footwork betraying him, his eloquent pronouncements accompanied by an involuntary, rhythmic thumping. Or perhaps a heated debate, where the tension is so thick you could cut it with a magical knife, is diffused by the sudden, undeniable urge of all participants to perform a spontaneous jig. This is not mere annoyance. Alara, this is art. He led her inside, the self-folding laundry basket in the main hall performing its usual, unobtrusive dance. "Tell me, Alara, how did you discover this talent?" "It started when I was quite small," she explained, her gaze drifting toward the gargoyle fountain that was currently spewing water in an erratic, yet surprisingly decorative pattern. "I was at a rather dull village festival, and the mayor was droning on about civic duty. I found myself staring at his polished boots, and for some reason, I wished they'd just dance. And they did. He tried to stop, but he couldn't. The whole crowd was mesmerized. He eventually had to be escorted off the stage, still tapping his feet. It was the first time I truly understood the power of subtle inconvenience." "Subtle inconvenience," Will repeated, the words tasting like magic on his tongue. "You've captured it perfectly. You, my dear Alara, are precisely the kind of student we are seeking. Someone who understands that the greatest power lies not in destroying mountains, but in making them tap dance. We'll teach you to refine this, to control it, to apply it with the precision of a surgeon and the flair of a comedian." As Alara explored the main hall, her eyes wide with a mixture of amusement and wonder, Will's mind was already racing. He saw her not just making people tap their feet, but perhaps influencing the rhythm of conversations, subtly nudging the tempo of events. Imagine a tense negotiation where one party's feet start tapping at an alarming rate, signaling their unease, or a romantic suitor whose footwork betrays his nervousness before he even utters a word. The applications were endless and delightfully mischievous. His second recruit arrived a few days later, accompanied by a rather apologetic-looking parental figure. The boy, barely past adolescence, was extraordinarily quiet, his eyes wide and observant, darting around the room as if taking in every minute detail. He seemed almost shy, the sort of child who would blend into the wallpaper. "This is Barnaby," the parent began, their voice laced with a mixture of pride and exasperation. He is a bit of a sticking problem." Will raised an eyebrow. "A sticking problem?" "Yes," the parent sighed, gesturing towards a discarded quill pen on a nearby table. "Anything he touches with intent tends to cling, for a short while at least. It started with his toys, then his cutlery, then his homework. We've tried everything. Special gloves, enchanted talismans. Nothing seems to deter it for long. He's a good boy, but it makes life difficult." Will crouched down, meeting the boy's hesitant gaze. "Barnaby, is it true? Do things tend to adhere to your touch?" The boy nodded, a faint blush creeping up his neck. He reached out a tentative finger towards a nearby inkwell, and Will watched, fascinated, as the inkwell lifted slightly, clinging to the boy's fingertip for a good 5 seconds before gently dropping back onto the table. "Remarkable," Will exclaimed, standing up and clapping his hands together. "Simply remarkable. This is precisely the kind of raw, untapped potential we are looking for. The ability to make objects momentarily adhere to surfaces. Think of the applications, Barnaby. A perfectly placed, magically adhered pebble that causes a rival mage to stumble at a crucial moment. A magically stuck quill that prevents a traitorous scribe from betraying secrets. Or even, on a more domestic scale, ensuring that your slippers always stay exactly where you left them, no matter how much you misplace them." The boy's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine interest replacing his usual apprehension. "We can teach you to control this, Barnaby," Will continued, his voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. "To direct it, to make it a tool of subtle manipulation, a weapon of mild inconvenience. You'll learn to choose what sticks, when it sticks, and for how long. Imagine a perfectly aimed, magically adhering piece of lint that distracts a guard at the most opportune moment. Or a magically adhered, well-placed banana peel that appears just as someone important is about to stride past. The possibilities are as limitless as your imagination." The parent, looking visibly relieved, offered a grateful nod. "We're so glad he's found a place where his unique talent is appreciated." Will beamed. "We appreciate all forms of delightful disruption here." The third member of this nascent cohort was, in many ways, the most unexpected. Will had been attending a rather dreary town council meeting, where the mayor was delivering a particularly lengthy and self-congratulatory speech about the new sewage system. Will, finding himself increasingly restless, had discreetly slipped out. As he was leaving the town hall, he overheard a conversation in a nearby cafe. An elderly gentleman, with a shock of white hair and a twinkle in his eye, was holding court with a group of younger patrons. "And that, my dear friends," the gentleman was saying, his voice resonating with a peculiar sing-song cadence, "is why one must always carry a spare sock. For the spontaneous existential crisis of alone footwear. It's a matter of basic preparedness, you see." Will froze, his ears perking up. He edged closer, pretending to examine a display of rather uninspired pottery. "But sir," one of the younger patrons interjected, clearly amused, "how often does one have a spontaneous existential crisis of the lone footwear?" The elderly gentleman stroked his chin thoughtfully. "One never truly knows, does one? It could be brought on by the lament of a forgotten button, the existential dread of a slightly stale biscuit, or the philosophical quandary of why pigeons always seem to walk with such an air of self-importance. The universe, my young friends, is a tapestry of profound absurdities, and it is our duty to acknowledge them, preferably with a well-timed, nonsensical pronouncement. Well, couldn't help it. He chuckled. The elderly gentleman's head snapped up, his eyes meeting Will's. "Ah," he said, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "A fellow traveler on the path of delightful nonsense, I presume." Will approached the table, a genuine smile on his face. "Indeed, sir. My name is Will, and I am the founder of the Petty Magic Academy of Applied Inconvenience. And I must say, your pronouncements are, shall we say, exceptionally well-timed." The gentleman rose, a surprising agility for his apparent age. "Professor Alastair Finch, at your service. And you, young man, seem to understand that the world needs less grand pronouncements and more intriguing ones. I've spent a lifetime perfecting the art of the perfectly nonsensical utterance. It's a skill often overlooked, you know, the ability to throw a perfectly calibrated curveball of pure, unadulterated silliness into any situation. It keeps people on their toes, so to speak. It does more than that, Professor," Will said, extending his hand. "It reminds them not to take themselves, or anything else, too seriously, which is precisely the philosophy we espouse at the Academy." Professor Finch took his hand, his grip surprisingly firm. "The Petty Magic Academy, you say? Intriguing. I do find the traditional academies rather stifling. All that emphasis on elemental forces and arcane lore. Where's the joy? Where's the delightful absurdity?" "Exactly," Will exclaimed. "And that, Professor, is why I believe you would be an invaluable addition to our faculty, or at the very least, a highly esteemed student. We are seeking individuals who understand the power of subtle disruption, of humorous inconvenience." Professor Finch's eyes sparkled. "A faculty member, you say? I confess, the idea of imparting my wisdom on the finer points of spontaneous philosophical musings, it has a certain appeal. Imagine, young Will, a course on the art of the illogical interjection, or advanced ponderings on the mystical significance of umbrellas. We could have students analyzing the symbolic weight of a rogue button, or debating the socio-political implications of a particularly flamboyant hat. We could already see the curriculum taking shape. Professor Finch, with his endless repertoire of nonsensical pronouncements, would be the perfect mentor for those who wish to master the art of verbal misdirection, of witty non-sequiturs, of pronouncements that defied all logic and yet, somehow, held a profound truth about the human condition. He would teach them to disarm with a well-placed absurdity, to dismantle arguments with a cleverly deployed piece of gibberish. "You will be most welcome, Professor," Will said warmly. "We are building something new here, something that celebrates the magic that is often overlooked, the magic that makes us smile, the magic that reminds us that even in the most serious of moments, there's always room for a touch of delightful silliness." As Professor Finch clasped his hand again, a sense of profound satisfaction washed over Will. Alara, with her foot-tapping enchantment, Barnaby, with his adhesive touch, and Professor Finch, with his profound pronouncements of nonsense. These were his first students, the vanguard of the petty magic revolution. They were the misfits, the oddballs, the ones who didn't quite fit the mold of traditional magic. And here, at the Academy of Applied Inconvenience, they would find not just a place to hone their unique skills, but a community that celebrated their very essence. The Academy was truly beginning to take shape, one delightfully inconvenient soul at a time. The dust bunnies, Will suspected, were already looking forward to the new arrivals. The days following Alara's, Barnaby's, and Professor Finch's arrivals were a whirlwind of chaotic excitement. Will, invigorated by his budding academy and its uniquely talented individuals, found himself sketching out lesson plans with a fervor he hadn't experienced since his own misspent youth. The Academy of Applied Inconvenience was not to be a mere stepping stone in the grand tapestry of magical education. It was to be a vibrant, albeit slightly precarious, cornerstone built on the bedrock of delightful disruption. He envisioned a curriculum that was less about arcane theory and more about practical, everyday applications of minor mayhem. Right then, Will declared, pacing the main hall, his voice echoing slightly off the subtly shifting walls. Alara, perched on a magically self-adjusting stool, was meticulously rearranging the tassels on a nearby rug, ensuring they possessed an almost imperceptible curl that would later prove most distracting. Barnaby, meanwhile, was engaged in a silent but intense staring contest with a loose floorboard, a faint aura of focused concentration emanating from him as he attempted to make it stick firmly back into place. Professor Finch, ensconced in a plush armchair that seemed to sigh contentedly whenever he shifted, was idly tracing patterns in the air with a finger, his lips moving in a silent, undoubtedly profound soliloquy. Our first order of business, Will continued, is to formalize the curriculum. We can't have our esteemed students simply wandering about causing accidental annoyance. There must be structure, a method to our madness, as it were. The guild might teach you how to conjure fireballs and teleport to distant lands. But he gestured expansively, nearly knocking over a precariously balanced vase that wobbled but remained upright thanks to a precisely applied, almost invisible sliver of Barnaby's burgeoning talent. We teach the art of the perfectly placed pebble, the strategically timed squeak, the universally acknowledged itch that simply will not be scratched. He unfurled a rather crumpled scroll, the ink on which seemed to shimmer with a faint, mischievous glow. Behold, the foundation of our academic excellence, the curriculum of calamity. Alara coughed politely, her eyes twinkling. Calamity, Master Will? I thought we were aiming for inconvenience and minor disruption. Will waved a dismissive hand. Semantics, my dear Alara. Inconvenience is merely the prelude to calamity. A symphony of spilt milk, a ballet of stubbed toes, a sonnet of misplaced keys. It all builds. Now, let's delve into the specifics. First on the docket, under the esteemed tutelage of yours truly, is advanced shoelace knotting for maximum trip hazard. Forget your simple granny knots. We're talking triple helix, magically reinforced loops designed to ensnare the unsuspecting ankle with the tenacity of a black widow spider. Mastery of this module will require students to successfully trip at least 3 separate individuals in a single afternoon, all while maintaining an air of complete innocence. Bonus points awarded for causing them to drop something valuable, like a perfectly ripe apple or a particularly important piece of parchment. He paused for dramatic effect, watching as Alara's lips twitched. Barnaby, however, looked genuinely intrigued, his focus now entirely on the knotting of an imaginary shoelace. Professor Finch nodded sagely, as if the very concept of tripping hazards was a philosophical revelation. Following this foundational course, Will continued, his voice taking on a more professorial tone, we move on to the psychology of the unscratchable itch. This is where our resident expert, Professor Finch, will undoubtedly shine. Professor, perhaps you could offer a preview. Professor Finch cleared his throat, adjusting his spectacles. Ah yes, the itch. A universal affliction. We shall explore its nuances. The subtle whisper of an impending itch, the maddening crescendo, and, of course, the exquisite agony of an inaccessible point. Students will learn to identify the most vulnerable epidermal regions, the psychological triggers for self-inflicted scratching, and the art of suggesting an itch to another individual without any physical contact whatsoever. Imagine the possibilities. A rival mage, mid-incantation, suddenly seized by an uncontrollable urge to scratch their own earlobe. Or a pompous bureaucrat, attempting to impose draconian new regulations, finding his brow inexplicably prickling with an itch that demands immediate and rather undignified attention. It's about understanding the human condition, you see, and then exploiting its minor, yet profoundly irritating flaws. He tapped a finger against his temple. We will delve into the existential dread of a phantom tickle, the sheer frustration of a perfectly placed mosquito bite on the back. It's a deep subject, far deeper than most realize. A good itch can unravel the most stoic of individuals. Well beamed. Precisely. And to ensure our students are well-versed in the physical manifestations of this learned displeasure, Elara will be leading a practical workshop on subtle wardrobe malfunctions. We're not talking about full-blown nakedness, of course. That would be uncivilized. No, this is about the perfectly timed wardrobe malfunction. A button that insists on coming undone at the most inopportune moment. A hemline that inexplicably decides to fray just enough to cause a slight, yet noticeable drag. A sleeve that mysteriously elongates, dipping into unattended bowls of soup or inkwells. Elara, your expertise in making things awkward will be invaluable here. Elara gave a small, demure smile. I've always found that a strategically placed snag in a stocking can significantly alter the course of a conversation. It's a remarkable conversation stopper, or perhaps a conversation diverter. One moment, you're discussing crucial trade agreements. The next, the focus is entirely on whether one's hem is about to entirely detach itself. It forces a re-evaluation of priorities, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Will exclaimed. It shifts the mental landscape. And then, to round off our introductory modules, we have Barnaby's specialty, misdirection via unexpected noise. Barnaby, my boy, the floor is yours, metaphorically speaking, of course. Unless you'd like to make the floor stick to my feet. He winked. Barnaby, after a moment of thoughtful silence, pointed a finger towards a nearby grandfather clock. With a subtle exertion of will, a faint shimmering aura enveloped his fingertip. As he moved his finger away, a single, resonant tick from the clock seemed to detach itself in a usual rhythmic ticking and hover in the air for a moment before disappearing. It was a tiny sound, barely noticeable but undeniably out of place. Remarkable, Will declared. A rogue tick. Imagine the applications. A crucial moment of tension, shattered by the sudden, inexplicable sound of a single, disembodied meow emanating from a perfectly silent library. Or a whispered secret, drowned out by the sudden, startling clang of a distant and entirely imaginary anvil. Barnaby will teach our students how to isolate sounds, how to give them an independent existence, and how to deploy them with pinpoint accuracy to distract, disorient, and generally befuddle. It's about hijacking the auditory landscape, wouldn't you say, Barnaby? Barnaby offers a shy nod, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then looked pointedly at a teacup on a nearby table, and with a barely perceptible movement, the teacup gave a small, audible clink against its saucer, entirely of its own accord. You see, Will said, spreading his hands. This is not mere chaos. It is controlled, calculated, and, dare I say, artistic disruption. Our practical exams will be where this curriculum truly shines. Forget sterile laboratories and theoretical problem solving. Our students will be tested in the real world, where the stakes are delightfully low and the potential for embarrassment is gloriously high. He gestured toward the dusty scroll detailing upcoming town events. For instance, the annual Viridia Grand Ball, a prime opportunity for advanced shoelace knotting. Imagine the Duchess of Dimplethorpe, mid-waltz, suddenly finding her elegant satin slipper ensnared by an invisible, yet utterly tenacious knot. The ensuing kerfuffle, the hushed whispers, the scandal, all thanks to a well-executed lesson in basic knot theory applied with malice aforethought. Elara giggled, and subtle wardrobe malfunctions could be applied to the mayoral election debate. A candidate, mid-pontification, suddenly finds his meticulously pressed trousers developing a rather embarrassing and rapidly expanding stain. Is it spilled wine? Is it something less savory? The speculation alone will distract from his policy proposals. Exactly. Will clapped his hands. In Professor Finch's Psychology of the Unscratchable, it could be deployed during the annual Guildmaster's address. Imagine the esteemed Master Boren attempting to deliver his pronouncements on magical ethics, his face contorted with a desperate, suppressed urge to scratch his left nostril with his right elbow. The sheer humanity of it. It would shatter his aura of unassailable authority. Barnaby, meanwhile, had managed to make a small decorative feather on a nearby hat stand vibrate with a low hum, a sound like a trapped bumblebee. And for misdirection via unexpected noise, Will continued, pointing at Barnaby's work, consider a solemn funeral procession. As the eulogy reaches its emotional peak, a single, disembodied ribbit echoes from the direction of the coffin. The profound grief momentarily replaced by utter, bewildered confusion. It's about puncturing the pretension, you see. He leaned in, his eyes alight with the thrill of his own creation. Every lesson, every practical application, is designed to reinforce the core principles of petty magic. Spite, not as a destructive force, but as a catalyst for creativity. Inconvenience, not as a mere annoyance, but as an art form. We are not about wielding immense power. We are about wielding immense nuance. We are the masters of the mild, the champions of the trivial, the architects of the absurdly inconvenient. He paced again, his mind already racing ahead to the future of the academy. Think of the interdisciplinary potential. Students will cross-pollinate their skills. Alara might teach Barnaby how to make a sound stick to a particular location, a sound that will repeat itself at random intervals, driving its victim to the brink of madness. Barnaby, in turn, could teach Alara how to make the thread of a fraying hem cling to a passing stranger, subtly leading them on a wild goose chase. Professor Finch could develop a lecture on the philosophical implications of a perfectly placed banana peel, analyzing its inherent existential absurdity. Will stopped, a broad grin spreading across his face. And I, of course, will oversee it all, ensuring that every prank, every jape, every meticulously planned moment of mild mayhem adheres to our strict ethical code of applied inconvenience. We will document our successes, analyze our failures, for even an inconvenience, there's a learning curve, and publish our findings in the esteemed Journal of Peculiar Problems and Pertinent Pestering. We will become renowned, not for our might, but for our meticulousness in creating minor moments of exasperation. We will be the velvet glove, gently but firmly, tapping the world on the shoulder and saying, "Excuse me, but your shoelaces are untied," and they appear to be sentient. He paused, looking at his three students, each embodying a unique facet of the Academy's philosophy. Alara, the orchestrator of social awkwardness, Barnaby, the maestro of minor mishaps, and Professor Finch, the bard of bewildering pronouncements. They were the perfect beginning. This curriculum, Will declared, his voice filled with a newfound conviction, is not just a set of lessons. It is a manifesto. It is a declaration that the grandest magic is not always the loudest. Sometimes, it is the quiet click of a misaligned lock, the imperceptible wobble of a wobbly table, the single, persistent phrase that loops endlessly in someone's mind. We are the guardians of those moments. We are the petty magicians, and our curriculum, the curriculum of calamity, is our sacred text. Now, who's ready for their first practical assignment? A collective, if slightly bewildered, excitement seemed to ripple through the room. Even the self-folding laundry basket in the corner gave an extra, enthusiastic tumble. The Academy of Applied Inconvenience had a curriculum, and it was wonderfully, delightfully inconvenient. The ink on the curriculum of calamity was barely dry, and yet, whispers of the Academy of Applied Inconvenience were already slithering through the gilded halls of traditional magical establishments like mice through forgotten pantry shelves. The archmages of the Lumina Conclave, with their star-dusted robes and gravity-defying beards, scoffed. The grand sages of the Obsidian Spire, who spent their days meticulously cataloging spell components that hadn't been invented yet, tooted dismissively. To them, Will's burgeoning academy was less an educational institution and more a whimsical fad, a fleeting puff of smoke destined to dissipate before it could even singe an eyebrow. Applied inconvenience, boomed Archmage Valerius, his voice resonating with the authority of 1,000 perfectly cast wards. He adjusted his monocle, which seemed to have a life of its own, frequently trying to escape his eye socket. Preposterous. Magic is for shaping destinies, for conquering realms, for understanding the very fabric of existence, not for tripping people with their own shoelaces. Indeed, echoed sage Seraphina, her voice like the rustle of ancient parchment. She was perched on a cushion woven from pure moonlight, a posture that suggested extreme discomfort for anyone not accustomed to such ethereal seating. Such trivial pursuits are an insult to the arcane arts. Imagine relying on a strategically placed banana peel when facing a rampaging dragon. Utterly absurd. Their academy will be forgotten within a season, a mere footnote in the annals of magical folly. Their pronouncements, carried on the winds of gossip and amplified by the echoing chambers of established magical thought, reached Will and his fledgling faculty in their own, less than gilded hall. Will, however, merely smiled, a glint of something akin to delight dancing in his eyes. "Excellent," he declared, clapping his hands together with a sharp report that made a nearby inkwell jump. "Let them scoff. Let them dismiss. Their disbelief is precisely the soil in which our little academy will flourish." He gestured to Alara, who was currently practicing the art of making a perfectly good cup of tea taste vaguely of regret and old socks. Their rigid adherence to grandiosity makes them blind to the subtle power of the mundane. They seek to move mountains, while we shall focus on making sure the mountain's inhabitants can't find their spectacles for a week. Professor Finch, ever the philosopher, nodded sagely. It is a truism, Will, that the perceived importance of a thing is often inversely proportional to its actual impact. The grandest pronouncements are often the most easily ignored, while the smallest, most persistent annoyance can drive a soul to distraction. Their focus on the colossal leaves them vulnerable to the infinitesimal. It is the Achilles heel of arrogance, is it not? Barnaby, meanwhile, was engaged in a more tangible experiment. He was trying to imbue a single, very ordinary housefly with a recurring, unsettling urge to land on the exact tip of someone's nose at the most inopportune moments. He was currently having a minor disagreement with the fly, which seemed to possess a will of its own, preferring to buzz around a particularly dusty chandelier. Their predictions of our demise are, in fact, the most powerful form of validation we could receive. Will continued, his voice taking on a conspiratorial, yet gleeful, tone. Their certainty that we are a joke is precisely what will allow us to operate beneath their notice. They will not see us coming. They will not understand the source of their sudden, inexplicable frustration. They will attribute it to bad luck, to minor planetary alignments, to the general vagaries of existence, rather than the meticulously planned, expertly executed, and utterly delightful inconveniences being orchestrated by our students. He unrolled a fresh scroll, this one far more ornate than the curriculum of calamity. It was a series of elegantly penned invitations, each sealed with a wax emblem that depicted a single, perfectly rendered, wobbly jelly. And to further encourage their skepticism, Will announced, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, "I shall be sending these out. Polite invitations to our end-of-term demonstrations, to witness firsthand the useless magic of petty magic in action. Imagine their faces when they see a lifetime of study and transmutation falter because a student has managed to subtly alter the refractive index of their spectacles, making all text appear to be written in increasingly enthusiastic shades of puce." Alara chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Or when their carefully constructed wards suddenly begin emitting a faint, but persistent, sound of a duck quacking. Not a loud quack, of course, just enough to be noticeable. Enough to make them question their sanity. Enough to make them wonder if they've accidentally offended some minor, but surprisingly opinionated, waterfowl deity. Precisely. Will beamed. We will not engage them in direct confrontation. That would be vulgar and frankly beneath us. We will instead sow seeds of doubt, of confusion, of mild, persistent irritation. We will be the fly in their ointment, the pebble in their shoe, the slightly off-key note in their grand symphony of magical might. And they, in their arrogance, will be too busy looking for dragons to notice the ants that are systematically dismantling their picnic. Professor Finch cleared his throat. It is a matter of perspective, is it not? They perceive power as the ability to shatter mountains. We perceive power as the ability to prevent a king from enjoying his morning toast. The dragon is a spectacular event, but the king's lost his appetite, and an unhappy king, as we all know, can be far more disruptive to the kingdom than a briefly inconvenienced dragon. We are not aiming for cataclysm. We are aiming for the slow, steady erosion of comfort and composure. And the beauty of it, Will added, his voice brimming with pride, is that their very dismissal of our methods is our greatest asset. If they believe petty magic is nothing, then they will underestimate its practitioners. They will not see the subtle manipulation of probabilities that leads to an unfortunate spill, nor the precise timing of a minor sound displacement that distracts a vital spell. They will simply see an accident, a minor mishap. And that, my friends, is where true mastery lies, in being so subtle, so understated, that your impact is undeniable, yet your presence is entirely unacknowledged. He tapped the invitation with a flourish. We will invite them to witness our graduation, a term we use loosely, of course. Imagine Archmage Valerius, renowned for his infallible protective aura, finding himself inexplicably compelled to adjust his socks every 30 seconds during the ceremony. Or Sage Seraphina, whose pronouncements are usually delivered with glacial gravitas, suddenly finding herself stuttering, her words tripping over each other like a toddler learning to walk. Barnaby, having finally coaxed a fly into a state of nasal landing ambition, looked up, a flicker of understanding in his usually quiet eyes. He then subtly nudged a small, decorative stone gargoyle on a nearby shelf. The gargoyle remained inanimate, but for a fleeting second, a tiny, almost imperceptible sigh of ancient stone seemed to emanate from it, a sound that spoke of profound weariness and an overwhelming desire for a nap. "See," Will said, gesturing at the gargoyle. "Even our inanimate decorations understand the inherent appeal of a well-timed sigh of exasperation. The traditionalists chase power that shakes the heavens. We cultivate power that rattles the nerves. Their magic is a thunderclap. Ours is the persistent drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet that keeps you awake all night. And I, for one, find the latter infinitely more interesting." He rolled up the invitations. "Let the archmages and sages have their grand pronouncements and their earth-shattering spells. We will have the satisfied smirk of a student who has successfully convinced a pompous town crier that his bell has developed a minor, but persistent squeak that only the most sensitive ears can detect. We will have the quiet triumph of making a notoriously stern librarian sneeze uncontrollably during a hushed reading of ancient lore. We will be the masters of the almost unnoticed, the architects of the subtly annoying. Their predictions are not a threat," Will declared, his voice ringing with conviction. "They are a promise that we will be underestimated, a promise that our students will learn and grow in the shadows of their disdain. And when they finally do notice us, it will be too late. They will be too busy trying to unitch themselves, to retie their eternally reappearing untied shoelaces, to find their spectacles, to realize that the world has been subtly, delightfully, and irrevocably inconvenienced." He paused, a grand, almost theatrical, smile gracing his features. "And that, my dear colleagues, is precisely the point." The dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that slanted through the tall, arched windows of the Academy of Applied Inconvenience, each one a tiny, glittering testament to the unacknowledged artistry of disruption. Outside, the established magical institutions continued their earnest pronouncements of world-altering spells and cosmic destinies, their ivory towers gleaming in their self-importance. Inside, however, a different kind of magic was taking root, one that thrived not on thunderous pronouncements, but on the almost silent, yet profoundly impactful, hum of perpetual mild annoyance. Will, leaning back in his well-worn armchair, a cup of tea that had, he suspected, been subtly infused with the faint aroma of disappointment by Alara, watched his students with a quiet, almost paternal, satisfaction. The academy, once a mere whisper of an idea in his mind, was no longer a fragile seedling. It was growing, pushing its tendrils into the overlooked corners of magical application, blossoming into something vibrant, chaotic, and, to Will's particular sensibilities, gloriously effective. The initial scorn from the archmages and sages had, as predicted, acted as a shield, allowing these budding tricksters to hone their craft away from prying, disapproving eyes. They weren't just students anymore. They were becoming artisans of the absurd, sculptors of small-scale chaos. Barnaby, his usual quiet demeanor now overlaid with a spark of focused mischief, was demonstrating his latest breakthrough. His subject, a particularly self-important-looking pigeon that had taken up residence on the Academy's weather vane. With a series of almost imperceptible hand gestures, Barnaby had managed to imbue the pigeon with an inexplicable and overwhelming urge to coo only in the key of F-sharp minor. The effect, as a passing group of rogue students from the nearby College of Arcane Etiquette discovered, was disconcerting. Their scholarly stroll, usually accompanied by the dignified rustle of robes and the murmur of arcane discourse, was now punctuated by the avian lament of a pigeon auditioning for a mournful opera. One student, a young man named Jasper who prided himself on his unflappable composure, visibly faltered. His brow furrowed, his lips pursed, and a tiny muscle twitched in his jaw. He was, Will observed with a private smile, experiencing the quintessential petty magic effect, the utter inability to pinpoint the source of one's sudden, irrational distress. Alara, ever the mistress of subtle sensory assault, was working with a group of first years on the delicate art of aroma manipulation. Their current project involved the notoriously cantankerous baker down in the market square, Master Grumbles, who had a penchant for yelling at anyone who dared to look at his pastries for too long. Alara's students, under her tutelage, had devised a method to subtly alter the ambient smell of his stall. It wasn't an unpleasant smell, mind you. That would be too crude. Instead, it was the lingering, almost imperceptible scent of slightly overripe cheese, mixed with just a hint of forgotten laundry. The result was a peculiar sensation, a feeling that something was off, but no one, least of all Master Grumbles, could articulate what. Customers found themselves inexplicably losing their appetites, or feeling an urge to wash their hands, even after browsing. Business, predictably, began to dwindle, not with a bang, but with a confused olfactory shrug. It's about understanding the fundamental anxieties of existence, Alara explained to her students, her voice a silken whisper that still managed to carry an edge of playful menace. Most people worry about dragons, about plagues, about the end of the world. Those are grand fears, easily addressed with grand spells. But what truly erodes the spirit? The slow realization that your favorite mug has been replaced with one that's just slightly too heavy. The nagging doubt that your socks aren't quite clean, even though you know they are. The inexplicable urge to scratch an itch that isn't there. These are the battles for the soul, and we, my dears, are the undisputed champions of this particular battlefield. Professor Finch, his philosophical musings always tinged with a practical, often mischievous application, was guiding a cohort in the study of perpetual minor inconvenience. His current lesson involved the meticulous deconstruction of a perfectly functional doorknob. Consider the doorknob, he lectured, gesturing with a quill that, unbeknownst to him, had been secretly enchanted by one of his students to occasionally emit a faint, high-pitched squeak only audible when one was attempting to speak. It is a portal, a gateway. Its function is simplicity itself, to open. But what if, just before the hand grasps it, it subtly shifts its axis by a mere fraction of a degree? Not enough to prevent the opening, but enough to make the motion feel wrong, like trying to thread a needle with a slightly bent tine. His students nodded, scribbling notes with quills that occasionally produced ink blots shaped like tiny, accusing eyes. They were learning that the difference between a smooth transition and a jarring hiccup often lay in the smallest, most carefully orchestrated variations. Will often found himself marveling at the sheer diversity of talent that had gravitated towards his academy. They were the kids who had been told their talents were frivolous, their interests a waste of time. The ones who found traditional spell casting too rigid, too predictable. Here, they were not only accepted but celebrated. They were the outcasts, the underdogs, the ones who saw the world not as a grand tapestry to be woven, but as a complex mechanism ripe for subtle and often hilarious sabotage. There was Gwendolyn, who possessed an uncanny knack for misplacing small, essential items. Not just any items, but specific items. The vital component of a complex potion. The only key to a locked chest. The specific crystal needed to focus a powerful scrying spell. She didn't steal them. She merely nudged them. A subtle shift in spatial awareness. A gentle whisper of misplaced probability. And suddenly, the object was just out of reach, under a cushion, or nestled in the pocket of an unsuspecting bystander. The ensuing chaos, the frantic searching, the bewildered accusations. It was a symphony of minor exasperation that Gwendolyn conducted with quiet, unseen precision. Then there was Pip, whose talent lay in the realm of auditory illusion. Pip can make you hear things. Not frightening things, usually, more like the faint, persistent sound of a distant ice cream truck on a sweltering day, just audible enough to be maddeningly tantalizing. Or the soft, rhythmic thump-thump-thump that sounded suspiciously like a leaky faucet in a soundproof room. His masterpiece, thus far, involved convincing the stoic, perpetually unimpressed head librarian of the city's grand archive that a small, but persistent, choir of invisible squirrels was perpetually practicing barbershop quartet harmonies just behind his left ear. The head librarian, a man who had weathered magical storms and political upheavals with unwavering calm, was now often seen muttering to himself, his eyes darting wildly, convinced he was slowly succumbing to oral hallucinations. Will saw a kindred spirit in each of them, a reflection of his own lifelong fascination with the power of the seemingly insignificant. He remembered his own early days, the scoffing professors who had dismissed his ideas about the magic of misplaced socks and eternally untied shoelaces. They had sought to control the elements. He had sought to control the mundane. And now, his students were proving him right, one perfectly executed inconvenience at a time. One blustery afternoon, a delegation from the Lumina Conclave arrived, their star-dusted robes a stark contrast to the Academy's cheerful, if slightly ramshackle, architecture. Archmage Valerius, his monocle gleaming, strode into Will's office, his expression a picture of patronizing disapproval. "Will," he boomed, his voice echoing with the authority of 1,000 perfectly preserved spellbooks. "We have heard rumors. Rumors of students engaging in what you term applied inconvenience. We have come to witness this spectacle and to reaffirm the true purpose of magical education." Will, with a genial smile, gestured for them to be seated. "Archmage, esteemed colleagues, welcome. I'm delighted you could join us. Our students are, as you say, embracing the full spectrum of magical application. We believe that no talent, however small it may seem, should be left undeveloped." He then subtly signaled to Barnaby, who was stationed just outside the office door. As Valerius prepared to launch into a lengthy lecture about the sanctity of traditional spell casting, Barnaby, with a barely perceptible flick of his wrist, nudged a loose floorboard directly beneath the Archmage's polished boot. The result was not a dramatic tumble, nor a spectacular fall. It was far more subtle. Valerius's foot slipped, just enough to cause an awkward lurch. His monocle, already prone to rebellion, popped out of his eye and clattered onto the floor. As he stooped to retrieve it, his carefully arranged star-dusted robes snagged on a protruding nail in the wall, causing a minor, yet undeniably visible, tear. He stood up, flustered, the tear in his robe a gaping testament to the imperfection he so vehemently disdained. Sage Seraphina, who had been observing with an air of detached superiority, suddenly found herself with an insistent, tickling sensation in her nose. She tried to suppress a sneeze, but it was no use. A mighty, unladylike ACHOO erupted, scattering a cloud of ancient, glittery dust from her robes. She dabbed at her nose with a silk handkerchief, her face a mask of indignant embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ilara, who had been discreetly observing the other visiting mages, had managed to subtly alter the temperature of their teacups. One was now inexplicably icy, the other scalding hot. Their attempts to drink their tea became a series of yelps and grimaces, further undermining their aura of infallible wisdom. Will watched with undisguised amusement. He saw not malice, but the blossoming of potential. These students, rejected by the traditional academies, were finding a sense of purpose, a belonging that had always eluded them. They were learning to harness their unique abilities, to turn perceived weaknesses into strengths, and to do it all with a flourish of comedic timing. "You see," Archmage Will said smoothly as Valerius attempted to adjust his torn robe, "even the most profound wisdom can be momentarily eclipsed by a misplaced foot, a rogue sneeze, or a beverage served in extreme temperature. Our students are learning the art of the subtle interruption, the power of the unexpected discomfort. They are mastering the small stuff, the very fabric of everyday annoyance that, in aggregate, can prove far more disruptive than any dragon." Valerius sputtered, his face a shade of puce that Ilara would have admired. This is an outrage. Such triviality, such buffoonery. "Is it trivial, Archmage?" Will countered, his voice gentle but firm. "Consider the king who cannot enjoy his morning tea because his favorite spoon has been replaced with one that tastes faintly of despair. Consider the general whose crucial battle plans are lost because the ink on the parchment inexplicably turned invisible at the most critical juncture. Consider the scholar, whose lifelong research is hampered because their spectacles now make all text appear to be written in wobbly, enthusiastically pink letters. Is that trivial? Or is it, perhaps, a more insidious, a more effective form of magic?" He watched as another visiting mage, a stern-faced woman named High Seeress Minerva, began to fidget. Her meticulously coiffed hair was suddenly exhibiting a life of its own, individual strands lifting and falling as if caught in a phantom breeze. Her expression shifted from stern to perplexed, then to a flicker of genuine alarm. "The Lumina conclave seeks to command the skies," Will continued, his gaze sweeping over his students, who were now engaged in a silent, almost gleeful ballet of minor chaos. Barnaby had managed to convince a tapestry on the wall to depict a surprisingly accurate and deeply unflattering caricature of Archmage Valerius. Ilara's latest project involved making the very air in the room smell faintly of burnt toast, just enough to be noticeable, not enough to be alarming. Pip had, Will suspected, managed to imbue the Archmage's booming pronouncements with a barely audible, yet persistent, kazoo sound. Will declared, a wide, genuine smile spreading across his face, "seek to disrupt the very foundations of their composure. We teach that the grandest pronouncements can be rendered absurd by a misplaced comma, that the most powerful spells can be subtly undone by an ill-timed gust of wind. That true mastery lies not in the ability to shatter mountains, but in the ability to ensure that those who would shatter mountains cannot find their boots." He saw the glimmer of understanding in the eyes of some of the younger visiting mages, a spark of recognition for the power that lay beneath the surface of their disdain. They were witnessing not just chaos, but a different kind of order, an order built on cleverness, on wit, and on the profound, often hilarious, understanding of human foibles. "So you see, Archmage," Will concluded, as Valerius frantically tried to smooth his torn robe, his face a battlefield of indignation and confusion. "This is not merely a school of inconvenience. This is a school of ingenuity, a school of resilience, a school that teaches that even the smallest, most overlooked talent, when honed with skill and a touch of mischief, can achieve the most extraordinary results. And the most entertaining ones, I might add." He watched as the delegation, thoroughly discombobulated, made their hasty retreat, their star-dusted robes trailing behind them like badges of a barely concealed and profoundly ruffled ego. Will turn back to his students, his heart swelling with pride. They were the new generation of tricksters, the unsung heroes of the subtly disruptive. They were proving, with every perfectly timed sneeze, every misplaced object, every inexplicably wobbly doorknob, that even the most insignificant seeming talents could be profoundly impactful, and more importantly, hilariously entertaining. The world, Will knew, was about to become a far more interesting and infinitely more inconvenient place. And he wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 10. The Whispers of Anomalies. The air itself seemed to shimmer with a subtle, unscheduled effervescence. It began in small, easily dismissed ways. A patch of sky, for instance, might decide, for a fleeting moment, that cerulean was simply too predictable and opt for a rather daring shade of bruised plum, only to snap back to its usual hue before anyone could properly register the aberration. Then there were the whispers, not the hushed gossip of the Academy's corridors, nor the portentous pronouncements of the archmages, but sounds that seemed to detach themselves from their origins. A laugh would echo through a marketplace a good 10 seconds before the jester even opened his mouth, where the clatter of a dropped pot would precede the actual fumble by a breath. These were not the carefully orchestrated, deliberately annoying sonic illusions of Pip. These were random auditory stumbles, as if reality itself had a slight stutter. Well, nursing a cup of tea that tasted inexplicably like forgotten promises noticed. Of course, he noticed. The Academy of Applied Inconvenience, for all its eccentricities, was built on the premise of observing the overlooked, of understanding the subtle language of disruption. These new phenomena, however, were not disruptive in the way his students understood. They were not applied. They were simply happening, and they were happening with a growing, unsettling frequency. He'd felt it first as a peculiar stickiness in a magical currents that flowed through the world, like wading through treacle instead of air. It was as if the fundamental laws of magic, usually as predictable as a grumpy cat's mood swings, were developing a case of the jitters. He'd seen Alara's newest students, tasked with creating a perfectly pleasant, ambient scent for a public library, accidentally conjure an aroma that was simultaneously reminiscent of old parchment, lavender, and existential dread. The librarians, normally paragons of placid indifference, had begun to stare blankly at the shelves, muttering about the fleeting nature of knowledge and the overwhelming ennui of card catalogs. It wasn't the targeted sensory assault Alara championed. It was a random emotional resonance, a spillover from some unseen, chaotic source. Barnaby, usually so precise in his petty enchantments, had been attempting to imbue a flock of pigeons with a shared, mild social anxiety, hoping they'd huddle together in a communal, awkward ball. Instead, the pigeons had merely begun to spontaneously change their flight patterns, forming, for brief, dizzying moments, the shape of abstract, Escher-esque cubes before scattering in confused, individual directions. It was visually arresting, undeniably odd, but entirely lacked the purposeful inconvenience Barnaby prided himself on. It was magic gone rogue, like a well-intentioned spell that accidentally turns your teacup into a small, disgruntled badger. Professor Finch, whose lectures on the metaphysics of misplaced buttons were usually delivered with an air of profound, if slightly unhinged, certainty, had been experiencing his own set of peculiarities. His usually immaculately organized notes, which he kept bound by a special rune to prevent them from ever being misplaced, had begun to spontaneously rearrange themselves, not into a different order, but into a new language altogether, one that resembled a frantic scramble of hieroglyphs and musical notation. He suspected, with a growing unease, that the universe was trying to communicate with him, but in a dialect he hadn't yet mastered, a language of sheer, unadulterated anomaly. Will found himself more and more drawn to the observatory tower, not to chart the stars, but to observe the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in the mundane world below. The way the shadows sometimes seemed to stretch and contort in ways that defied the light source, as if they had a secret life of their own. The way the wind, on perfectly still days, would occasionally carry the faint scent of rain from a sky that was stubbornly, resolutely clear. These were not the charmingly irritating effects his students cultivated. These were symptoms of something far larger, something that suggested the very fabric of reality was fraying at the edges, not due to a catastrophic spell, but due to a pervasive, creeping instability. He remembered an incident involving Gwendolyn, whose talent for misplacing objects usually resulted in a frantic, yet ultimately harmless, search. A key would vanish from a pocket, a scroll from a desk. But this time it was different. She had been tasked with finding a particular rare ingredient for one of Alara's advanced students, a moonpetal bloom that only unfurled under the light of a specific lunar phase. Gwendolyn had misplaced it, and when it finally reappeared, it wasn't on a shelf or under a cushion. It was lodged impossibly in the center of a solid stone gargoyle perched high on the academy's parapet. There was no logical explanation. The object had, it seemed, simply phased through solid matter. The gargoyle, for its part, seemed to wear a perpetual expression of mild surprise, as if it had just discovered an unwelcome floral guest. The implications were beginning to dawn on Will with the chilling inevitability of a poorly timed sneeze at a funeral. This wasn't the deliberate, targeted disruption of petty magic. This was something far more elemental, far more chaotic. It was as if the background magic of the world, the subtle hum that underpinned existence, was no longer a steady drone, but a series of unpredictable squawks and whistles. He recalled a conversation with Professor Finch a few days prior. Finch, normally so focused on the minutiae of everyday absurdity, had been unusually pensive. Will, he'd begun, his brow furrowed, I've been contemplating the nature of normal. We operate under the assumption that there's a baseline, a state of being that is expected. But what if that baseline is merely a shared illusion, a collective agreement? And what if that agreement is beginning to weaken? At the time, Will had dismissed it as Finch's usual philosophical meanderings. Now, he wasn't so sure. The increasingly frequent and increasingly bizarre occurrences around them suggested that the illusion was indeed starting to crack. He'd seen a baker's apprentice, tasked with delivering a tray of meticulously arranged pastries, suddenly find himself walking on a ceiling, the pastries somehow adhering to his feet, defying gravity as if it were a mere suggestion. The apprentice, bless his heart, had simply blinked, muttered something about a bit of a draft, and continued his surreal journey, leaving a trail of bewildered onlookers in his wake. It wasn't a spell. It was a momentary, localized defiance of fundamental physics, as if gravity had briefly decided to take a tea break. Even the inanimate objects seemed to be affected. A particular set of chimes hanging in the courtyard, which usually produced a melodious, if somewhat monotonous, tune, had begun to occasionally emit a single, discordant clang, perfectly timed to interrupt any significant pronouncement or important thought. Will had overheard Archmage Valerius, during a rare visit to the academy to deliver a condescending lecture on the dignity of true magic, being cut off mid-sentence by this errant chime, his booming pronouncements reduced to a pathetic, strangled squawk. Valerius had visibly bristled, but even he couldn't find a logical explanation for the random, perfectly timed disruption. These weren't the elegant, infuriatingly precise manipulations of Will's students. This was randomness with a capital R. It was the universe forgetting its lines, tripping over its own feet, and, occasionally, just deciding to paint with a different palette. And Will, with his finely tuned senses, felt a growing unease. It was like sensing an impending storm not through the darkening clouds, but through the subtle, unnerving stillness that preceded it. The world was becoming wobbly, and Will, the master of applied inconvenience, felt a chilling premonition that the real anomalies were only just beginning to whisper. He found himself observing the students with a new perspective. Their carefully crafted annoyances, their ingenious inconveniences, suddenly seemed quaint, almost innocent, in comparison to the raw, unpredictable chaos that was beginning to seep into the world. When Barnaby managed to make a flock of birds fly in a perfect Fibonacci sequence, Will was impressed, but a part of him also felt a twinge of concern. Was Barnaby's controlled, beautiful anomaly merely a pale imitation of a larger, uncontrolled anomaly taking root? Alara, meanwhile, had been experimenting with subtly altering people's perception of time. Her students had managed to make an hour feel like 5 minutes for a particularly impatient duke, and 5 minutes feel like an eternity for a lecturer prone to droning. But recently, the effect had become less predictable. One student had inadvertently caused a brief temporal loop for a group of townspeople, who found themselves reliving the same 10 seconds of a street performance over and over, their expressions of mild amusement slowly morphing into sheer, existential bewilderment. It was a disorienting, unsettling experience, and it wasn't the work of targeted skill. It was a temporal hiccup, a glitch in the matrix, so to speak. The more Will observed, the more he realized that these weren't isolated incidents. They were threads in a larger, more disturbing tapestry. A baker found his perfectly risen loaves collapsing into flat, sad discs for no apparent reason. A musician discovered that his carefully tuned lute would inexplicably go out of tune the moment he began to play a particular, complex chord. A scholar, painstakingly translating an ancient tome, found that words would spontaneously rearrange themselves on the page, creating nonsensical pronouncements and, occasionally, incredibly rude limericks. Will summoned his senior instructors to his office, the air thick with the scent of Alara's latest olfactory experiment, a fragrance that evoked the unsettling feeling of having forgotten something important. Barnaby, Alara, and Professor Finch sat before him, their usual demeanor of amused mischief tinged with a shared curiosity. "My friends," Will began, his voice low and serious, "we have been observing our students' progress with pride. Their mastery of applied inconvenience is undeniable, even remarkable. But I believe we are witnessing something beyond our purview." He gestured towards the window. "The sky today, has it not seemed a little too vivid? The plum of yesterday was merely a precursor, I suspect. Today I've seen hues I cannot even name, colors that seem to vibrate with an energy that is not entirely of this world." Barnaby nodded slowly. The pigeons, Master Will. They were meant to form a social anxiety vortex. Instead, they formed a series of impossible geometries. I tried to replicate it, to understand the intent behind it, but I couldn't. It was as if the very concept of flight was being reinterpreted by an unseen, chaotic force. Alara sighed, a wisp of the unsettling scent escaping her. My students reported similar phenomena. Temporal distortions, not of our making. A student attempting to slow down time for a particularly tedious meeting found that the clock hands began to spin wildly, then reverse, then simply melt into the clock face. It wasn't a controlled temporal dilation. It was a temporal tantrum. Professor Finch steepled his fingers, his gaze distant. The buttons, Will. The buttons have always been a constant. A symbol of the mundane, the overlooked, the reliably present. But last night, the buttons on my waistcoat, they began to hum. Not a magical hum, not a rune-induced vibration. A purely auditory phenomenon, a low, resonant thrumming, as if the very concept of buttonness was generating its own sound. And this morning, when I reached for my spectacles, they were, for a brief, terrifying instant, not spectacles at all, but a pair of small, perfectly formed teacups. The illusion was fleeting, but the implication, it is profound. Will leaned forward, his eyes fixed on his colleagues. These are not the calculated, subtle disruptions we teach. These are raw, unbridled anomalies. The world's inherent order, its agreed-upon reality, is showing signs of strain. It is as if the fundamental rules of existence are being rewritten, not by a master spellcaster, but by a chaotic, capricious child playing with the very foundations of the universe. He paused, letting the gravity of his words settle. I believe we are seeing the emergence of true anomalies, not the charmingly inconvenient magic of our academy, but something far more potent, far more unpredictable, something that could unravel the very fabric of our world. And I fear, my friends, that this is only the beginning. The silence that followed was heavy, punctuated only by the faint, unsettling scent of forgotten things and the distant, phantom chime that seemed to mock their understanding. The whispers of anomalies had begun, and Will knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that they would soon become a deafening roar. The world, once a playground for petty inconveniences, was transforming into a stage for something far stranger and far more dangerous. The city of Iridia, a jewel of organized arcane practice, a metropolis where even the mundane was imbued with a certain predictable, orderly magic, was starting to fray at the edges. It wasn't the calculated chaos of the Academy of Applied Inconvenience, the delightful little jolts and spills that Will and his colleagues so meticulously crafted. This was different. This was untidy. This was reality itself seeming to sneeze, leaving behind a glitter of nonsensical sparkles and a lingering scent of bewilderment. It began subtly, as most great disturbances do, not with a bang, but with a rather embarrassing fizzle. The grand illusions that adorned Viridia's plazas, designed to depict historical marvels and heroic deeds, started to glitch. The majestic dragon, meant to breathe a plume of shimmering, harmless fire, suddenly dissolved into a cascade of brightly colored teacups that bounced cheerfully off the cobblestones before vanishing. A magnificent depiction of Archmage Eldrin, the city's most revered founder, perpetually poised to deliver a rousing speech, found himself, for a fleeting, bewildering moment, juggling three sentient, singing onions. The citizens accustomed to polished, awe-inspiring displays initially chuckled, attributing it to overzealous apprentices or perhaps a minor infestation of pixies with a penchant for the absurd. But the chuckles soon turned to murmurs of unease as the frequency and sheer oddity of these glitches escalated. Then came the teleportation mishaps. Usually, Viridia's teleportation circles were as reliable as the sunrise, depositing citizens and goods precisely where they intended to be. It was the backbone of commerce, the guarantor of punctuality. But the anomalies began to creep in. A merchant trying to send a shipment of rare silks to the western quarter found his crates arriving a good 20 feet above the designated landing platform, scattering their precious contents across bewildered shoppers. A prominent baker, aiming for his shop across the bustling market square, reappeared precisely in the middle of the fountain, looking thoroughly damp and very confused, his meticulously crafted croissants bobbing sadly around him. The most alarming incident involved a city guard, tasked with a swift patrol of the outer walls. Instead of appearing at his post, he materialized halfway up the sheer face of the great library, clinging precariously to a gargoyle, his shouts of alarm echoing through the usually serene reading halls. The gargoyle, a stoic stone sentinel carved centuries ago, seemed to have acquired a new, entirely unintended appendage, the sputtering, flailing guard. Even the minor enchantments, the everyday conveniences that Viridians took for granted, began to misbehave. The self-stirring pots in taverns started to churn with alarming ferocity, occasionally flinging stew onto the ceiling. The enchanted streetlights, meant to cast a warm, steady glow, began to flicker erratically, sometimes dimming to near darkness, other times flaring with an intensity that made passers-by squint. The ever-popular Never Lose Your Keys charm, a staple for forgetful citizens, seemed to be taking its job too seriously, causing keys to become utterly fused to their owners' pockets, requiring specialized extraction spells and a good deal of patient tugging. One particularly unfortunate gentleman found his keys had not only fused to his pocket, but had also sprouted tiny, indignant-looking wings and were attempting a rather pathetic escape from his trousers. The statue of Archmage Eldrin, the very symbol of Iridia's magical prowess, became a focal point of the escalating strangeness. Originally a magnificent, singular figure of wisdom and power, it began to adapt. First, a second arm sprouted from its torso, holding a small, remarkably detailed, enchanted quill. Then, a third arm emerged, this one brandishing a rather stern-looking baguette. Before the city could fully process this arcane anatomical expansion, a fourth arm appeared, this one clutching a book of questionable titillation. The statue, once an icon of dignified contemplation, now resembled a bizarre, multi-limbed deity of culinary arts and scandalous literature, its stony gaze fixed on the bewildered crowds. The archmage's original, intended gesture of bestowing knowledge now looked like an attempt to offer a snack, a writing implement, and a suspiciously suggestive novel all at once. Perhaps the most unsettling anomaly, however, was the city's magnificent magical clock tower. For centuries, its chimes had marked the passage of time with unvarying precision, a comforting, resonant symphony that echoed through the city. But one Tuesday afternoon, during the normally placid mid-morning hours, the clock tower began to chime backward. The deep, sonorous tones that usually signaled the passing of hours were replaced by a series of hurried, almost panicked rewinds. The clock hands spun counterclockwise with dizzying speed, and the familiar melodic sequence devolved into a frantic, nonsensical series of clangs and dings that seemed to suggest time itself was suffering from a severe case of déjà vu, or perhaps an urgent need to unhappen. The established mages, the keepers of Viridia's magical order, were baffled. Their most potent spells, their most intricate wards, proved utterly useless against this pervasive, unpredictable strangeness. Archmage Valerius, a man whose arrogance was as legendary as his magical prowess, found himself repeatedly invoking his most powerful, dispelling charms, only to have them backfire spectacularly, transforming his perfectly tailored robes into a shimmering, sequined ball gown for a brief, mortifying interval. He stormed through the city, his face a mask of thunderous indignation, attempting to force reality back into its designated grooves, but it was like trying to herd a flock of hyperactive cats during a lightning storm. Professor Lyra, head of transmutation at the Arcane University, a woman who could turn lead into gold with a flick of her wrist, found herself unable to transmute a simple pebble into a slightly shinier pebble. The pebble, under her expert ministrations, merely developed a faint, unsettling aura and began to hum a jaunty, off-key tune. She even attempted to transmute her own hair, which had a tendency to frizz in the humid Viridian air, into perfectly straight, sleek strands. Instead, her hair momentarily transformed into a nest of tiny, chittering, sentient earthworms, each sporting miniature bowler hats. Lyra, a woman of unflinching composure, had let out a shriek that could curdle milk at 50 paces. Even the most fundamental principles of elemental magic seemed to be on strike. Fire mages found their flames sputtering and dying unexpectedly, or worse, erupting in bursts of cold, blue light that inexplicably froze the air around them. Water mages discovered their carefully conjured streams would suddenly solidify into brittle, icy sculptures mid-air, or worse, transform into a torrent of lukewarm, slightly fizzy lemonade. Air mages attempting to summon a gentle breeze found themselves engulfed in miniature, localized whirlwinds that tossed parchment and loose papers about with gleeful abandon. Earth mages, usually so grounded, reported their conjured earth elementals developing an unsettling penchant for interpretive dance, their rocky forms contorting into bizarre, abstract shapes. The pervasive nature of these anomalies was what truly unnerved the city's magical elite. It wasn't confined to one district or one type of magic. It was everywhere, touching every aspect of Viridian life, from the grandest illusions to the most mundane charms. It was as if the fundamental laws of magic, the very threads that wove reality together, had developed a collective case of the jitters, a widespread, unfocused rebellion against order. The air itself seemed to carry a faint, electric hum of unpredictability, a constant, low-level thrum of things being not quite right. Whispers began to circulate, hushed and fearful, in the halls of the Arcane University and among the concerned citizens. Some blamed rogue enchantments gone awry, catastrophic magical experiments conducted in secret. Others spoke of ancient curses being awakened, of slumbering entities stirring in the depths of the earth or the farthest reaches of the cosmos. A few, the more adventurous or perhaps more desperate, suggested that the very nature of magic was evolving, shifting into a new, wilder, less comprehensible form. But whatever the cause, the effect was undeniable. Viridia, the bastion of magical order, was descending into a delightful, terrifying, and utterly chaotic disarray. The meticulous tapestry of Viridian magic was unraveling, and no one seemed to have any idea how to stitch it back together. The only certainty was that the world was no longer playing by the rules. The gilded council chambers of the arcane conclave, usually a bastion of serene contemplation and the occasional fiercely polite debate, had become a veritable beehive of agitated mages. The air, typically perfumed with the scent of ancient parchment and distilled arcane energies, now crackled with something far more volatile, a potent blend of desperation and dawning dread. Archmage Valerius, his normally impeccable robes now appearing somewhat rumpled, paced before the assembled luminaries. The grand, polished obsidian table, usually reflecting the calm, reasoned faces of Viridia's most powerful magical practitioners, now reflected a tableau of furrowed brows and lips pressed into thin lines of concern. This is unprecedented, Valerius declared, his voice, usually booming with an authority that could quell dragon riots, now held a tremor of something akin to genuine fear. He gestured vaguely towards the expansive, enchanted windows, through which the city of Viridia usually presented a picture of perfect, orderly magic. Today, even from this height, one could discern the telltale signs of arcane disarray. A sudden cascade of teacups from a spectral battle, a fountain that seemed to be intermittently spitting out live goldfish, and a distant, muffled splush that might have been another teleportation mishap. Our diagnostic spells are returning gibberish. Our wards are, well, they're politely refusing to engage. It's as if the fundamental laws of magic have taken a collective sabbatical. Professor Lyra, her normally composed demeanor fraying at the edges like a poorly enchanted tapestry, nodded grimly. She had spent the better part of the last cycle attempting to commune with the ley lines, the invisible arteries of magical power that crisscrossed Viridia. Instead of the familiar hum of steady energy, she had encountered what could only be described as a cosmic sneeze, a violent, unpredictable eruption of chaotic force that had sent her scrying pool into a frenzy of images depicting squirrels wearing tiny crowns and rivers flowing uphill. The ley lines are agitated, she reported, her voice tight. Not just disrupted, but actively playful. And the playfulness is not conducive to stable magical constructs, Archmage. My attempt to read the ambient arcane signature resulted in a vision of myself being serenaded by a chorus of sentient dust bunnies. It was surprisingly tuneful, but profoundly unhelpful. Master Alara, the Conclave's foremost expert in abjuration and protective enchantments, a mage whose wards could supposedly deflect a meteor, wrung her hands. My most potent defensive matrices are flickering. It's not that they're failing, they're simply inconsistent. One moment, a ward designed to repel a siege engine is humming with perfect efficiency. The next, it seems to be actively attracting small, fluffy kittens. I have an entire wing of the university currently overrun by unusually demanding felines, all demanding tuna and existential validation. She sighed, a sound heavy with the weight of 1,000 unanswered magical questions. We've tried reinforcing them, recalibrating them, even politely asking them to reassert their intended purpose. The kittens remain, and the wards continue to exhibit a peculiar fondness for purring. The elder Archmage Borin, a man who had witnessed centuries of magical evolution and had personally wrestled a road temporal anomaly into a highly secure pocket dimension, a story he rarely told, mostly because no one believed him, stroked his long, white beard. This is not merely a matter of flawed enchantments or faulty conduits. This feels fundamental. as if the very fabric of reality has developed a severe case of the hiccups. We are accustomed to predictable causality, to the elegant dance of cause and effect. This is a spontaneous, unrehearsed interpretive dance performed by a drunken badger. Valerius sighed, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. Theories. We need theories. Anything to explain this pandemonium. Master Valerius, have your divination specialists made any progress? A younger mage, Master Valerius's protege, stepped forward, his face pale. Archmage, their scrying pools have become temperamental. One showed a perfectly rendered image of a very confused-looking goose wearing a wizard's hat. Another displayed a series of abstract, swirling colors that repeatedly coalesced into the shape of a dancing turnip. The most reliable results we've managed to extract thus far are visions of our own spellbooks spontaneously sprouting legs and attempting to escape the library. He shuddered. One of our senior diviners claims to have seen the future, but it was a future composed entirely of sentient teacups forming a democratic republic. He's currently under observation. Sentient teacups, Elara muttered, a faint, almost hysterical giggle escaping her. I knew I shouldn't have experimented with that self-heating cauldron. It must have had a spillover effect into the collective unconscious. Borin tapped his staff on the floor, the sound sharp and decisive, cutting through the growing unease. Let us consider the possibilities. We have ruled out simple malfunctions. We have ruled out localized sabotage. What remains? He looked around the room, his ancient eyes piercing. We speak of chaos, but what is its source? Is it an external force? Or is it something internal? Valerius stopped pacing. An external force. Could it be dimensional bleed? A tear in the veil between our reality and another? Perhaps a realm where the laws of magic are less stringent. Lyra considered this. It is a possibility. We have detected fluctuations in the arcane resonance that are not entirely dissimilar to what one might expect from unstable planar interfaces. However, the energy signatures are warped, muddled. Not the clean, distinct signature of a true rift, but something more diffuse. Like the scent of 1,000 different perfumes all mixed into one overwhelming, nonsensical bouquet. Or perhaps, Elara interjected, her voice hushed, it is something more ancient, something that has been dormant and is now awakening. Legends speak of entities from the primordial chaos, beings of pure, unbridled potential that existed before order was imposed. Beings that view structure and causality as limitations, as prisons. The word chaos hung heavy in the air. It was a concept the established mages of Viridia understood academically, a theoretical opposite to their meticulously cultivated order. But to experience it, to feel it seeping into the very foundations of their reality, was something else entirely. Primordial chaos, Valerius scoffed, though his bravado sounded thin. That's a bedtime story for apprentices. Such entities are theoretical, myths to frighten novices into studying. We're talking about tangible magic, about observable phenomena. And what is observable? Archmage. Borin countered gently. We observe our spells backfiring. We observe teleportation, circles depositing people in fountains. We observe statues growing extra limbs. These are not the predictable results of a flawed spell. These are manifestations of something else, something that does not adhere to our principles. He paused. Theories suggest that when certain fundamental energies in the cosmos achieve critical mass, they can destabilize. Like a pot of water brought to a rolling boil. If the lid is too tight, the pressure builds and the entire pot can explode. Perhaps the lid of our reality has been too tight for too long. And the magic, the very essence of possibility, is now escaping. Escaping? Or evolving? Lyra mused, a strange glint in her eye. What if this is not an invasion, or an awakening of something external, but a fundamental shift within magic itself? What if magic, like any living thing, is capable of mutation, of transcending its current form into something new, something wilder, something that we, in our rigid adherence to order, cannot comprehend. Valerius paled visibly at the suggestion. The idea that magic itself, the cornerstone of their civilization, the very tool of their dominance, could change, could become untamable, was a terrifying prospect. That is heresy, Professor. Magic is not alive. It is a force, a science, a discipline. Is it? Lyra challenged softly. Or have we simply been applying our limited understanding to a phenomenon that is far grander and more capricious than we ever imagined? Think about it. The anomalies are not destructive, not inherently. They are absurd. They are nonsensical. They defy logic, not through malice, but through sheer, unadulterated whim. A statue growing extra limbs, teacups singing, keys sprouting wings. These are not the actions of a malevolent entity seeking to destroy us. They are the actions of a prankster, a cosmic comedian with an infinite supply of glitter and an utterly deranged sense of humor. A cosmic comedian? Valerius sputtered, his face turning an alarming shade of puce. We are facing a crisis that threatens the very stability of Iridia, and you speak of cosmic comedians? Perhaps the crisis is the cosmic comedian archmage, Boren said, his voice calm. Perhaps the universe, having observed our rigid, predictable, and frankly, rather stuffy approach to its most wondrous force, has decided it's time for a shake-up. A reminder that magic is, at its heart, about possibility, about the unexpected, about the glorious, untamed potential that lies beyond the boundaries of our carefully constructed rules. The room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the distant, faint sound of what might have been a flock of sentient ducks migrating through the city's primary thoroughfare. The archmages, the keepers of order, the masters of the arcane, were faced with a truth more unsettling than any ancient curse or invading horde. Their power was derived from understanding, from control. And what they were facing now was utterly beyond their control. It was not a problem to be solved with a well-placed ward or a precisely worded incantation. It was a riddle, a cosmic joke, a wild, unpredictable dance that had just begun, and Viridia, the city of order, was now an unwilling participant in its most bizarre and chaotic performance. So, Valerius said, his voice barely a whisper, if it is not an external threat, and if it is not a fundamental change in magic, what else could it be? A collective delusion? Alara offered weakly. Mass hysteria? Unlikely, Boren stated. The anomalies are too consistent, too widespread, and frankly, too specific in their absurdity. This is not mass hysteria. This is a shared reality, albeit a thoroughly broken one. He looked at the faces around him, seeing his own dawning realization mirrored in their expressions. Theories. We need theories, yes. But we also need to accept that our current paradigms may be insufficient. Perhaps the only way to understand this phenomenon is not to analyze it through the lens of our established magic, but to observe it, to adapt to it, and perhaps to learn to dance with it, however ludicrous the steps may be. Valerius stared at him, his mouth slightly agape. Dance? Archmage Boren, we are mages, not jesters at a Feywild revel. And yet, Archmage, Boren replied, a faint smile touching his lips, look at the evidence. Our most potent spells have resulted in singing onions and spontaneously combusting laundry. Our most intricate wards have been compromised by overly affectionate kittens. Our attempts to impose order have only seemed to exacerbate the chaos. Perhaps, just perhaps, the universe is suggesting a new approach. Embrace the absurdity, Valerius. Embrace the singing onions. For if we do not, I fear Viridia, the city of order, will soon be remembered only as the place where magic learned to tell really bad jokes. The silence that followed was not one of agreement, but of profound, earth-shattering bewilderment. The established mages of Viridia, powerful and proud, were adrift in a sea of glorious, nonsensical chaos, and for the first time in centuries, they had no idea which way was up, or indeed, if up even meant anything anymore. The whispers of anomalies had become a roar, and the only certainty was that the rulebook of magic had been comprehensively, irrevocably, and hilariously shredded. Will stood on a rooftop overlooking the sprawling city of Iridia, not with the horrified fascination of the archmages, but with a peculiar, almost nostalgic sense of recognition. The air, thick with the usual magical hum of a metropolis powered by arcane forces, now thrummed with a discordant, erratic beat. Below, a perfectly sculpted topiary griffin, usually a stoic guardian of a wealthy merchant's estate, was currently attempting to gnaw through its own meticulously trimmed roots. A few streets over, a delivery cart, its driver clearly having no idea what was happening, was levitating precisely 3 feet off the cobblestones, its wheels spinning uselessly in the air. "Humph. Amateurs," Will muttered, scratching his grizzled chin. He understood the feeling of magic gone awry. Oh, he understood it intimately. His own life, and particularly his past few years with Grumwald the remarkably unsteady, had been a masterclass in the practical application of magical mishaps. While the esteemed archmages of Iridia were busy trying to re-establish the fundamental laws of the universe, Will was seeing echoes of his own classroom, albeit scaled up to a level that would make even Grumwald blush. He remembered the incident with the self-stirring cauldron. It had been a simple charm, meant to save his students the arduous task of manually agitating simmering potions. The intent was clear, the incantation precise. Yet, somehow, the cauldron had developed a fervent, almost obsessive desire to stir not just the potion, but anything within a 5-foot radius. Books, stray cats, even the occasional unfortunate apprentice who leaned too close. All were subjected to its relentless, circular fury. The result? A room that looked like a miniature tornado had passed through, and a lingering scent of scorched apprentice. Looking down at Viridia, Will saw that same untamed energy, but magnified 1,000-fold. The malfunctioning wards, the spontaneous teleportations into ornamental fountains, the animated statues. It wasn't the work of some grand, malevolent force, not entirely. It was, in its own bizarre way, the uncontrolled overflow of sheer, unadulterated magical potential. The archmages, with their rigid adherence to order and their meticulously crafted spells, were like those who tried to dam a raging river with a single, carefully placed stone. It might work for a while, but eventually, the sheer force of the water would overwhelm their meager defenses. "It's the intent, you see," he murmured to himself, watching a flock of pigeons suddenly sprout tiny, iridescent fairy wings and flit away in a flurry of bewildered coos. They're so focused on what the magic should do, they forget what it can do when it's not being told what to do. Magic, when it's unbound, is enthusiastic. It's eager. It wants to do things. And sometimes it just picks the most inconvenient or the most absurd thing to do. He'd seen it with Grumwald. The man's attempts at telekinesis often resulted in objects not just moving, but becoming temporarily sentient and developing opinions on their destination. His levitation spells had a disconcerting habit of imbuing the target with an irresistible urge to waltz. Once, a simple charm to polish Will's boots had resulted in the boots developing a deep, philosophical aversion to being worn and attempting to escape his room every morning. The difference between his own chaotic experiences and what Viridia was facing was purely a matter of scale and consequence. Grumwald's rogue boots didn't threaten the city's infrastructure. A sentient cauldron stirring stray cats didn't cause widespread panic. But the principles were the same. The magic wasn't inherently evil. It was just going rogue. It was expressing itself in ways that defied the predictable, the logical, the ordered. Will began to notice a rhythm, a subtle pattern emerging from the pandemonium. The spontaneous animated objects, for instance. They weren't just randomly moving. They were often exhibiting behaviors that, while bizarre, were strangely familiar. That topiary griffin, for example, wasn't just chewing on its roots. It was meticulously trying to prune itself, albeit with its own beak instead of shears. The delivery cart, hovering uselessly, seemed to be making a valiant, if misguided, attempt at aerial maneuvers. It was as if the magic was taking a concept, any concept, and then playing with it, twisting it into a nonsensical parody of its original form. He recalled a particularly disastrous attempt at transmuting lead into gold with Grumwald. The lead had indeed transformed, but not into gold. Instead, it had become a small, perfectly formed, yet remarkably heavy, loaf of sourdough bread. The lesson learned that day was that magic, when left to its own devices, had a sense of humor that was as unpredictable as it was infuriating. The archmages, he mused, were looking for external causes, for rifts and invasions and ancient evils. They were applying their well-honed, logical minds to a problem that was, at its heart, profoundly illogical. They were treating a cosmic pratfall like a carefully orchestrated assassination attempt. "They're trying to fight the giggles," Will chuckled, the sound a low rumble in his chest. Magic isn't angry, it's amused. It's bored with being a predictable tool. It wants to be a wild, unpredictable force again. And all their attempts to control it are just making it more determined to break free. He observed a sudden burst of light from a nearby tower, followed by a cascade of what looked suspiciously like brightly colored confetti raining down on the unsuspecting citizens below. A moment later, a disembodied voice, clear and resonant, boomed across the district. "And for my next trick, I shall make this entire district disappear with glitter." Will snorted. See? Amused. Mischievous. Not malicious. Just a bit of a show-off. He'd seen students try to cast simple illusion spells, only for the resulting phantasms to develop personalities and start heckling them. This was just that on a city-wide scale. The magic was essentially a cosmic prankster, and Viridia was its unwitting audience. He thought about his own rudimentary understanding of the magical undercurrents. It wasn't about the grand pronouncements and the intricate weaving of spells. It was about the fizz, the pop, the unpredictable sparks that flew when intent wavered, when emotions surged, when the sheer possibility of magic took hold. He understood the wild, untamed heart of magic, the part that didn't care about neat categorizations or logical progressions. The archmages were so busy trying to define and contain magic, they had forgotten that its true nature was boundless, whimsical, and utterly indifferent to their rules. They saw the anomalies as evidence of corruption or decay. Will saw them as evidence of exuberance, of a primal creative energy that had finally decided to stretch its legs. He leaned forward, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly absurd cityscape. A statue of a noble hero had sprouted a third, very enthusiastic arm, which was currently waving merrily at passers-by. A perfectly ordinary lamppost had begun to emit a series of cheerful, albeit tinny, opera music. And in the distance, he could swear he saw a cloud shaped remarkably like a giant, grinning teapot. "It's like a child who's been told to sit still for too long," Will mused. "Eventually, they're going to erupt. And when magic erupts, it doesn't just do a little dance. It throws a party where the guest list is unpredictable, the music is chaotic, and the decorations are, well, they're whatever the magic feels like at that moment." He pulled a small, slightly singed notebook from his tunic. He began to sketch, not elaborate diagrams of arcane theory, but quick, impressionistic notes. The opera lamppost, the waltzing delivery cart, the topiary griffin's self-pruning frenzy. He was documenting the behavior of the anomalies, looking for the underlying logic within the illogic. "The mages are looking for a pathogen," he whispered, his pen scratching furiously. "I'm looking for a punchline." He remembered a lesson Grumwald had taught him, inadvertently, of course. They had been trying to create a portal to a distant land, a complex undertaking that involved precise dimensional calculations and a stable arcane matrix. Grumwald, in a moment of profound distraction, had accidentally replaced a crucial component with a particularly shiny button he'd found. The result wasn't a portal. Instead, it was a small, localized pocket of pure, unadulterated silliness. For an hour, Everything within a 20-foot radius inexplicably bounced when it moved, and any spoken word was immediately followed by a cheerful, echoing boing. The archmages were focused on the missing portal, the broken matrix, the potential for invasion. Will had spent that hour trying to figure out how to make the bouncing stop. And in doing so, he had learned more about the unpredictable nature of magic than any textbook could have taught him. They're trying to fix it, Will said, his voice laced with a hint of pity. They're trying to force it back into the box. But it's not broken. It's just escaped. It's finally being itself. And we're all just caught in the delightful, terrifying, and utterly nonsensical whirlwind. He watched as a group of guards, their faces a mixture of confusion and mild panic, attempted to subdue a swarm of sentient teacups that were pelting them with lukewarm Earl Grey. Their spells, when cast, seemed to have no effect, or worse, to be incorporated into the teacup's chaotic barrage. One guard attempted a powerful binding spell, only for the teacups to immediately reconfigure themselves into a sentient, if somewhat wobbly, binding spell, which then proceeded to tie the guard into a series of increasingly elaborate and quite fashionable knots. That's the key, Will realized, a spark of understanding igniting in his eyes. They're not fighting the magic. They're just adding to the absurdity. Every attempt to impose order is just giving the chaos more raw material to play with. It's like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. They're fueling the very thing they're trying to suppress. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that the solution wouldn't come from the grand halls of the arcane conclave. It would come from understanding the wild, untamed heart of magic, from embracing its inherent unpredictability, and perhaps, just perhaps, from learning to laugh along with the cosmic comedian. For Will, Viridia's crisis wasn't a harbinger of doom. It was a chaotic, citywide masterclass in the art of accidental magic, taught by a universe with a truly spectacular sense of humor. And Will, for one, was eager to take notes. The bizarre spectacle of the levitating delivery cart and the self-pruning topiary griffin, initially observed by Will from his rooftop perch, was merely the overture to a symphony of escalating absurdity. What had begun as isolated incidents, amusingly chaotic manifestations of unbound magic, was now weaving itself into the very warp and weft of Viridia's reality, fraying the edges of what was once considered stable. The air itself seemed to hold a nervous tremor, a subtle discordance that vibrated not just through the city's arcane infrastructure, but through the very bones of its inhabitants. A growing sense of unease, a low hum of dread, began to replace the initial bewilderment, and Will, a connoisseur of magical mishaps, found himself recognizing the unsettling prelude to something far more profound than a mere city-wide prank. It started with the smaller, yet no less disconcerting, alterations to the natural order. Birds, those creatures of instinct and predictable flight paths, began to exhibit peculiar navigational errors. Flocks would suddenly veer off course, not in a panicked scatter, but with a deliberate, almost defiant, reversal of direction. It was as if a cosmic conductor had decided to rewind the symphony of their flight. One moment, they were winging their way south. The next, they were flapping backwards, their chirps sounding strangely distorted, like a song played in reverse. Children pointed with wide eyes and nervous giggles, while their parents exchanged worried glances. This wasn't the enthusiastic, albeit chaotic, expression of magic Will had observed earlier. This felt wrong. It was a violation of fundamental principles, a tear in the fabric of what was. Then came the rivers. The majestic River Viridian, the lifeblood of the city, a symbol of its permanence and flow, began to exhibit an almost defiant resistance to gravity. In its lower reaches, where it should have been serenely gliding towards the sea, sections of the water began to swell and eddy against the prevailing current. It was a sluggish, unnatural resistance, like a stubborn child refusing to be led. Whispers spread of entire streams, far from the city's immediate magical saturation, flowing uphill, their waters defying the very contours of the land. Fishermen found their nets empty, not due to a lack of fish, but because the fish themselves seemed confused, swimming in erratic circles, occasionally leaping upstream with a bewildered splash. The natural world, the very foundation upon which Viridia was built, was beginning to falter, to question its own existence. The celestial clockwork, too, was experiencing significant glitches. The sun, a constant and reliable celestial body, started to behave with an unnerving capriciousness. For brief, heart-stopping moments, it would appear to wink out of existence, plunging entire districts into a premature twilight, only to flare back to life with renewed intensity, casting long, distorted shadows. These were not mere cloud transits. These were distinct, deliberate diminutions of light, as if the sun itself had decided to participate in the city's escalating absurdity. The archmages, usually so confident in their mastery of celestial mechanics and planar alignments, were visibly flustered. Their pronouncements, once authoritative, now carried a frantic edge, their attempts to explain away these phenomena growing increasingly convoluted. Some spoke of unusual solar flares, others of atmospheric distortions, but none could offer a cohesive explanation that satisfied the growing dread in the populace. Will, however, saw something far more disquieting than random magical surges. He saw a pattern, or rather, the deliberate unraveling of patterns. The self-pruning griffin wasn't just being chaotic, it was attempting to correct its own perceived imperfections, albeit with disastrous results. The reversed bird flight wasn't random. It was a rejection of forward momentum. The uphill rivers and the winking sun were not just anomalies. They were fundamental laws of physics and nature being systematically challenged, even reversed. This wasn't just magic gone wild. It was magic actively engaged in dismantling the established order, not with brute force, but with a subtler, more insidious form of subversion. He recalled a particularly frustrating lesson with Grumwald, where the archmage had attempted to teach the principles of temporal manipulation. The goal was to subtly nudge time forward, to accelerate the aging of a particular specimen of fungus. Instead, Grumwald, in a fit of absent-mindedness that was as legendary as it was infuriating, had accidentally reversed the process. The fungus not only reverted to its spore stage, but began a process of desporing, scattering itself into the air like microscopic dust bunnies, only to recondense into spores and then desporulate again, in an infinite, nauseating loop. The effect was a localized temporal stutter, a sickening hiccup in a natural progression of time. Will felt that same disorienting nausea now, observing Viridia's descent into unreality. The current anomalies were like that temporal stutter, but writ large across the entire city, affecting not just a single fungus, but the fundamental principles of existence. The archmages, in their ivory towers of logic and order, were still treating the situation as a particularly stubborn infestation of rogue spells. They were casting diagnostic charms, reinforcing wards, and muttering incantations of restoration. But Will understood, with a chilling clarity, that this wasn't a problem that could be fixed with more structured magic. It was like trying to mend a torn sail with a needle and thread when the entire ship was being consumed by a kraken. The very foundations of their understanding were being eroded. Their spells, designed to impose order, were becoming increasingly ineffective, or worse, were being absorbed and twisted into the very anomalies they sought to correct. He'd seen it with the guards and the teacups. Their attempts at order only fed the chaos, providing it with new forms and new expressions. A profound sense of responsibility began to settle upon Will's shoulders, heavy and insistent. It wasn't just about the magical academy he led, a place that had, ironically, become a haven of relative normalcy amidst this escalating pandemonium. It was about Viridia. It was about the world. His own past, a tapestry woven with threads of accidental magic, of unforeseen consequences, of the practical, often comical, and sometimes terrifying realities of magic gone awry, had uniquely prepared him for this. He had spent years navigating the unpredictable currents of magical mishaps, learning to anticipate the absurd, to find the logic within the illogical, to understand the intent behind the chaos. While the archmages focused on the symptoms, on the broken wards, and the malfunctioning enchantments, Will was beginning to grasp the underlying malady, the existential sickness that was infecting reality itself. He saw in the way the anomalies weren't just random acts of magical rebellion, but acts of defiance. The reversed birds were rejecting the concept of forward movement. The uphill rivers were rejecting the pull of gravity. The winking sun was rejecting its role as a constant. It was as if the fundamental laws of the universe, the unspoken rules that governed existence, were being actively repudiated by a force that had grown tired of their limitations. This wasn't merely about magic being untamed. It was about magic, or whatever was wielding it, actively rewriting the rules. The archmage's approach was akin to a physician attempting to treat a patient suffering from an existential crisis by prescribing an aspirin. They were addressing the superficial manifestations while ignoring the deeper, more fundamental ailment. Will, on the other hand, felt a growing conviction that the solution lay not in reinforcing the old rules, but in understanding why they were being broken. He had to delve into the heart of the anomaly to understand the aberrant logic that was driving this unraveling. He remembered an incident from his youth, a seemingly minor magical mishap that had taught him a valuable lesson about unintended consequences. He had been attempting a simple charm to make his boots perpetually clean. Instead, the charm had imbued the boots with a peculiar sentience, a deep-seated aversion to dirt. This aversion, however, manifested in the most inconvenient way possible. The boots would spontaneously combust into a cloud of ash whenever they encountered any trace of grime, only to reassemble themselves moments later, sparkling clean. The result was a constant cycle of fiery disintegration and magical reformation, leaving Will with a lingering smell of brimstone and a deep understanding of how a simple desire for cleanliness could lead to utter, fiery chaos. The archmages were so focused on the cleanliness of their ordered magical system, Will mused, that they were oblivious to the potential for self-immolation. The sense of dread wasn't just a general feeling of unease. It was a primal instinct, a recognition of danger that resonated deep within Will's bones. He had always been drawn to the fringes of magical theory, to the whispers of what lay beyond the rigid doctrines of the academies. He understood that the universe was not as neatly compartmentalized as the archmages believed. There were forces, currents, and possibilities that defied their carefully constructed paradigms. And it was these very forces, he suspected, that were now at play, not as an external invasion, but as an internal unraveling, a cosmic self-doubt manifesting in the physical world. He found himself observing the anomalies with an intensity that bordered on obsession. He noted the specific way the reversed flight of the birds seemed to follow the lines of lame magic, as if being herded. He noticed how the uphill flow of the rivers seemed to mirror the pulse of the city's arcane conduits. He even began to see a correlation between the sun's winking and the city's fluctuating magical energy levels. This wasn't just random, it was interconnected, a systemic breakdown. The archmages were like generals fighting a war they didn't understand, deploying troops and tactics that were increasingly irrelevant. Will, the eccentric academic who had once been mocked for his unconventional methods and his fascination with magical mistakes, now felt the weight of the world resting on his ability to comprehend these very mistakes. His academy, with its less rigid curriculum and its focus on practical application, however chaotic, had inadvertently become a training ground for understanding the unpredictable. He knew, with a certainty that was both terrifying and exhilarating, that this was not a problem that could be solved with more spells, more wards, or more pronouncements of order. It was a problem that required a different kind of understanding, a willingness to embrace the illogical, to see the patterns in the pandemonium, and to recognize that sometimes the most profound truths lie hidden within the most absurd manifestations. The growing sense of foreboding wasn't just about the escalating anomalies. It was about the realization that the very foundations of reality were being questioned, and that he, Will, with his peculiar affinity for the nonsensical, might be the only one capable of deciphering the answer. The universe, it seemed, had decided to embark on a grand, terrifying experiment, and Viridia was its laboratory.